righty, here we go. Welcome into the Stone Shields show / off the bench / Chatterbox Reds. It is an opening day frenzy here at Chatterbox Sports. We got the whole crew. Stone Shields joined alongside my good friend Reed Mouse, producer extraordinaire Casey McAllister as well. I don't know. We didn't check Reed at the gate with his outfit here today, but I guess we'll let him rock and roll with that. But it is a special day. It is opening day here in the Queen City of Cincinnati, Thursday, March 26th, the year of our Lord, 2026. Fellas, how are we doing here this morning?
Hey, you can't get better than opening day.
There you go.
I get some flack, like wearing the blue, wearing the Cubby blue and everything like that, but I've always said that I love how romantic this city gets when it comes to not just baseball, but opening day in particular. And it's, as a baseball guy, it's really special to always see it. And then the vibes are high. Vibes are high in this city, and it's going to be a warm day. It doesn't get much better. Case,
you're over there. You're rocking the correct colors here today. How are you feeling over there on this opening day?
You know, I'm feeling pretty good. It's been a while since I've been in the producer seat here, and obviously quite a long time since I've been on the show. And I can't wait to get into it, guys. Opening day is a special time here in Cincinnati, a holiday basically. And some people know how to celebrate. Others choose to wear the incorrect colors and be the wrong side of things. But you know, we don't mind those people. We just leave them up north of Mason or something like that. Where are you at, Sir Boy? What's the phrase?
Time out. Two things. One, Casey, I thought we were tighter than that. I mean, you're back on the show for 3 minutes and you're already taking stabs at me. Secondly, you're making the joke that I'm from Mason. Where do you live?
Oh, I live in South Mason, Mason. So.
Okay, he lives in Mason. That joke doesn't even make sense.
Well, we got you covered for 4 hours here. So it's the three of us, 10 to noon, and then the fellas will take over from Chatterbox Reds, Craig Sandlin, Nick Kirby, Trace Fowler. They might have a couple of more guests there, but it's a big opening day frenzy here at Chatterbox Sports, and we're fired up that you guys are joining us here on a Thursday. Of course, make sure you hit that subscribe button if you haven't done so already. We are really kicking things into gear. I know the past couple of months we've been kind of slogging through the mud a little bit with the Bengals season ending a little bit prematurely, certainly, and we've been getting through free agency, some draft talk, spring training, but now we're full go again with the Cincinnati Reds regular season being here. So we got you covered every single day. Live shows, I'll be 11 to noon every single day, and of course the Chatterbox Reds crew has you covered there as well. But Reed, I want to start with this. You fired off a tweet this morning, and you've been firing off tweets left and right. Lots of dad jokes. You're a new dad. If you're new here, Reed has become a father over the course of the past few months. I know you're excited about that, but you've really been taking your dad jokes to Twitter. But it seemingly looked like you took a shot at the city of Cincinnati here on opening day, or am I misreading that tweet from about an hour ago?
It's the duality of man. So I come on here and I say how much I love opening day and how much this city loves opening day. But you get on Twitter, and it's just too easy to not be a little bit of a troll. Just troll around, joke around a little bit. And so that's exactly what I did. I was like, hey, poking fun. The joke is thus. Every day, every year that there's opening day, as much as we love it here, everyone loves to just pile on Twitter and just go like, the city loves it so much that no one does it better than Cincinnati on opening day. Yada. There's no better place to be than Cincinnati on opening day. So I just took a little stab in the side and be like, man, I really wish that this city would take opening day a little bit more seriously. I do have a fun take though.
Okay.
That is a ridiculous take, but it is a fun one nonetheless. I threw this in the Discord yesterday. One of my favorite things about the city of Cincinnati, the reason that we like baseball so much in this town is why? Because we are the ones that professional baseball started with. We are the original founders of professional baseball here in Cincinnati. Doesn't that mean that they just cheated? Like, they were just the first ones to pay the players. Like, that just means that they were cheating. Like, can you imagine, like, playing in a league, like, just playing, like, softball, and you're just like, this other team, they're paying the guys a salary to come play for the team. Like, they're cheating.
Yeah.
Like, the Reds take pride in being cheaters, and that's something I don't stand for in this city.
Okay. That seems a bit aggressive. It seems a bit extreme, but I guess we'll let you roll with it here at this point. But Joey Votto gave the team a clock. Right, I think it's pretty cool, right? It's out in front of GABP. He put out a post a couple of days ago. It's his gift to the city, to the organization. Any thoughts on that?
I wish that I could make an authentic joke that hasn't been stolen already, but it is a sharp clock. You mentioned it looks like the clocks that they have at the start of rounds, the start of the tee times and everything like that. It's really nicely done. I mean, did Great American Ballpark need a clock? Was there a large lapse of people forgetting what time it was in the year of our Lord 2026? I don't know, but that's the first time I think I've ever heard of and this is a shout out to Joey Votto. As far as I'm aware, this is the first time that a player has gifted something to a team. I can't think of Derek Jeter wasn't building something for Yankee Stadium. Buster Posey wasn't getting something for Oracle Park. But Joey Votto spending his own cash to put a clock out in front of GAP. I don't know if you've heard of that ever happening before.
No, not at all. I think that's pretty cool. I mean, it's his way of giving back to the team, giving back to the organization. And whenever you walk in the Great American Ballpark, you'll see the clock and you'll think of the GOAT, Joey Votto, future Hall of Famer, Joey Votto.
You're going down to the stadium today.
I will be. I'll be down at the stadium. We'll be in the ballpark and kind of feeling it out. A little credential action, so we'll take a little peek behind the scenes and see what we got going on. But we're looking at potentially expanding our coverage here at Chatterbox Sports. So we'll, getting our feet wet today on opening day. We'll see how that goes, but we're excited.
Is it very much just prodding around and seeing what works for Chatterbox and Chatterbox Reds content?
Yes.
And that's how you're going to utilize the credentials?
Yeah. I think today it'll be a feeling out process. Like I said, we'll try to get some video, whether it be at, BP before the game or if we can get some clips from Tito or others after the game or what have you. But, yeah, we'll be up in the press box taking some notes, kind of feeling what it's like to be on the beat for the Cincinnati Reds. And, we'll see. It's one game, but hopefully we can expand our coverage here. We're excited about it.
When I worked at the newspaper, my only other job as an adult, I worked at the Van Wert Times Bulletin, as I've said before, and I got credentials for opening day. It's the only opening day game that I've ever been to. If it's 2019, it was the year that Derek Dietrich hit a home run. If you guys remember that game, and I went down there, got credentials, did the whole thing, walking around. I've told this story before. I had no clue what I was doing. I was 22 years old.
Yep.
And I'm walking around. I see fellow Hamiltonian. I don't know why Jay Morrison was there, but Jay Morrison was covering that opening day as well. So he had no clue who I was at the time, but I'm following Jay Morrison around because I knew who he was. So I'm just like walking around, and they go into the locker room, and I'll never forget this. I thought it was the coolest thing in the world. Eugenio Suarez, back with the club, they're answering questions in a towel. 2 Bud Heffies in each hand. So 4 total beers. He's double stacking in each hand, just in a towel, answering questions. And I didn't ask him a question, but I threw the recorder right up nice and close. So that was my one time having credentials down at the ball yard.
There you go. Well, we'll see how it goes. We're excited about it, and hopefully the Reds can pick up a win. Last year, of course, we remember the heartbreak that transpired in that opening day game. First game with Tito, the vibes were high last year. The team itself was pretty similar to what the team had been in previous years, but we had this new manager, this Hall of Fame manager coming in Tito Francona. And you remember that game at all last year, Reed? The Reds had that lead, and then our good boy Ian Jabot inserted into the ball game, and things kind of went a little haywire from there.
I do remember that game because you get to the end of the game and you're like, this is it.
Yeah.
This is something, and it's every game counts the same, but for some reason in our collective mental state, game 1 holds something very extra.
Yep.
So walking out like, where are we going? Who's going to shut the door? Who is going to be the bell ringer for this 2025 Cincinnati Reds team? And it was stealing former Chatterbox's Elliot Rearing's bit here. The pride of Great Britain's Ian Jabot comes on out and just blows it in like the most spectacular fashion that we've ever seen. And that can kill the vibes. I can kill the vibes. I don't. What was your mental state when they open the doors swing open? Is Mariano Rivera coming out? Is Eric Gagne coming out? No, it's Ian Jabot.
Right. Yeah, it was not a good feeling. The Reds have struggled on opening day. I think 2 years ago they won, but they went on a stretch like it was either 3, 4, maybe 5 years in a row where they lost. So, the lead wasn't big enough to be overly excited and overly confident about the state of the ball club in that game. But they bounced back. And, my biggest takeaway from last year was that it was a successful year. Tito Francona coming in year 1, getting this team back to the postseason. was incredible. And obviously this team hasn't advanced in the postseason in Lord knows how long, hasn't won a postseason game in Lord knows how long as well. And just to get that positive momentum last year, I think really does go a long way. But I think this year, Reed, the expectations for this particular club are a lot different. Last year, my whole thing was just get in the playoffs and see where you can go from there. See if you can't make any noise, but the goal was just to get into the dance, get into the postseason. Is it fair in your eyes, obviously a fan of a division rival, but is it fair in your opinion to say, well, you know what, this year the expectation isn't just to get into the postseason, it's to advance beyond the first round?
I don't know. I think, if I'm being honest and not trying to be a troll here, I think that the goal should be just to cement that last year wasn't fluky, because you can look at it and say a lot of fluky things happen, primarily being like the Reds didn't, I'm not trying to take anything away from them. I think this is just an honest reality of what happened. They didn't realistically earn their spot in the playoffs. It was kind of handed up to them on a silver platter. You don't care how you get it. It's served all the same. The food's still hot. But this year, more than anything, if I'm a Reds fan, I would just want to see the consistent nature of, oh, we are building something here. Like, I don't want to take a step back. It doesn't have to be a leap forward. You don't have to just get in the postseason, win 87 games, and win the wild card round or anything, or really compete for the division title. But you want to be comfortable when you get to August, when you get to September, saying, this is a good ball team.
Yeah.
This is a good team. I don't have to go into the offseason being like, what am I going to get next year? Do I have to really rely on Matt McLain to be something great? What about this rookie Sal Stewart? Are any of our arms going to have a healthy season? You want to be able to just feel comfortable being like, we have something here, and the team can commit to building something here. I think that over the course of 162 is going to be the biggest thing for the Reds. So, like, don't set a barometer. Don't set a benchmark of saying, we got to win 87 games. We've got to advance in the wild card round. Just be like, are we a good team?
Okay.
Are we a good team? And then once you get that, then you can start building from there. I don't know what – I know you say that it's where your goals are to actually advance.
Right. I think, you checked off a huge box just getting back, and obviously, as we've talked about at length, a lot of things needed to happen in order for the Reds to get back. The Mets absolutely imploded, and there's people all over baseball nationally that are acting like that team is a team that could potentially compete with the Dodgers and potentially win the National League, which they've had loaded rosters for several years now, but really haven't been able to do anything with it. The Reds, of course, had 83 wins last year, and obviously you're a big baseball guy, Reed. Putting you on the spot here a little bit, I think it's safe to say that 83 this year probably is not going to be enough to get them into the dance. Do you think that it would require an 87, 88 type win season to get a wild card?
It is weird because, like, you look at 2023, the last time that the Reds were dancing with the postseason, they were right around 83 wins, and that's what got into the postseason. Of course, that was the Diamondbacks. I think they got in with exactly 84 wins and then go on to win the pennant. So, and then in 2024, I think the final wild card spot was like 88, 89 wins. 87 wins, that feels like a safe playoff spot. Mm-hmm. Like, if you are in the 83, 84, 85 range, you're needing some help, you're worrying about where other teams are, you get to 87 wins, that's pretty dynamite, going to get you that, at least that final wild card spot, if not better. So that's really what they should be gunning for. And the good news is across the division, there hasn't, I mean, the Brewers on paper, and we say this every year, and I'll continue to say it because I'm going to be right at some point. The Brewers on paper are going to be a worse team, right?
You would think.
Yeah. I know the Pirates have gotten better. The Cardinals should be terrible this year. So, like, it's there. Mm-hmm. It's there for the taking. Can they grab it? Fair.
Absolutely fair. We're going to continue to talk big picture. Again, we are here till noon today, so plenty of time to hang out. We're going to talk some big picture stuff. I do want to start here in a second with specifically this day and this matchup with the Boston Red Sox, but we got you covered all the way until 4 o'clock, until 2 o'clock. First pitch is a little bit after 4 o'clock, and we'll turn things over at noon to Nick Kirby and Trace Fowler. But specifically with this game here on opening day, Reed, obviously Hunter Green is the guy that typically would get the ball in this spot, right? Opening day, it feels very similar to like game one of a playoff series, right? Now, if the timing works out, you want your ace to get the ball in that situation. As we know, had the surgery, had the procedure, bone spurs in the elbow. He's going to be out for at least the first half of the year. Nick Lodolo, year 2, I would argue, is also going to start the season on the IL. So we were sitting here singing the praises of this rotation and this staff saying this is the strength of the ball club. I think it's still fair to say that it probably is, but we're here on game 1 and you're without your top 2 arms from the right-handed side and the left-handed side. So a lot is on the plate of Andrew Abbott. And if you've been paying attention to the team at all over the course of the past couple of months in Goodyear, Arizona, it has not been great for Andrew Abbott. He has struggled. He has gotten touched up. He has walked more guys than we are accustomed to seeing Andrew Abbott walk. I actually was at his last start in Goodyear, Arizona a couple of days ago, and he got touched up a little bit in that ball game as well. Tito made the commitment a couple of weeks ago that Andrew Abbott is going to be the guy to get the ball in this spot. If you told me that before spring training, knowing that Hunter Green was going to be down, I would be like, yeah, let's roll. Let's go with it. Andrew Abbott, of course, has been a dog for you the past few years, as much as Reed likes to disrespect him here on these airwaves. But he's done a tremendous job, and he seems to be that type of guy that when the lights are the brightest, the stage is the biggest, he can go out there and perform his best. Unfortunately, as we know, he didn't even get an opportunity to get the baseball in the playoff series against the Los Angeles Dodgers. But he's getting the ball today. And his counterpart is a guy by the name of Garrett Crochet, who maybe you have heard of him. I would argue, Reed, you can help me out here, but you look past Skubal in the American League, I'm not quite sure there's another arm that's a little bit more dangerous, or he's certainly in the top 3 or 4 in the American League.
Certainly from the left side, yeah. One of the best southpaws in the
I
league.
would say. So, Reed, my question to you is this. What is your confidence level in Andrew Abbott going into this start? And you as a baseball guy, are you worried at all about his performance in spring training carrying over to the regular season? Or obviously those games mean nothing. Are you in a spot where if he went out there and performed well today, you wouldn't be surprised at all?
So first thing, I'll answer the spring training thing first.
Go ahead.
Spring training is interesting because it clearly means something. Like it clearly has some tangible meaning. The problem is it's so scattered and what it means, like it basically serves as a way in terms of narratives. It serves as spring training performances can just hammer home whatever narrative. So like a guy like me who is, let me use a stock term here, shorting Andrew Abbott, selling. I think that he's a good pitcher. I notably said he's a really good 3, which you took great offense to. That being said, like, you could use his spring performance and go, oh, this is exactly why I was talking about. Like, he's not that good. Like, you should do it. But then, like, you can flip it the other way as wherever, whatever bat you want to say. So say you're really high on Matt McLain. This spring is exactly why Matt McLain is going to be a superstar. It basically serves as a way to just hammer home any narratives, because if it doesn't serve your narrative, you just don't bring it up. Like, you just don't talk about it. Like the guys that are really high on Andrew Abbott, they're like, who cares? The same doesn't matter. So am I worried about, should Reds fans be worried about Andrew Abbott? No. You got to see what he does, how he performs on the field first. I'll say that it feels like what you saw last year, a 280 RA, pretty dynamite. That feels like that's the best that you can get. And if you can get that at a consistent level, that's great. Like, that's nothing to knock at. But, like, he's not going to be knocking down the doors of Paul Skeens to win the Cy Young Award. He's not going to be doing anything like that. So if you can get consistency of where he's been, that's a great arm. But I wouldn't be too worried. I wouldn't be too anxious about the way that Andrew Abbott has performed this spring and it carrying over into at least this first month or two into the season. Are you worried?
Well, that's the thing. When I think about a guy like Andrew Abbott, he seems to be a guy that needs it to be a pressure situation. And mind you, this go around in spring training a little bit different than the previous years for Andrew Abbott. Previous years, he's sitting there doing everything in his power to make sure he gets a rotation spot. I honestly feel like this year, despite the success he had 2 years ago, this spring training was kind of the first time where it was a foregone conclusion that, hey, this guy's going to be a part of our rotation. And, I've obviously never been in a situation like that. But to me, if you know you're going to be on the team and you know you're going to be a part of this team's game plan as far as winning games, it would be hard in an exhibition style of baseball where there's not many people in the stands, and whether it be consciously or subconsciously that this game means nothing, it would be hard to be fully ready to go 100% fully dialed in. And you feel like with a guy like Andrew Abbott, who's not going to overpower you with his fastball, right? He really relies on not walking guys and living on the edges, picking apart the corners of the zone. In order to be at your best there, I think you got to be fully locked in. So maybe I'm crazy for saying that, but for me, I just think when the lights get brighter, which they're going to be bright today at 4:10, he will be ready to go better than he was in spring training.
See, I guess I'll push back because
Okay.
I heard you say about Andrew Abbott. When the lights get brighter, that's when Andrew Abbott shines the most.
Yeah.
Like I'm thinking about listen, you guys follow the Reds much closely than I do. I like watching another team play ball. But every time that I'm just looking at his stats right now, his first half stats, Andrew Abbott's a phenomenal pitcher throughout his career. 2.7 ERA. If you like wins and losses, 21-8, like has thrown 240 innings. Then you get to the second half of the year, his ERA drops down to 4.4. Like, he's not a great pitcher. He's not been, because I remember back in 2023, it was exactly that. Andrew Abbott comes up, pitches really well. Then when the season gets really hairy, what happens? Andrew Abbott falls apart. And if I'm worried about anything, it's that if he gets off to a slow start, if he continues what he's done this spring and gets off to a slow start, I'm worried that he won't be able to bring it back around. Okay. Because we have yet to see him pitch very, very well into the second half of years. He was okay. He was good last year in the second half. Like, it wasn't as bad as it's been previously. He's normally fallen off a cliff. But if he doesn't get out to a great start, that would really concern me, because throughout his career, you've seen as the months get hotter and the season, there's more pitches on that arm of his, that the talent, or I guess the production, really starts to lack. So that's what I would be concerned about, is if he can't get out to a great start, can he bring it back in and turn it around to the Andrew Abbott that we are accustomed to?
That to me feels like a fatigue issue, and I'm used to pitching this minor league schedule and not being fully ramped up to a major league schedule, as opposed to the lights are too bright. Is that
okay? That's certainly one way of looking at him. That's certainly one way of looking.
Talk to us a little bit about Garrett Crochet. We know he's one of the best arms in the league from the left side, like you said. How difficult is it going to be to get hits and put the ball over the fence against him?
Yeah, Garrett Crochet obviously is always pitching the American League, so don't watch him. But he's got one of the best stuff. Obviously came up with the White Sox, was thrown on that really good White Sox team back in 2021, I believe it was, where he was drafted that year, was thrown on the playoff roster just because of the velocity at which he throws, like, and gets up into triple digits quite consistently, and has turned into a really nice pitcher. Obviously the high leg kick, he's accustomed to facing against some of the best lineups in the league, right? He plays in the American League East now, so you got to deal with Aaron Judge and the New York Yankees, and you got to deal with the Toronto Blue Jays and that entire stacked lineup. So he's used to facing these really high impact or really talented lineups. And while I am probably a little bit more optimistic about the Reds lineup than some people are in this city, like, I think there's more upside than is being shown, or at least being talked about. He's just a tough. He's got really good stuff. I mean, he got plus pitches on a multi-pitch arsenal, and it's gonna be tough. I mean, it's not like you're playing the Nationals like you were. What was it last year was it Nationals last year?
Yep.
Yeah. So it's not like you're playing the Nationals, or you're playing the Pirates, or you're playing the Colorado Rockies. Like, this is a good team. This is a Red Sox team that thinks that they can win the American League pennant, thinks that they can compete in the American League East. They've got a good lineup. So Garrett Crochet, I mean, he's tough. I mean, if you've ever seen him pitch before, he's someone you remember. Yeah,
and I think I was wrong there. I think it was the Giants last year, Nationals a couple years ago, and I think they actually beat the Nationals a couple years ago.
That was the CES that was the CES home run, right?
Perhaps. Lineup wise for Boston, it's interesting when you look at that division in the American League. For the course of much of my life, that has been the best division in baseball, certainly at the top of the list. Talking about teams like the Yankees, the Orioles, the Red Sox, the Rays have always been really, really good as well. From a lineup perspective, they've got some dudes, and no bigger than Roman Anthony, who is just a superstar in the making. I think he flashed that at the WBC. I would assume he's going to be batting at the very top of that lineup for the Boston Red Sox. What kind of challenges are they going to bring offensively against Andrew Abbott here in this game?
Roman Anthony's a dog. Did you watch World Baseball Classic?
Well, I told you about this, Reed, and I mentioned this on my show yesterday, and I'm like losing sleep over this. And I texted you this. Fantasy baseball draft took your guy.
Oh, that's right.
PCA over Roman Anthony, and immediately
what was my text back to you when you told me? He sends me a text, goes, I got PCA or Roman Anthony, then sends me like a text right away as I took Pete Crow Armstrong. What was my response?
Oh boy, or something along
those
lines.
I was like, you're a fool. what a dummy there.
Yeah. So I've been kicking myself for that. But Roman Anthony, to me, is a guy that probably not this year, but can be a guy that we talk about winning MVPs going forward. Yeah. That's not hyperbolic.
It was the first time that I really got to watch him was in the World Baseball Classic. So that is exciting that you get to see really young talent like when you look back at this box score, I don't know if you ever look at old box scores, but maybe you'll go back and look at this box score in 10 years and be like, oh, yeah, Roman Anthony, that was like his first opening day for the Reds. So that would be something for the Red Sox. That would be something to remember. Yeah, and they've got dudes. Yeah. They've got dudes. They've got a really good lineup. Roman Anthony is a guy that I think you should be very happy that he's in the American League. Yeah, because he's gonna be one of the true stars of this game, and obviously he plays for a big market team. But other than that, like this is a Red Sox lineup that, do they have the Aaron Judge? No. Do they have the Shohei Ohtani? No, but they've from top to bottom are just a pretty solid roster. When a team is comfortable getting rid of a hitter like Rafael Devers, like the Red Sox were last year, that shows that you're pretty comfortable in where your lineup is going forward. Like it's a tough 3-game series for the Reds. It's just point blank, and you're hoping to at home if you can steal the series win. I mean, you are tickled pink.
Yeah. We'll talk more broad MLB stuff as we progress through the show, but looking at Boston and that division, the odds in Vegas would tell you that it's the Yankees' division to lose, but do you see them making a run at this thing potentially as a wild card team or potentially competing with New York for the division?
Yeah, the Red Sox are always a weird team because they kind of remind me at a higher level, but they remind me of like a San Francisco Giants, to where like they could be really, really good, and you want to be like, oh, of course. Like, yeah, it's the Red Sox. They'll be really, really good. But if you look up at the end of September and they have 77 wins, you wouldn't be that all surprised either. You know, actually, the better analogy, I compared to the Giants, the best analogy I have to the Red Sox in our lifetime, our collective lifetime, since we were about the same age, Stone.
Off by about 10 years.
The collective analogy, I'd say, is they're like the LSU Tigers football team.
Oh, I like this.
To where, like, a lot of the years they're just kind of drudging around, like they're not a high impact team. Then all of a sudden you'll get like the 2018 Boston Red Sox, and they're like the best team you've ever seen. Right. Just like all of a sudden you'll see the 2019 LSU Tigers, and they're like the best team you've ever seen. Like every like 7 to 10 years there'll just be one Boston Red Sox team that'll win 110 games, and you're like, dang, that team's going to be loaded for a while. Then the next year they'll win 84 games, and you're like, what the heck just happened to this Red Sox team? Yeah. So yeah, they can compete. Would I bet it? No. I'm going to bet them to compete in the American League East just because of the Blue Jays and the Yankees, and don't sleep on the Baltimore Orioles.
Mm-hmm. Yep, absolutely. So did you come up with that analogy on the spot? That was pretty good.
What, the Tigers? Me and my friends have been talking about that for years.
Yeah. I like that a lot. But appreciate everybody being here. We're going to get into some bold predictions for the Cincinnati Reds coming up. We'll talk some more opening day fun stuff, and then we'll talk about MLB as a whole case. We're going to give a quick shout-out here to our friends at QC Kinetix and roll it right into 78 Cigars. But we got some bold predictions coming for the Cincinnati Reds right around the corner. But got to give a shout-out to our friends over at QC Kinetix. If knee pain or shoulder pain is slowing down your performance, whether it be on the golf course, the pickleball court, or even in the gym, talk to the care team at QC Kinetix Cincinnati about regenerative medicine options. Learn more at QCkinetix.com or call 513-655-3356. The team over there is absolutely incredible. They have a location in Liberty Township right across from my alma mater, Lakota East High School. The folks at QC Kinetix bring a different approach with regenerative medicine, and you don't have to be an athlete. If you're just a weekend warrior here in Cincinnati dealing with back pain or trying to get ready for golf season, they can help. Check out the team at QC Kinetix and see what they're all about. Again, visit QCkinetix.com or call 513-655-3356. Today's show is also made possible by 78 Cigars. Cincinnati legend Anthony Munoz has a new venture, and we're fired up to partner with it here at the Stone Shield Show and Chatterbox Sports. Introducing 78 Cigars, a premium cigar line from the Hall of Famer himself. If you love great cigars and Cincinnati football history, this is the perfect combination. You can grab 78 Cigars right now at both Montgomery Inn locations and over at Creekside Cigar Co., or you can check them out online. Just head to anthonymunoz.com and click on the 78 Cigars page to learn more and order today. That's 78 Cigars from the greatest offensive lineman to ever do it, Anthony Munoz. All right, we were talking about this a little bit during our pre-show meeting, Reed, but now is always a fun time to come together with some bold predictions for the Cincinnati Reds. You want to get us going here with your first one?
So here's how I want to do this. So I pitched this, that we come up with bold predictions. I have 3. I don't know how many you have.
Yeah, well, I'll go 3. I could go more, but I got 3.
I'm going to just state it out loud.
Yep.
and then I want your honest reaction. I want you to react to it, and then from there I'll filibuster and I will counterpoint on why I think that would be.
Do you want a one-word reaction or like a one-sentence?
I want you to react. I want your honest thoughts. I mean, you can unfold it. We got 2 hours here, so we can lay it all out. All right. Yeah. Reed Mouses, the most trusted voice on the Cincinnati Reds. His first bold prediction. These are serious. There's no bit here. Like, these are actual things, and they are all around the guys on the Reds that I support. Like my guys for the Reds. Number 1, Nick Lodolo leads the staff in WAR come the end of the year.
I don't think he's going to pitch enough to make that possible.
I think so.
Okay.
You think that blister's going to – I mean, he's out for a little bit of time with the blister. But
Right. Yeah.
So who would you consider would lead? You're putting your money on Andrew Abbott?
I am.
So let me unfold this on why I think that this is a good bold prediction. I don't know how bold it is. Yeah. I've said it before. I'm short Andrew Abbott. Like I think he's a really good pitcher. I just think that we've seen the ceiling of Andrew Abbott, and we're not going to see much more. Like I would be very shocked if he has a sub-3 ERA once again. Hunter Green's not going to be around till the second half. So who does that leave? I mean, this is a good stat. You can get Chase Burns, you can get all these guys that could have a high impact season. But if you had me betting, like, Lodolo has the stuff. I know he pitched a career high in innings last year, but he has swing and miss stuff. Like, he has some of the best stuff, not just on the Reds, not just in the National League Central, but in the National League. There's a reason that if Nick Lodolo ever became open on the market, all the teams are going to be calling because they see something great. They know that if a few dominoes fall in the right direction, if a few things line up, this could be a perennial all-star type of pitcher. So that's why I think Nick Lodolo leads the Reds staff in WAR this year. That's my first bold prediction. All right.
Let's explain to everybody exactly what that means. Obviously, it's wins above replacement. You're a big baseball guy, but I would imagine we got 120 people in here. There's several that don't know exactly.
I used it as a stat to say I think Nick Lodolo will be their best pitcher.
Okay. But my comment about him not playing enough would impact his WAR, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
It is a cumulative stat. So if you, like, Hunter Green might come out in the second half and have a 1.3 ERA.
Yep.
And then we could argue and sit and be like, well, Hunter Green was their best pitcher this year, even though he played half the season. I'm using it as an accumulation of saying, like, I think he's just going to have the highest output. Yeah, and it's just WAR isn't a perfect stat, but it is a nice round number to say, this is how valuable you were to the team this year. This is how we calculate how important your production was to our team's success.
Okay, that makes sense. I think I would totally agree with you if I wasn't worried about his availability. I don't think there's any denying that when he's on, he is absolutely nasty. When he's throwing that slider at the back foot, coming into right-handed batters, I mean, that is nearly impossible to hit. And obviously he can run it up there with his fastball as well. I feel like we've talked about this, and people joke, and it's kind of hard not to because it's a blister. But is there something that you could do? Now, I get blisters all the time. Like, I played golf, growing up, and I would get them, and it was impossible for me not to get them. People love to sit there, and I'm sure Cubs fans say this, act like he's soft. Well, if you're a pitcher and you have a blister on your finger, on the hand that throws the baseball, you can't really pitch through that. I know Brady Singer has come out and said, he's going to pitch through it or whatever, but clearly – it's an issue for him. It's not him just being soft. But is there any way this can get fixed? I know you're not a doctor, but my goodness, this has happened a bunch of times.
All I could think about is, like, in the off season, can we get Nick Lodolo a job at, like, a mechanic shop?
Like, getting calloused?
Yeah, get him down, like, get him somewhere where it's still warm in the off season and they're still farming. Like, let's get him some farm hands, some calloused hands, so that these blisters don't happen. And someone asked me once the blister came up, they said, how does this continue to happen? I think it was actually Casey. Like, how do you get blisters from pitching? And, like, if there's one thing about Nick Lodolo, and the reason that everyone talks about his stuff, he gets such high spin rate. And because of that, he's obviously putting a lot of friction on the baseball. Like, when he's spinning it, when he's throwing curveballs, when he's throwing fastball, he's getting such a high spin rate that there's a lot of friction there. And it's pretty clear that his hands can't handle it throughout the course of a year, because this is a reoccurring problem. I don't know if we can inject something into his hands to callus them up or whatnot, but yeah, it's at this point it is a problem that it's not going to go away.
Right, it's a serious problem.
It's just it's continuing to be there, and it's going to continue to be there. All you can do is cross your fingers and hope it doesn't rear its head 3 times in a season, 4 times in a season. Like he's at some point will probably, he already has gone down with a blister because of his pitching. And there's not a whole lot you can do about it other than that. I mean, the good news is like it's not like Hunter Green's having structure, and Lodolo's had those problems too. But like Hunter Green continues to have structural problems with his arm. Dolo's just having hand ailments that it's annoying, but they will come back. Like it's not going to affect his ability to pitch once he's back. Like Hunter Green, you don't know. Like you feel pretty confident that he's going to come back and be still Hunter Green. But when you continue having structural arm problems, at some point those rear their head.
Yeah. And, I think it's fair to say that when he is out there and he is healthy, though, that he is, maybe he's not Hunter Green, but especially from the left side, he is absolutely nasty. And like you said, I think if he was available, how many teams would be calling the Cincinnati Reds for Nick Lodolo?
A lot. Like if Nick Lodolo played for this team right here, he'd be one of our top guys. Like he might have even gotten the ball on opening day. Like if he was healthy enough for it. So he's an arm. He the cynical side of being a Cincinnati sports fan. Doesn't Nick Lodolo kind of feel like whenever his time runs up here in Cincinnati, he goes to one of the marquee franchises, the Yankees, the Dodgers, the Red Sox, the whoever, and just shoves for a couple years? Yeah. Doesn't that feel like the most likely scenario for Nick Lodolo? He doesn't wind up in Kansas City throwing for a plucky Royals team. Like he winds up for the Dodgers pitching in the World Series, and you're sitting around watching Game 6 of the Dodgers' 9th straight World Series run, and you're like, God, remember we had Nick Lodolo? Remember, why couldn't we figure out with him? But that's cynicism right there, and I don't feed to it. Let's hear your first bold prediction. So.
Okay, I'm gonna go. We're gonna do the same thing. I'm gonna say it. You're gonna react. Then we'll filibuster. Case, we're coming to you next. So I'm gonna give you some time here to come up with something. You can go any which way you want. If you want to throw a curveball and go something Bengals, you can. It might tick off some people that are here watching, but that's okay. My first bold prediction, Reed Mouse, is this: the Reds will be active in buying at the trade deadline.
Okay. Yeah. So a few things have to happen. I like it. Okay. I'm on board with it. A reason for that being they already have some pieces. So like a big piece that you look at this roster, Eugenio Suarez on a 1-year deal. So when that's the case, you're conflating with, all right, this team's ready to compete. We've got him for the rest of the year. Let's see if we can supplement more than likely the lineup, if I had to guess, right? Getting somebody into the lineup that can play. So I like it. I think to do that, they will have to be pretty soundly in a playoff spot. Because I could, if they are on a borderline playoff spot, they probably stand pat. If they are even a few games off of a playoff spot and Eugenio Suarez is playing well, there's a good chance that Suarez is gone. Yep. So for that to happen, they'd have to – I don't need them to be in the first place in the National League Central, but like pretty comfortably 4 or 5 games up at least in the wild card to be like, all right, this is a team worth committing and getting rid of some of our assets for. So I like that. I like that. I don't know if you want to explain it any further.
Sure. My reasoning is pretty straightforward. One, they showed you that they will do it because they did it last year. Now, my prediction here is that it'll be a bit more of a splashy move this go around. But I think, look, it's fun here in town to drag the likes of Duke Tobin and Brad Metter and Nick Krall through the mud. I think it's a little bit different with the Reds because his ownership definitely is getting in the way, right? They're not just going guns a-blazing, got all the money in the world that they can spend. Right. Obviously, we know the Reds have it, but they don't opt to use it all like some of the other teams that compete in Major League Baseball. But they did it last year, and it is very safe to say that they would not have made the playoffs had they not made those moves at the deadline last year. I understand everybody out there will say they only made it because the Mets imploded. There definitely is some truth to that. But if you didn't acquire Miguel Andujar last year, if you didn't acquire Littell, Littell's starting a playoff game for you against the Dodgers. If you didn't acquire those two guys, you do not make the postseason. Those were great acquisitions by Nick Krall and Brad Metter that really made this team a lot better. I mean, think of the damage that Miguel Andujar was doing to left-handed pitching. I mean, he was batting like over 350 throughout that last stretch of the season for the Cincinnati Reds. So those were great acquisitions. Again, it's not a huge name. Like, I'll be honest with you. They said, we got Miguel Andujar. I said, let me Google who the heck that is. guess I didn't know, right? So I'm not saying it's going to be some crazy name, but, and you alluded to offense, and I think you're probably correct. If you remember, I don't have the exact year off the top of my head, but the late Walt Jocketty was a really solid GM for the Cincinnati Reds. He added Jonathan Broxton to the bullpen when they were on a playoff push, when they already had Aroldis Chapman in place. I would consider that a splash move. I think it'll be something along those lines as far as a player acquisition this go around. Again, maybe it's not a bullpen guy, maybe it's a bat, but I think it's going to be a bigger signing than a guy like Zach Littell or Miguel Andujar.
Okay, fair enough. No, I like that. I forgot about Jonathan Broxton. I mean, a big name that you can think of. I forget. Scotty Rowland was midseason, right? With Walt Jocketty, I believe. Someone remind me if Scotty Rowland. I know that was Edwin Encarnacion for Scotty Rowland. If that was a midseason or if that was before the season. I'm pretty sure that was midseason. I'm not going to look it up off the rip. Casey Rue.
Yes. What's up,
Come on,
Reed?
Case.
What is your first bold prediction for the 2026 Cincinnati Reds as we welcome you back onto the show?
Hell yeah, I'm here. Yeah, my bold prediction. I think Matt McLain, will have the best batting average, best OPS on the team. I think he's going to be the best offensive player on the team this year. Dude was lights out in 2024. Was hurt pretty much all season last year, right? I think he comes back. He was on fire this spring training. I think that just carries over, and I think we get to see what he looked like when he first entered in the league as a rookie. Thoughts on that? Because a lot has to happen there. That means that Ellie's not, lights out. That means, there's a lot that has to go into that.
Right. Yeah. You want to tackle us first?
Yeah, I think that's a great one, Case. I think it's fair to say that what he did in Goodyear, Arizona, that's not going to 100% translate to MLB regular season. He's not going to hit above 500. But clearly, with some of the clips that I saw and even seeing him in person, there's a more of a comfort with Matt McLain at the dish. And sometimes he would stand up there last year, especially when he had 2 strikes. And if it was a 1-2 count, you might as well sit up there and say, "Hey, Matty, let's just go back to the dugout now, right? Let's not even do anything here with this 1-2 count." A little bit different this go around. And I think we talk about it all the time, just how he's the X factor of this team. He performed well in spring training. Tito would like, in a perfect world, to put him at number 2 in the lineup. He's going to try that again this year because he performed in spring training. And all of a sudden, if he's getting hits, he's got some power too, despite his stature. He can hit the ball over the fence. He was doing that as a rookie, getting some extra base hits, running the bases. He runs the bases really, really well. That can open up a whole different level of opportunity for this organization, because I was of the mind that, if he comes in and has a similar year offensively to what he did last year, you're not dead, but you're probably in the same spot as you were in last year. Now, if he comes in and he's batting around 300, right, and he's driving in some runs and he's running the bases well, all of a sudden I think your expectations for the team can go up. So if he can just tap into a little bit of what we've seen from him in spring training in the regular season, I think it's going to be great for the Reds.
Yeah, I've told you this. I've said this on the show multiple times. It's easy here in Cincinnati to get anxious or get upset about the lack of ability to bring big bats in.
Yep.
And I know they brought in Eugenio Suarez, but the biggest force factor for the Reds season last year, the biggest force factor for the Reds season this year, and if the Reds are going to ever reach the hype that they accrued back in 2023, it really weighs heavy on Matt McLain. Like Elly De La Cruz, he's a great player. Like, is there still room for him to improve? Yeah, certainly. He could take a massive step up. He could hit 40 home runs, and I don't think anybody in the league will be surprised. That being said, like, the floor for Elly De La Cruz is probably near what we saw last year, like to where he's hitting 20 home runs and stealing 30 bases and, still plays a pretty decent glove, even though he led the league in errors. Like, those are things that you get from Elly De La Cruz. Matt McLain, if the Reds ever become a 90-win team, Matt McLain's going to need to be really good.
Yep.
Like, you can't see – I can't. Maybe there is a reality in which the Cincinnati Reds win 90-plus games while Matt McLain is a bum or on the bench or not on the team anymore. I don't see it. Like, you need Matt McLain to be really, really good. I'm not breaking new ground when I say this. If he can get anywhere near the player he was in 2023, this lineup looks significantly better. This team plays significantly better. And, to Casey's point about he's the best hitter on the Reds, if you listed all right, or did Vegas odds, who would have the best odds to, be the best hitter on the team if you want to do it by WAR, runs created plus, OPS plus, whatever stat you want to do, like Eugenio Suarez would be 1, Elly would be 2, Sal Stewart would be 3. You'd go down the line a little bit before you'd get to Matt McLain. But in the same gist, Matt McLain could be one of the best second basemen in the league. This is a division that has really good second basemen, and Matt McLain could be the best of them. That's the kind of talent. You don't get drafted in the first round like Matt McLain was twice without being a hell of a player. You don't put up the numbers that Matt McLain put up in 2023 without being a hell of a player. And just based off the background that he has, his family being, his dad was a coach and all those things, you feel confident that he'll be able to at least sort it out to be a really productive player. Will we ever see 2023 Matt McLain again? No. If you want the Reds to be a 90-win team, you're going to need to see it at some point, but I love that. I love that take. I'm a big Matt McLain fan.
Okay, when we first came on, you alluded to your guys on this team. We know Spencer Steer and Andrew Abbott don't fall into that category, but it seems like Matt McLain might.
Matt McLain, I'm a big supporter in Elly. I feel like
well, how
people.
can you not be?
Whoa! This city.
I know. It drives me nuts.
This city has the thing that drives me nuts about Reds fans, and I'm not talking like the people that watch this show. The great majority of you guys are all on board with Elly. You guys are all on board with Joey Votto. But this city has a tendency to hate its best player. And I don't understand it. I do not understand it. There's a great majority of people that I would take it even a step further and say, not only don't buy the hype that is surrounding Elly De La Cruz, but are quietly kind of wishing that he kind of fails. I think there's Reds fans, and this might be a crazy take, I think there's Reds fans that would rather have an 85-win team with the Reds where Elly De La Cruz isn't very good than have a 90-win team where Elly De La Cruz is the best player on the team. I think there are people that want to be right and say, Elly De La Cruz isn't great. That's silly. Elly De La Cruz is one of the true superstars of the sport. He just is. He is. He's great. He's a great shortstop. Don't move him away from shortstop. They need to bat him out of the 3-hole. But other than that, he's a fantastic player. I'm an Elly De La Cruz fan.
Okay, there you go. Yeah. And when you're going on and on like that, and I look up at the screen and I see you in your blue with your Cubs hat on,
it's funny, isn't it? It's a great juxtaposition. Nothing fires me up more like baseball. You've called a couple Miami Redhawks games, and we get about 90 seconds in between innings, and I'll, for this full 90 seconds, just go on a rip about something that happened in the game, and I get fired up about it. You ready for my next bold prediction?
Yeah, let's hear it.
All right. Another one of my guys. Another one of my guys. And another piece of the puzzle, similar to Matt McLain, that I think he's very crucial in raising the ceiling for the Reds. And he's been around for a while. I think he kind of has fallen into the player that he is. But you ready for this one? Bold prediction. Tyler Stevenson is an all-star.
Oh, you love Tyler Stevenson.
I like a good catcher. Yeah. Tyler Stevenson is an all-star.
Better than Carson Kelly, too.
Well, duh. Tyler Stevenson would start on the Cubs today. Your reaction to Tyler Stevenson being an all-star?
No, he's one of my guys, too. I was banging the table all offseason hey, let's get this guy an extension, right? I think the dialogue around Tyler Stevenson is a little bit based on some of the hype when we drafted him and when he was first coming in as a rookie, right? Because you remember you had Tyler Stevenson, you heard all these things about him, oh my goodness, he's a great defensive catcher and he can hit the cover off the baseball. And, his career to this point, he's obviously had some injuries. Has he hit as well necessarily as people thought when he was drafted? No. But you look across the league and you look at major league catchers, Cal Rowleys are just not growing on trees, right? Very hard to find a catcher that can hit like that. And I think Tyler Stevenson is top half of the league as far as a catcher goes, a complete catcher goes, behind the dish and hitting the baseball offensively. I was banging the table saying they should have extended him. All-star seems a bit of a stretch, but I can get on board with it.
It's hard to be a really successful team without having good catching play. It's really hard to be. I mean, you look at the Dodgers. Will Smith. You look at the Phillies, JT Realmuto. You look at the Mariners, Cal Raleigh. You look at the Blue Jays, Alejandro. You need a catcher to be really good. There's a reason that the Cardinals were really good for 2 decades. They had Yadier Molina.
Yep.
There's a reason that the Brewers are winning 97 games. They got William Contreras. You need a catcher to be a premier player because it puts you, the great majority of catchers in the league are just bad hitters, so-so players. If you get a really good hitting catcher, and Tyler Stevenson has been that in his career, in 50 games in 2022, he had a 133 OPS plus. In 2024, he had a 112 OPS plus. If you can get him up into that 120 range of OPS plus, this is an all-star caliber player, and I'm not going to sell Tyler Stevenson's stock anytime soon. I am going to continue to beat the drum that Tyler Stevenson is a player worth having here in this city. Now, he's played for the greater part 6 seasons. You kind of know what you have, or I guess 5 seasons. So you kind of are. It's harder to see the ceiling being super high now that we have almost 600 games to go off of in his career. But I'm really high on the fact that I think Tyler Stevenson is going to have a great year one of these seasons.
I like it. I can get on board with that. Real quickly in the chat, I see people talking about mailbag. We're still on for over an hour, so if you want to send some questions into the chat, feel free to do that, and we will respond at some point. But obviously, there's a lot going on in the chat. If you want to make sure that we definitely get your question, send it in via super chat, and we will get to that right away. Are you ready for my
I'm ready.
next bold prediction?
I'm ready.
Rhett Louder is going to shove.
Okay. How many games do you think he'll how much of a runway do you think he'll get? When you say Rhett Louder is going to shove, do you think he's going to grab that starting rotation and hold on to it for the entire year? You think he's going to get 30 plus starts and be a great pitcher?
I do, but it's hard to project. We talk about the fatigue with Abbott.
Right.
Where's that going to look like when we get to the end of the year? Are they going to try to save him, prevent him from getting injured, things like that? But the initial part of your question, I don't think he's going to pitch poorly enough where they say, you know what, you're going to not be one of our 5 guys.
I'll say this, and I think I see it. I see Rhett Louder being a really good pitcher, but if you add me, you gave me all the guys that could start games for the Reds this year. You're talking Hunter Green, Nick Lodolo, Andrew Abbott, Chase Burns, Brandon Williamson, Brady Singer. Then I'd go Rhett Louder. I think Rhett Louder is their 7th best starter. That's how I would list them. So it's hard for me to see oh yeah, Rhett Louder is, and to say he's gonna shove. You're thinking that he's a really solid mid 3
Yep.
ERA kind of player, someone that you can rely on to get a win and like that. I can see it, but I can't see it just because I'm higher on all the other arms in their rotation than Rhett Louder. So I don't think I can back that one fully.
Okay. But when he was up, so last year we didn't see him. He had the oblique issue and I think a forearm issue as well. But the previous year, he came up at the end of the year. Now the Reds stunk and David Bell was getting ready to get fired. 6 starts, 1.17 ERA. Is that bringing back some memory a little bit there?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, so when he was up at the big league level, he showed you that he was the real deal. And Wake Forest, those teams went on runs in the College World Series, certainly there as well. So talking about the bright lights, being ready for the moment, I think he can be that guy for this team. I was banging the table saying he should be the 5th guy over Chase Burns. Again, no disrespect at all towards Chase Burns. I'm fired up about Chase Burns, but I thought he should have been the 5th guy, assuming Dolo and Green were going to be healthy. Obviously, that hit the fan. So that's not going to be happening anymore. But I would expect him to pitch well. He was fine. I think you talked about mid-3s. I think that's where he was at throughout the course of the spring in Goodyear. That's where I expect him to be. I think he's going to hold on to a starting spot. Is he going to be able to get through the entirety of the year? Because it's, first full big league season.
Right.
We saw the challenges when it came to Andrew Abbott there. I don't know. But he is going to be a mainstay in this rotation for years to come, and I think he's going to pitch really well here in 26.
I was just looking at that 2023 draft, man. That was a really good draft. Paul Skeens, Wyatt Langford, Rhett Louder, Jacob Wilson, Matt Shaw. It's a good draft. It's good.
It is.
There's some high-end MLB players. Obviously, Paul Skeens, who's already won a Cy Young Award.
There you go.
Rue? Casey Rue? Are you ready for prediction number 2?
Or you can take a detour and tell us what you thought about the Caleb Downs comments, because Craig Sandlin was really fired up about those. He didn't like those. Up to you.
Well, first, I need to get something out there.
Okay.
Reed, you were community noted. How about that?
Man.
This note suggests context to be shown with the post. This Reed guy is a Chicago Cubs fan. They're a rival of the Cincinnati Reds. He works as a sports content creator in the Cincinnati market and is discounting their opening day traditions as a way to insult a proud organization's tradition. And this person sent this in, and he has said that all this is very helpful, very, very insightful community note here.
You know what? Yeah, go ahead and say that's a yes. It's a good community note. It's the first time I've ever been community noted. I don't know. I just like to see Cincinnati do a little bit more on opening day. I just want them to take a little more pride in their traditions on opening day. I don't, if that makes me a hater, I guess that makes me a hater. But that's just what I want. That was a good friend of the show, Drew, that did that, right?
I'm not sure if it was Drew, but yeah, whoever did the community note, you did the world of justice there. To get sidetracked, Caleb Downs, I do think that's a weird thing to be so like hidden about who you've talked to, because it's not just the Bengals. Yeah, he's just like straight up not saying anything about any of the teams he's visited. I don't know why, but it is kind of weird.
Okay. Why are we putting up with all these Ohio State bums all the time? Like they're just
Tom one, aren't you? You're a Tom one, aren't you?
All right, let's go to the next prediction. Casey,
I have to make another prediction,
or you just got the one?
I had the one, but I guess I can just kind of segue into the next one, which was because they kind of go hand in hand. Elly De La Cruz, I don't think he's gonna have as great of a season as many are predicting.
Casey's the fan that I was just talking about. He's the hater.
And I don't think that necessarily means that's a bad thing either. I just don't think I don't think he's going to be the best player on the team. I don't think I see that.
How do you want to attack that, Reed?
Doesn't mean he won't be like good.
No, like
us, but I don't think
there's a reality in which like he's not the best player on the team, and that could be a great thing for the Reds. But similarly, I think I said that right. If he isn't good, like if he's a bad player this year, what does this Reds team look like, right? Like what does this team look like if he's bad? It's not good. Like even with Matt McLain, and I just went on the rant about Matt McLain. If Matt McLain is 2023, like if the Reds want to be a 90-win team, it looks like Matt McLain is going to have to be really good. Like he's the high-impact player that can affect that. If the Reds want to be good at all, they just need Elly De La Cruz to be a good player. Like he doesn't need to be the MVP candidate, the perennial all-star, and that, but he needs to be a good player, which based off of his speed, based off of his power, based off of his glove, his floor is so high that it seems incredibly unlikely that he'll be a bad player, especially at his age. But
like what I see going around is like Mouse Cop brings it up. If Ellie's not MVP, should questions be asked? Like I don't know. Like I don't think he needs to be the best player on the team for them to succeed, but I don't think he's I don't know. I don't feel like I see enough from him year after year after year, the spring training, that suggests that he's going to take that leap forward to be MVP.
Fair. I guess that's fair. Elly being bad is not good for the Reds. Right? It's of the same breath. If we want to do an analogy, it'd be like Joe Burrow missing 5 games or something along those lines. Like if Joe Burrow is not great, if Jamar Chase isn't great, Bengals aren't going to be very good. They just point blank aren't going to be very good. And the same thing could be said for Elly De La Cruz.
Yeah. Appreciate the super chat from Mouse Cop. Does he mean MVP of the team? He says, if Elly is not the MVP, should questions be asked?
I took it as the NL MVP.
Okay.
But MVP of the team, I mean.
Are the Reds better today than they were a year ago?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is that a joke?
Okay. I'll do my final prediction.
Okay.
My final bold prediction for the season. So my guys, right?
Yes.
My guy's Tyler Stevenson. My guy's Nick Lodolo. And my final guy, Billy Baseball, Will Benson, hits 20 home runs this year. That's my bold prediction.
Okay.
Immediate thoughts on Will Benson on this bold prediction of Will Benson hitting 20 home runs.
There's a lot of people at this company that absolutely love Will Benson. So anytime I'm come up with something that's, quote, anti-Bill Benson, I get flack for it. But, my takeaway with him is we know what we have in Will Benson, right? He's going to be a guy that's going to strike out a bunch. He's not going to do much at all against left-handed pitching. In fact, Tito's probably not going to even trust him to put him in a position where he's hitting against left-handed pitching. And he's going to hit some balls over the fence. When he does, it's going to be electric. He's going to turn to the dugout. He's going to get the boys fired up. He's going to get the fans fired up. We're all going to love him for it. And he's going to hustle his butt off when he's out there on the base paths. But I just feel like we already know what that is. When you have a guy like J.J. Bleday, who obviously is not on the roster here today, he's not a guy that could come off the bench in this game. He's down in AAA. I just think there's some more potential there that can potentially be tapped into. Am I falling victim to the fact that he's a Vandy boy and went on a run with them in the postseason and was a top draft pick? Maybe. But I just feel like what this team has in Will Benson. It's good. He can be a contributing factor on a team that wins the World Series. I do truly believe that. Not a starter, but a guy that's on the roster coming off a bench for a team that wins the World Series. I just think there's a little bit more upside with J.J. Bleday. Obviously, he hasn't tapped into that. So I think you could say, well, he was in Oakland, and who the heck's having success out there in Oakland? I think that's a valid point to bring up there as well. So 20-plus home runs sounds great, has the ability to do it, has the pop to do it, but I don't know if I want him sticking around and getting that many plate appearances in order to potentially hit 20-plus.
See, I think the J.J. Bleday, Will Benson thing, and this is me writing off the riff, right? And,
yep.
and like you go to Chatterbox Reds if you want people to talk about it more in depth, but I guess I don't see. There are people that are higher on J.J. Bleday, like you just mentioned. Like you're higher on J.J. Bleday than you are Will Benson. To me, they seem like the same player. Like they seem like an incredibly similar player. Like you have to squint your eyes and go back in time to find a time when J.J. Bleday was a productive hitter. He's played 4 seasons in the league. He's been terrible for 3 of them. He was really good for 1. Will Benson has spent about 4 years in the league. He's been terrible for 2 of them. He's been okay for 1, and he was great in 2023. Remember 2023, almost 3 years ago, we were talking, was Will Benson the best 9-hole in baseball? Because he was. An on-base percentage around 365, batting 270, hitting 10 home runs in 100 games. Like this is, he has that ability. The reason that I'm so high on Will Benson is because there's one trait that he has, and you're going to laugh at this, you're going to scoff at this. He has one trait that is, above all else in baseball, the most consistent trait, and that is your ability to have a good have a good understanding of the strike zone. Will Benson has a really good understanding of the strike zone. He strikes out a lot. Don't get me wrong, but he's striking out not because he doesn't have good grasp of the strike zone. He's striking out because he at times has a hole in his bat. Like he's struggling to make contact on the pitches in the zone. When Will Benson was great in 2023, it was because he was hitting the ball great. And because he has a good eye at the plate, it all comes together. Pitchers have to nibble around the corner. They can't just attack you. When Will Benson's really bad, it doesn't matter how good his plate vision is because pitchers can just attack him. They can go right at him, just pepper the strike zone because guess what? He ain't going to make him – it ain't going to hurt because he's going to swing right through and he's going to miss. If Will Benson gets the confidence and continues to find the barrel of the ball, barrel of the bat, then he will be a great player because he has such high plate discipline. He has long at-bats, has good at-bats, someone near the bottom of the order that can make a pitcher work a little bit, can make him throw a lot of pitches. I just think Will Benson – there is still a level that you can get excited about. Okay. The reason that people like Kirby, really high on Will Benson, I'm really high on Will Benson, was because the alternative was guys like Blake Dunn, where there was no, if this goes well for Blake, what does a great season for Blake Dunn look like?
Yeah.
A platoon player and just getting the spot starts. A great season for Will Benson is 20 home runs.
Yep.
Is an on-base percentage around 365. So that's why I'm just so high on Will Benson. I think this is the year he puts it together for a full 160.
Okay. Yeah, I don't mean to be anti-Will Benson. I just, to your point about them being the same player, true, I would rather kind of roll the dice on the guy that we haven't seen. Obviously, the league has seen him, and the data is there, but we haven't seen him necessarily here in this uniform quickly a super chat here that we got to get to before I give my final bold prediction, and then we will talk about Sharefax Credit Union, and then we will keep it going here throughout the rest of the hour. But it comes in from CNCG3N18. I don't think I'm missing a name anywhere. Perhaps I am, but Reed Mouse, the question is, does CES, Christian Encarnacion Strand, get traded this year?
I think it's the end. I think it's the end of CES. He was a part. I gets traded. I don't know. Do I think that he's on the Reds roster next year? I mean, they have so much team control of him. Maybe they just let him go because it's just run its course. But yeah, I think we've seen the end of. I mean, he'll get a start here and there, but like where I'm talking about guys like Elly De La Cruz needs to be good for the Reds to be really good. Matt McLain was a part of the future of the Reds. CES was too. And unlike those guys, I don't think CES has earned. Like I've lost hope on CES being a contributing factor on the future of the Reds. Like I've just lost all hope in that. I still have hope in Will Benson. I still have hope in Matt McLain. I still have hope in Tyler Stevenson and Elly De La Cruz. I don't have any hope in CES.
Yeah, I don't either. And I think a lot of it has to do with just the lack of defense, right? And then if you're just going to be a DH, well, you better hit the baseball and you better hit it over the fence. We know when he gets a hold of it, he's got immense power. But any idea, you got a better feel for this in baseball than me, like what would you get in a trade situation?
Nothing. You would. The best case is when it comes to a CES, a team would want him, and the reason that they would want him is what they'd call a change of scenery guy. He's just kind of ran its course. And you know there's talent there, so he maybe just needs a different hitting coach or just needs a fresh start somewhere. And typically on those deals, it's one of two things. It's either for 40-man up and down guy that can, like a Blake Dunnish like kind of player, to where like he's coming up and down from AAA, and then sometimes we'll get up to the big league club, or you'd be going for a lottery ticket, 18-year-old Dominican shortstop that has been in professional baseball for 6 months, and he's not going to be ready for 7 years, but you're just going to get that scratchy lottery ticket and see if you scouted him well enough, be like, all right, we can get the tools to work. So no, you're not going to get anything of note. I mean, maybe you can get a bullpen arm that can supplement. You can get a left-handed arm, but yeah, I mean, if you trade him, you're not going to get much for him.
All right. I'm on board with that. Dang, Blake Dunn's catching some strays here this morning.
I'm trying to think. There was what was the other one? What was the guy who went to Army, went to West Point?
Hurtubise.
Jacob Hurtubise. I could have thrown his name out there too, but like, yeah, you guys all watched Off the Bench and Chatterbox Reds last year. It seemed asinine that those guys were getting at bats and guys like Will Benson wasn't.
Yeah. All right. You ready for my last bold prediction?
Sure.
Emilio Pagan is going to be a major disappointment.
Ooh. I like it. The reason I like it is because relief pitchers are just so dang fickle.
Yep.
They're just so dang fickle, to where Alexis Diaz 3 years ago looks like top 5 closer in baseball. Out of the game now.
Yep. Out
of the game now. Like, I think he's on his – I mean, I think he's pitching somewhere, but he's not going to get many opportunities once again. Ian Jabot, a few years ago, was as dynamite as you can get out of the bullpen. Emilio Pagan has a track record in this league. So he's been there before. He's done that before. But, yeah, I mean, it's just things like this happen to where, like, great year one year, all of a sudden that can't spot that slider. You can't that two seam's just getting away from you, or whatever pitch you're working on just isn't quite as sharp, or you lose a little bit of confidence. And all of a sudden you've lost it all. And the problem with a relief pitcher is they don't have enough runway to figure it out. Yeah. Like if you are Matt McLain, guess what? We're gonna keep running you out there.
Yep.
You're gonna get out there for 500 at bats, and you'll get plenty of time to sort it out. If you're Emilio Pagan and you have a bad April, and this team's trying to compete, we don't got time for you to figure it out.
No.
We don't got time. Like, we got a 1-run lead against the Cardinals or the Brewers or the Cubs. We need to get those 3 outs.
Yeah.
We can't keep running you out there and try to sort it out. So certainly can see it. Hope it doesn't happen. Obviously, neither do you. As much as you like to be right, you like to be right, Stone. As much as you like to be right, you hope that you are wrong. Correct. There. But that is a bold prediction. So.
32 saves last year, 2.88 ERA. You mentioned he's been in the league for a while. He has, but that closer role, he really only had it in 19 in Tampa. Obviously, he was in the bullpen and pitching for them. But really, as a closer, it was in 19, and then ultimately it was last year. And mind you, he wasn't even the closer on opening day when you rolled out Ian Jabot. So I just think I look at the contract, too. And I think you bring up a great point about relief pitchers and how fickle they are. And, look, you're going to blow some saves. Like in baseball, there's always so much angst from fan bases towards the bullpen, even if they're really good. Because even if you're a really good bullpen, guess what? You're going to go out there and blow some leads. You're going to give up some hits. You're going to give up some home runs. That's just how it is, and it's increasingly frustrating. And when your starter goes out there, it gives you 5 innings of great baseball, you're in a position to win, and then some new guy comes in and ruins it for you. But it's really the contract to me, right? If you weren't giving him $10 million, and I believe it's $20 million over the course of 2 years, but there is an option after the first year, like that's a pretty steep number, especially when you're the Cincinnati Reds. $10 million for a closer that was your closer last year. He was fine, but not great. Again, you don't want to just say, oh, he was bad in spring training, so he's going to be bad. But that spring training did not go well for Emilio Pagan this round either. So I just have a little bit of concern with that. And I think it couples into the contract. If you're paying him $5 million, maybe I'm sitting here saying, you know what, that's fine. But you're giving him $10 million this year. So the expectation is you better have, around, 35 saves. You better be going in there and doing your job. And I just feel like he's going to come short of those expectations.
So let me ask you this. If Pagan stinks out loud to a point where Tito can no longer justify him being the closer regardless of his $10 million contract, if he stinks out loud, who's the option?
Well,
who's the ninth inning guy?
Yeah,
who do you turn to?
That's a great question. I was going to talk a little bit about the pen. I think that's such a big question mark for this team this year because you mentioned the team being pretty similar to what it was last year with the addition of Gino, but the pen's a lot different. Right, you're bringing in these guys, and you can sit here and read off their numbers, but I'm not going to sit here and act like I've watched Brock Burke go out there on the mound and throw, or Pierce Johnson or any of these guys. And Caleb Ferguson obviously is starting on the injured list for Cincinnati. But I don't know. You got some guys in the minors. Luis May flashed a little bit last year, but we've also seen him go out there and not find the zone and give up 6 or 7 runs in one inning. So I don't have an answer for you is the most direct way I can put it, but I do think there's a lot of volatility with the pen, and I do think there's a lot of question marks with the pen because we know what we have in Tony Santillan. He's going to work a lot, and he's going to throw pretty well, but beyond that, what's it going to look like? I'm not quite sure.
What about the Bulldog, Graham Ashcraft?
Yeah, Doug. We like Doug, obviously. He competes, that's for sure, but you worry about him a little bit. He's really struggled in spring too, and I thought he was going to be a guy kind of fighting for a roster spot a little bit, and that wasn't the case at all. He was a lock, but I'm rooting for Doug. I like Doug. I think this role is better for him than the role of a starting pitcher, but we've seen him be really good. We've seen him be really bad. So, but I think he's got the mentality to be a closer if something went bad with Pagan.
Relief pitching is certainly a better spot for Graham because, when he was starting for the Reds, he would oftentimes get to the second time through the order and throw pretty good, and then all of a sudden you'd get in that 4th inning and it'd just blow up, and you're like, wow. Could have read through that. Last year, he was pretty good. He was pretty consistent out of the bullpen. They kept turned to him 60-plus times. I don't know. If Pagan isn't the answer and this team's good, they're going to need to solve that pretty shortly. Can I tell the viewers the story,
Sure.
which is it's honestly probably a test to you or a testament to you.
Oh.
But I came waltzing into the studio today.
You did?
From my pocket was blaring a song from Spotify. It was Steve Goodman's "Go Cubs Go," and I'd found out that after playing that song, Stone, that was your first time ever hearing that song. Mm-hmm. How's that possible?
I live here in Cincinnati. Cincinnati Reds fan. I do not frequent Wrigley Field, and when I do, I see Joey Votto hit the ball over the fence multiple times in a row and win games. Thus, they're not singing the song. But yeah, I do feel like I would have heard it exiting GABP with multiple games that I've gone to where the Cubs come out on top, and we all know that whole third baseline is usually blue at GABP.
A lot more than that normally.
But okay, yeah, but no, I haven't heard the song. It did. I was bopping a little bit. It was a good.
It's an easy song to sing along to. He's like, do they play that before the game every time? And I looked at him. I was like, what? I was like, wait, what? It was like hearing a foreign language for the first time. I was like, wait, you didn't get that? But it was the first time. I'm glad to introduce baseball lore to you from time to time. It's my favorite thing. Yeah. So we talked about the credentials, right?
Yeah.
Can I ask you this? If you get going down the stadium, you're leaving. Game's over. Reds won.
Okay.
Not only do you feel good about the Reds winning, not only is it a great day because it's warm outside, but you just got a fantastic interview. Someone that you're begging to interview. Who is that guy? Like if you're leaving, you had such a great day at the stadium, and I don't know if you're going to be putting content out like that, but at some point with the credentials this year, I assume you'll get one of those.
Yeah, not today, but assuming things go well, if you're asking who I would like to interview on the team, right? I mean, obviously you hope to get Tito Francona on the show and sit down with him and talk ball for a while. But as far as like a little post-game interview, obviously if somebody went yard to win the game, you hope to get the player of the game, right? But if you're just asking me for one player in general, I'm trying to think here. I think Abbott, I would say right now, is the guy that gives the best interviews on the team. Like I like Spencer Steer a lot. He's soft-spoken. Same thing with Matt McLain. Elly obviously would be cool, and obviously, he speaks English now, which is exciting. But I would say, I think from a personality perspective, Abbott will probably give you the most. And I feel like a lot of people would say Andrew Abbott. I think Will Benson certainly is up there as well. And Friedel we haven't even said his name once on the show. TJ Friedel's another guy, but you're asking me for one, I would say. I think you get the best content from Andrew Abbott.
When I spoke out about my guys, right? The Will Bensons, the Tyler Stevensons, the Nick Lodolo. Who's in the carousel or the stable of Stone Shields guys?
On the Reds?
Yeah.
Stone Shields guys would be, Elly obviously is one of my guys. Steer is one of my guys. Matty McLain is one of my guys. Stevenson is one of my guys. Abbott's one of my guys.
You name the whole 26.
I think that's a good list right there.
Okay.
I think that's a good list.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now I'm not going to ask you to put out who guys that you're against. We already know you're against Will Benson.
See, that's the thing. You're trying to paint this narrative. I wouldn't say that I am against him.
I think you painted it for me. I think it was like I don't even have to get there. It's just like paint by numbers.
Okay.
1, 2, 3, 4. You do it for me.
Okay. All right. Well, we'll see. All right. We still got about 40 minutes here left on the show. We're going to give a shout-out to our friends at Sharefax, and then when we come back, we are going to go a little bit broad, just MLB, and then the final about 20 minutes or so, we'll gear back into the Cincinnati Reds and get ready to turn things over to Nick Kirby, Trace Fowler, Craig Sandlin, and others. But we do got to give a shout-out to our friends over at Sharefax Credit Union. The Stone Shield Show and Chatterbox Sports, Chatterbox Reds, is brought to you by Sharefax Credit Union. Sharefax is rooted in Cincinnati with 9 branches across the city. Sharefax is a not-for-profit financial institution owned by its members that returns earnings to them through lower fees and better rates in addition to traditional banking options. They have an auto promo going on right now, offering 1.5% off your qualified rate when you refinance your vehicle with them. Your first payment isn't due for 90 days. Loan subject to membership and credit approval. Restrictions apply. Visit the website for terms and conditions. Go to sharefax.org to apply online and become a member, or call 513-753-2440. Again, sharefax.org, and the phone number is 513-753-2440. All right, let's kind of just go top to bottom right here. We're not going to spend too much time on this, but I do want to do kind of a broad overview of the MLB season. The haters out there will say, why are you playing the season? The Dodgers are going to win it again. It all means nothing. I think the Dodgers certainly are a favorite for a reason. Right. They certainly have a very good team, but to say that I think would be nonsense. Let's start in the East, which, of course, is the opponents of the team you're playing today. If you're the Cincinnati Reds, that, of course, is the Boston Red Sox. You look at that division, it's been loaded, as we talked about earlier in the show, throughout the course of my life. The Yankees, probably the favorites. They'll probably win the division and then lose at some point in the playoffs, as they always do under Aaron Boone. Red Sox, I think the LSU analogy of all the things you've said out of your mouth over the course of the past hour and 20 minutes, that might be the best thing you've said. I really like that analogy. Tampa, a lot of people are saying they'll be in the basement this year, but they always seem to find a way to win games. Baltimore stunk last year, but they added a lot to the roster. They obviously got Pete Alonso, which that's, you would think, 40-ish home runs there. The Jays obviously just went to the World Series and had multiple opportunities in Game 7 and Game 6 to close out the series and win a championship. Just overall thoughts on the AL East. Are they getting 2 or 3 teams out of that division potentially?
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to see another team from the AL. I mean, there's what? You're talking about three wild card spots. So obviously the Yankees are going to be in the playoffs. Blue Jays are likely going to be in the playoffs. And then who's the third team? Is it going to be the Red Sox? Is it going to be the Orioles? I'll tell you what. I mean, the Baltimore Orioles, 3 years ago were on pace to, I think they won 100 games. Like, this is a team
Yeah.
and they were all young. Gunnar Henderson, the young Holiday. Like, they have really, really great players. Ali Rutschman. Like, they've got great players. It, for whatever reason, hasn't panned out for the last few years. A big portion of that is pitching. That's why they went out and got guys like Corbin Burns and stuff like that. I think the Orioles have a huge bounce back year. So if you had me like rank the likelihood of these teams getting to the postseason, I'd go the Orioles above a team like the Red Sox.
Okay.
And I said that, like, the Red Sox can win 100 games and you wouldn't bat an eye on it. They could win 75 games. You wouldn't bat an eye at it. I would just take the Orioles as a safer pick there. But still, I like obviously the Blue Jays and the Yankees to make the postseason. So, yeah, I have like 3 teams from the AL East getting in there.
I feel like with the Blue Jays, was that their time? Was that their opportunity? Maybe. But all those guys are back. They got a great manager. They got a great nucleus of talent. I mean, shoot, Savage was like the star of the postseason for them, and he, I don't even remember when he was drafted. As a late-round guy that wasn't even on the opening day roster, and he's pitching in the biggest games of his life. So you would think that he's going to be able to make a step in the right direction here his first full year. But what do you think about the Blue Jays? Like, I don't know if they'll have that opportunity again, but I feel like they're going to be in a position where they can make some noise.
Yeah, I couldn't imagine getting to a championship and never having the opportunity again from being a Bengals fan. So, like, I couldn't imagine that. No, it's hard. It's hard to win pennants, and you're right on the doorstep, and that game slips through your fingers, and all of a sudden you'll be thinking about it in 30 years, like, man, if we had just gotten those last 3 outs. I think the Blue Jays are still going to be a very viable team, and I think they're going to be I think they'll be a 90-win team. I think they'll be good. Like, do I think they'll be in the World Series again? No, I don't think that. I don't think that they'll be even like in the ALCS per se, but I think they're just going to be a really, really solid team. Shout out John Snyder, who I met on the golf course one time.
There you go. Yeah, good dude. AL Central. Vegas will tell you the Tigers are the favorite to win that division. I've been impressed with kind of the turnaround from the organization. Think about a few years ago, even when Miggy was there throughout the course of the end of his career, they kind of were just a joke. They've really turned things around, more stable now. Obviously got one of the best pitchers in baseball in Skubal. Him and Paul Skeens, 2 best arms in the game. Cleveland, it just feels like nobody ever talks about them, and they rattle off more games, and as much as it pains me to say it, are usually a little bit better than the Cincinnati Reds. They're not going to win the World Series, but wouldn't surprise me if you saw 2 out of the Central. Wouldn't surprise me if they won the division again. I think Kansas City will be better. Still a year or 2 away. Twins, White Sox probably at the bottom, but Chicago did get kind of aggressive here this offseason, so we'll see. Thoughts on the AL Central?
White Sox are going to be much better. They're still not going to be anywhere near the postseason. Colson Montgomery is very, 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 very good. I love Colson Montgomery. Murakami, we'll see what happens with him, the Japanese player that they've got. The Twins are a weird team because they've got talent. The problem is the talent is never available. I was looking at Byron Buxton's career last night. He's played more than 120 games in his career, just like twice. He's been in the league for 10-plus years. And when he plays, I'm not like – this isn't hyperbole. He's one of the 5 to 10 best players in the league when he's out on the field. Problem is he plays like 80 games a year because he's always hurt. Same deal with Royce Lewis, who's a really great player. But there's just too many problems there. The margins are too thin for them. So then it comes down to Guardians. They got J-Ram, but it's hard for me to take the Guardians seriously. So is it going to be the Tigers? Is it going to be the Royals? Obviously, Bobby Witt's one of the best players in the game. They got some nice, really. Vinny Pasquantino is a great player. Obviously, Salvi Perez is still there. They've got some decent arms. But the Tigers with their rotation, Tarek Skubal, with their team, it's hard. Riley Green's kind of blossoming into a star out in the field. So yeah, I like the Tigers to win this, and they'll be the only team I think will make the postseason.
Well, speaking of an elite rotation, if you asked me to pick a team to win the World Series and it wasn't the Dodgers, I think I would say the Seattle Mariners as we transition here to the West. I think they're going to be really good. I don't think that was a fluke at all. They've got great pitching, and they've got some stars out there. Obviously, J-Rod usually takes him a little bit to get going. I think he'll get off to a faster start here this year. The Astros, of course, they just know how to win. Didn't make the playoffs, of course, last year, but still won 87 games. Rangers, of course, won the World Series a couple of years ago, but have kind of been in the basement ever since. I think the Athletics are going to be a heck of a lot better this go around than they have been over the course of the past 5 to 7 years. And the Angels certainly are going to be kind of in the bottom of that division again, and specifically in all of baseball again, if we're being completely honest, which is very unfortunate. I talked about this on my show yesterday with Mike Trout. I used to make the argument that he was the greatest of all time, and I can't really make that argument anymore, despite the fact he is a surefire first ballot Hall of Famer. But just a shame. People talk about in this town all the time how the Bengals are ruining Joe Burrow, which I still think the jury is out on that. I don't think it's fair to say that right now, but considering where Mike Trout is in his career, it is safe to say that the Los Angeles Angels have ruined Mike Trout. Reed Mouse, any thoughts on that particular division? Any thoughts on my comment on Seattle?
Seattle's great. I keep using stock terms.
Yeah.
And I keep saying short and buy and sell and everything like that. Don't be surprised if Cal Raleigh's not that great this year. Like, I think he'll still be a good player. Like, don't be surprised if he falls off quite considerably. I mean, it's hard to follow up a 60 home run season, but don't be surprised if he's not an all-star level player this year. That being said, the Mariners are still really good. Julio Rod, it's become a running meme. It's like, who's your dark horse to win the MVP this year? And for the last 4 years, everyone's like, I think Julio Rodriguez is a dark horse. So maybe this is the year he finally does it. He's obviously a fantastic player. That rotation's fantastic. You know one team that I really like? I like the Athletics.
I was saying that, yeah.
I like the Athletics. If they can get some pitching, because they've got great bats. They've got Nick Kurtz, Jacob Wilson. If they can get some, just a little bit of pitching, they could be a feisty team. Angels aren't good. The Angels are proof that you shouldn't have fans run a team because they spend money. They go after players. The problem is they just always pay like veterans like way more than they should have. Like I remember they took Dexter Fowler for like 2 years, $17 million a year when Dexter Fowler was like 33 years old. And you're like, what are you doing? Yeah. And Mike Trout, I love Mike Trout. I hope he gets to play 160 this year. I hope he is out there and he's back to, one of the best hitters in the league because he is one of the best to ever do it. I've had a running bet with my friend. Every year we'll text on this day. Hasn't happened yet, but I'll text him and it's like, hey, double or nothing. Angels make the postseason. I've been doing that since like 2017. So it started $20. You guys do the math on how much I owe him. Oh, but I'll never pay it. Yeah, okay. I'll never pay it. He just goes, yep, double or nothing. And then one day the Angels will make the postseason. Let's hope that the tab isn't up to like $2 million before that happens. But it's not going to happen this year. But yeah, I think. Obviously, the Astros are feisty. I've got the Mariners, and then you know what? I'll take that final. I've listed out who I think is going to make the playoffs from the American League. Final team, I got the Athletics. Okay, I like it. Definitely think they have some upside, and definitely think they will not be an embarrassment to the sport like they have been over the course of the past few years. But even last year, they had that stretch over the summer where they lost like 20 out of 22 games. If you remove that, certainly a formidable ball club. Transitioning here to the National League, we were talking about this particular division before we came on here this morning. A lot of people would say the NL East, similar to the AL East, is a really good division. Obviously not quite that good, but you got some teams that can make some noise. I think you and I are in agreement that Philly is probably going to take a slight step back. Does that mean they're out of the postseason? Probably not, but that roster is getting older. They've had several golden opportunities to do damage. They haven't been able to execute. I refuse to believe in the Mets. I understand they got Bichette. I understand they added to that team. I understand they spend a lot of money, but it doesn't result in wins, and it certainly doesn't result in much postseason wins either. I think the Marlins will struggle, the Nationals will struggle, and I think you and I are both really high on the Braves. I would go out and say Atlanta is going to make the postseason despite only 76 wins last year. Thoughts on the East? I think the Braves, I think they're going to win the division. I think they've got too much talent. I think I think they had too many things go the wrong way, too many dominoes fall the wrong way, that all they need is one or two things to happen right this year, and they're right back in the thick of things. Ronald Acuna being healthy, Austin Riley being really good, Matt Olson they're a great team, and not to mention they had the Rookie of the Year last year and Drake Baldwin. So like they've still got some young players. Is their pitching going to be healthy? Is their pitching going to be good? Is Spencer? I think Spencer Strider actually might be out. Someone fact check that. But is their pitching going to be good enough to get them? I have them winning the East. Okay. I have them winning the East right now because I'm with you. I have the Phillies taking a step back. I have two teams. No, I have three teams. I have the Phillies, Mets, and Braves all making the postseason from the American League or from the National League East.
Okay. All right, well, get your popcorn out. The moment we've all been waiting for. If you're just joining us, this is how Reed Mouse walked into the studio today. Obviously, we got a Cincinnati Reds opening day stream that we're doing right now, and he comes dressed like that. That's all right. We're not going to kill him for it. But let's talk about the Central, Reed Mouse. Your Cubbies, according to Vegas, are the favorites to win it. I think, you keep saying this with Milwaukee, and you're going to be right eventually, but, it's hard for me to sit here and say Milwaukee's going to miss the playoffs. We've been saying they're going to take a step back. We've been saying they're not going to win 90-plus games, and that's all they do. They get to the postseason, and it's not like they're getting to the World Series, but they won a lot of games in the regular season. Cardinals are clearly rebuilding/tanking. You love the Pirates. They're not going to be better than the Reds. We know this. Where you at on the Central?
Yeah, the first thing, obviously, I think the Cubs are going to win the Central.
Okay.
I mean,
is that, if you remove bias for a second, you still believe that?
I think Vegas has them as the second best odds to win any division, any team to win. Like the Dodgers are obviously have the best odds to win the West, but outside of that, it's the Cubs to win the Central, and it's just because they won 92 games and on paper made their team better. I mean, you can say the subtraction of Kyle Tucker and a few bullpens, and if you think that the Cubs aren't going to be very good, it's not hard to make the case because you can go, all right, what happens when PCA doesn't go 30-30? What happens if, Michael Busch gets hurt and doesn't hit 35? They had 6 players have kind of career years last year. They had Matt Boyd have a career year at age 34. They had all these pitchers come out of the woodworks, Brad Keller and guys that hadn't pitched in a while, be really, really good for them down the line. So they had almost, I keep saying dominoes, but they've had almost everything go right for them last year. Now, I still think they're just solid top to bottom. Do they have a superstar? No, maybe PCA, but other than that, they've just got good players top to bottom. This is the year that the Brewers are finally going to be bad.
Bad?
I think they'll be bad. I'm talking 77 wins.
Okay.
I think this is the year that finally happens. And I know that it's become taboo to say that because they keep proving everyone wrong. But at some point, you're so far down in the ditch, you just keep dragging that shovel and hope that you can get out on the other side. You just keep going down. So that's what I'm doing. I feel like by saying the Brewers are going to be bad this year, I feel like the Tom Brady haters in the mid-2010s were just like, this is the year Tom Brady falls off a cliff, then he'd go and win a Super Bowl, and then they'd be like, no, this is the year Tom Brady falls off a cliff, then he'd go win a Super Bowl. That's how I feel with the Brewers. I am high on the Buccos. If you are high on the Reds, I think you've got to be high on the Pirates because they are built the exact same way. They are built the exact same way. The only difference is when you look at the build, you can make the argument, all right, what's the Reds' hallmark? Pitching.
Starting pitching.
Who's got the best pitcher in the league?
Yeah.
The Pirates. Mm-hmm. And you can say, all right, well, Nick Lodolo and Andrew Abbott are better than, Bubba Chandler, Mitch Keller, and Jared Jones. But I still think that they have one of the best rotations in the sport. All they have to do is be a little better offensively. Do the Pirates have an Elly De La Cruz? No. We'll see how Connor Griffin, when he comes up, they have the number one prospect that's going to come up at some point. I just think that the Pirates are going to play exciting baseball. And the good news for them is for the past few years, they've played well in April. If they can continue to do that and get some positive momentum and Connor Griffin comes up and this is a potentially feisty team. And, yeah, the Cardinals, man, doesn't it make you happy that the Cardinals are just so terrible?
Yeah,
so
it
terrible.
does.
But, yeah, that's my take on it. I think 2 teams from the NL Central make the postseason. I think it's going to be the Cubbies, and I think it's going to be the Buccos.
Okay, let's get. By the way, you told me to draft Connor Griffin. We were talking about fantasy baseball earlier. I did. I was able to get him, so maybe we got something there. Win totals, win predictions for those teams.
I have the Cubs 89 wins.
So taking a step back from last year.
Yep, 89 wins. I don't think they're going to win 90 games. I have the Reds right around where they were, 83, 82.
But not enough to get in this time.
Correct. Buccos 85, Brewers 76, 77, and the Cardinals 73, 74.
So I mean, the Buccos won 71 games last year, and you got them at 85.
Well, 2 years ago they won the same amount as the Reds did. 2 years ago, I think the Reds won 77 and 24.
We're not talking about 2 years ago.
And the Buccos won 76. They just had a bad year last year. Sometimes that happens. I mean, the Braves almost lost 90 games last year.
Yeah.
So this stuff happens. I just think they take a massive step forward.
All right. Well, I respect you for riding it all the way to opening day. We've been talking about the Pirates for weeks here at Chatterbox Sports, and your opening day, you're still going with them. So we will all find out over the course of the next 162 whether or not that happens or not. I have my doubts personally. All right, finally, the NL West. Dodgers, big-time favorites to three-peats when it comes to winning the World Series. I will go out there and say they're going to win the division. It's going to be, just call it a foregone conclusion. They're going to win the West. But also there's something to be said about they know, I don't want to say like load management, but they know how to play in the regular season. Like I'll go out there and say they're not going to win 100 games. I think they will be in the 90s this year. They know when to hit the accelerator. They know when to back off a little bit, and they'll be ready to go for the playoffs. I think they win that division, and the Rockies you would think are going to be the worst team in baseball again. I think the Giants are a fun team just with some of the leadership they have with Vitello, or is it Vitello, the guy from Tennessee, however you pronounce his name, and then Buster Posey calling the shots in their front office. That is very interesting. San Diego you would say is the second best team, and the Diamondbacks are spunky. You never know what you're going to get from the Diamondbacks. Thoughts on the West?
I only have the Dodgers making the postseason. I think the Dodgers are going to be the best team in baseball. I think they're going to beat up on that division, and by nature, the rest of the teams are going to suffer quite a bit just because they got to play the Dodgers so many times. I think the Padres take a massive step back. They put a lot of chips into last year and didn't even win a playoff series because of it or in spite of it, and I think they take a massive step back. The Giants are a hard team to read. The Diamondbacks are a hard team to read because you can see the path for them being pretty good, both of them. But I think the pitching staff in Arizona is too bad. I don't think the lineup's good enough in San Francisco to be good. And the poor Rockies. It's hard for them to be worse, right?
It is.
So they'll be better. But I have the Dodgers winning 100 games. They'll be really good. They'll play it like an NBA season where they'll just hang around, get everyone healthy for the playoffs, and hopefully this year someone knocks them off.
Yeah, that certainly would be exciting if we got to see that. All right, about 23 minutes left here on the show. We're going to shout out QC Kinetix one more time and Homage, and then we're going to talk about some fun things on opening day, and then we're going to really get into the Cincinnati Reds before we turn things over to our Chatterbox Reds crew as they are waiting in the wings ready to take over. But QC Kinetix is a proud sponsor here at Chatterbox Sports. If knee pain or shoulder pain is slowing down your performance, whether it be on the golf course, the pickleball court, or even in the gym, talk to the care team at QC Kinetix Cincinnati about regenerative medicine options. Learn more at qckinetix.com or call 513-655-3356. The team over there is absolutely incredible. They have a location in Liberty Township right across from Lakota East High School. The folks at QC Kinetix bring a different approach with regenerative medicine, and you don't have to be an athlete. If you're a weekend warrior here in Cincinnati dealing with back pain or trying to get ready for golf season, they can help. Check out the team at QC Kinetix and see what they're all about. Again, visit qckinetix.com or call 513-655-3356. Again, qckinetix.com or call 513-655-3356. Also, Chatterbox Sports is proud to partner with Homage, and we've got a special deal for you. The first 100 listeners get 20% off site-wide. That includes all the great t-shirts, sweatshirts, and everyday gear you see. Just note a few exclusions do apply, like some of the starter jackets and the New Heights gear. They just sent in some red stuff for us here at Chatterbox. Got a sweatshirt, got a t-shirt, really cool stuff. I've been rocking the Miami stuff, my alma mater, Miami University Redhawks, who had a great basketball season, of course, here in 2026. But they got all kinds of Cincinnati collections, Bearcats, Bengals, FC Cincinnati, you name it, they've got it. And it's really cool stuff, but also it's very, very comfortable stuff. So you can wear it out, and you also can wear it when you're just chilling with your friends and family on the couch watching some TV. To get your 20% off, use promo code CHATTER at checkout. Just go to homage.com/cbox. That's code CHATTER at homage.com/cbox. All right, so we got about 20 minutes left here on the show. Appreciate everybody hanging out with us. Got about 200 people watching live on YouTube. Myself, Stone Shields, along with Reed Mouse. Our producer extraordinaire is Casey McAllister. We've been going since 10 o'clock. Make sure you hit that subscribe button if you haven't done so already, as we are on our way to 23,000 subscribers here at the channel. My show every single day, weekdays, Monday through Friday, 11 to noon. And Chatterbox Reds, I got all kinds of content coming your way. They'll have a post-game show, and we're getting ready to pass the baton to them from noon to 2. That'll be Nick Kirby, Trace Fowler, and Craig Sandlin stopping by there as well. Reed Mouse, we got about 20 minutes left. We're going to get back to the Cincinnati Reds here in a second, but I want to have a little fun topic here when it comes to opening day in baseball. Okay. You have talked about that. Have you only been to one opening day game and you were working?
I was covering it for the Van Wert Times Bulletin 2019. Okay. Yep.
You know, I discovered yesterday that Dick Williams, who used to be the GM of the Reds, he's the CEO of Skyline. Did you know this?
I did not know that.
Yeah, pretty cool stuff. So when you're at the ballpark, what are you doing? Let's talk JBP, not Wrigley. Are you getting a Coney? Are you a Skyline guy? Are you getting there early? Are you watching the BP? Let's say it's a 7-10 game, not a 4-10 game. What is your approach getting down there? Are you bringing the doggos, big dog guy? Are you a Bark in the Park guy?
I've been to Bark in the Park twice.
Okay.
It's coincided with my birthday twice, so I've been there on my birthday twice, and it was a blast. The dogs are a little too big now to really enjoy it now. Sure. So maybe if I only had one, I would continue taking them out. It's expensive taking them. It's like you have to pay $30 to take the dog. Yeah. It's crazy. My modus operandi, my MO, when I go to a Reds game is thus: I like to go get there about an hour early, and I like to sit at the banks. Yep. Have a cold one with my wife and my friends. Good. And then right around 20 minutes before first pitch, we'll walk into the stadium. Doesn't matter where my seats are. I normally am a stander. I normally just stand in the concourse. I wish they had more standing room. I wish they had if you go up to Cleveland, I've said this for a while. Go to Cleveland, near the right field foul pole is nothing but standing bars. Mm-hmm. They've completely removed an entire section and just put standing bars. I would adore that. I'd adore that if they did that at Great American Ballpark near where the Budweiser deck is. And I sit there, and my food of choice, I like a Coney. I'm not particular. It's not I have to stick to the dog or anything like that. So I do typically get a hot dog in some capacity, but it's not like some people are like, if I don't get a hot dog at the ball game, I didn't go. I'm not like that. If I need to eat, I'll get a Coney and stuff like that, or a piece of La Rosa's. Get a Sky Rosa.
Have you done that?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah, Sky Rosa.
You put the Coney.
You've never done it?
No. And then you put it on the slice of pizza, and then you eat it.
It's great. It's fantastic.
You're serious?
Yeah.
It's not really, just you got to try it. It's actually fantastic.
No, it's really good. You should try it. It feels Cincinnati to do that. Are you a fan of La Rosa's pizza?
I am. Yes, of course.
Okay. I know people, and this drives me nuts, they hate La Rosa's pizza, but they like it when they go to the Great American Ballpark or Kings Island. It just tastes better. And I was like, so you don't like the pizza when it's fresh out the oven, but when it's out of the oven and sits on a burner for 2 hours, that's better for you. And they're like, yeah, that makes it better. I just think that's the wildest thing in the world.
I would agree, but I would assume there's an element of pride, right? You're at the Reds game, you're at the ballpark, you get Skyline or you get La Rosa's. Maybe that factors in a little bit.
One of the craziest things, as I troll from time to time Reds fans, I like to remind people that when it comes to ballparks, and I haven't been to many of them, but when it comes to ballparks, it's 30. 28 of them are really good. 28 of them are pretty good. There's 2 dog water ones that are probably going to be out. Well, one's definitely going to be out. The Coliseum's gone. Right. And then Tropicana's, I think it's back this year. But regardless, there's 28 really good stadiums. The Reds stadium fits right in the middle of the thing. The one thing that I've always thought the Reds had was fantastic food. In between Skyline, fresh, whatever, Cincinnati Fair. I recently found out that a lot of Reds fans don't like Great American Ballpark's food. Okay. How would you rate Great American Ballpark's food?
So the best food that I've ever had is at Truist in Atlanta. They do a phenomenal job. That's a great ballpark. They got great food. But I'm also attached to Cincinnati and Skyline. So usually if I'm at the game, I'm not going around sampling what kind of sandwiches or whatever they have. I'm working my way towards Skyline, and I'm getting some Conies. So, maybe I could do a better job of testing some other things out. But if I'm just at the ballpark, general, admission, wherever you're sitting in the, outfield or wherever, I'm looking for Skyline.
Yeah, when you go to a new field, a new stadium, do you go and try their local fare? Because most stadiums have like local fare. So like if you go to PNC Park in Pittsburgh, they'll have Pimenti Brothers or Krabby Fries, which are Pittsburgh, which Pimenti Brothers is just a deli sandwich with French fries.
Right.
And I'll get that. I go to Wrigley Field, I'll get a Chicago dog, or I'll get a deep dish pizza. Deep dish pizza, not really that great at a ballpark.
Yeah.
But I'll get a Chicago dog. I think the Reds are top notch when it comes to food fare.
Yeah.
Though if you go there on 3-2-1 night, some of those hot dogs aren't the best quality. But I think the food's great. I love Great American Ballpark. It's a great place to watch a game.
Yeah, me too. Case, are you going to be going to any games this year? Do you have a routine? No, you're not the biggest baseball guy in the world, but that doesn't mean you can't enjoy a game at the ballpark, get some food, get a couple of bevs with the wife. Bring the baby to the game, perhaps. You got any plans in the future when it comes to that?
Oh, I'm sure we will be at a few games this year. I know when my wife and child were able to go to their first game, we went right away, and we got the little certificate for the first game ever been to. Have you guys seen that before?
Yes,
You know what
yes.
that is? Yeah.
Sawyer's a Reds head.
Yes, she is. Yeah. Funny enough, I remember last year I had a bit that every game that Sawyer watched, we actually won. Or I guess that's not really a bit. That was factual. Every game that she sat there with me and was awake for, the Reds were winning, and then when she was asleep, they were losing. So this year she's almost won. Maybe she can actually last through a full game.
There you go.
Maybe. Maybe we can start doing some winning.
By the end of the year, she'll be walking around, and she'll take her to the ballpark. She could walk on the concourse herself.
Yeah.
It'll be fun. Take her over to the kids zone.
Absolutely. The little like plastic slides and stuff. The little not gymnasium. What am I thinking of? Playground.
Yeah. Jungle gym.
Jungle gym.
It's funny. I took my godson, my cousin, when he was younger, to a game, and I was like, this is gonna be great. Taking my godson, he was like 8 or something like that, to a ball game. This is gonna be fun. We didn't watch a second of that ball game. We sat in the kids zone for all 9 innings, and I was like, you know what? I probably should have. I probably could have seen this one coming. I probably should have seen this coming. But it is what it is. I am getting killed on Twitter. I mean, just drug through the mud.
Are you surprised by that?
Well, some of them are funny. some of them are all in good fun. I'm gonna see if I could. There was one that said that they'll never. Can I read one aloud?
Sure.
It's your show.
It's our show.
At Chatterbox Sports is a disgrace for allowing a Cubs fan to report on the Reds. Reed Mouse Radio should be fired.
Oh.
You are a Reds-based company allowing a Reds fan to report on the Reds while wearing Cubs gear. Effing disgrace. I'll never watch a Chatterbox Sports live show that has Reed Muse reporting on the Reds while actively being a Cubs fan. Disgrace. #Reds. #Major League Baseball.
You had to have known when you got dressed this morning and walked in and fired off that tweet that there would be some backlash. You didn't think just all Cubs fans would magically show up to today's show.
I actually was getting ready. I was going to wear like what I would wear when I was hosting on there, like a golf shirt and golf pants. And I was just like, it's opening day. I got to put on the Cubs gear. And I did. A few years ago, I brought in a W flag, which if you don't know this, Stone, I know you're not.
Do you guys put like an L flag up when you lose? Or no?
My friends do.
Okay.
My friends actually will drive to my house and put up an L flag
That's awesome.
when the Cubs lose. But I brought the W flag into the opening day live stream a few years ago. So I didn't bring that in today. So you guys should count your lucky stars that I didn't do that one.
All right, there you go. Yeah. Well, we're happy you're here nonetheless, but I'm sure you're going to continue to get ripped a little bit for your attire today, and rightfully so. About 10 minutes left. Let's talk ball these last 10 minutes, Reed Mouse. We haven't really said much about South Stewart. He was not involved with any of our bold predictions, I would assume. I just checked. The Reds lineup is not out. I don't know typically when that comes out, but it's not out yet. We'll have it on our socials when it is out. He's going to be your guy at first base. I mean, maybe there's some volatility there. Maybe you see Steer from time to time. Maybe you shift him over to second base, him being South Stewart. But he's going to get a lot of games at first base. The expectation, as you just kind of look over some stuff nationally, not even just locally, you're hearing the phrase Rookie of the Year and the name South Stewart attached pretty regularly. I've got high hopes for him, but, Rookie of the Year, that's a big deal. Is that something that's realistic for him?
Certainly. Yeah, Rookie of the Year is an award that varies year to year in how competitive it is. Like some years there's Paul Skeens competing for it. Some years there's Albert Pujols in 2021 or Ichiro Suzuki who won the MVP and the Rookie of the Year in 2001. Then sometimes there's like Jonathan India that wins it.
Who had a great year as a rookie.
Yeah. So like sometimes it is a big. So I got on one of the prediction markets and I saw Sal Stewart as like the favorite to win Rookie of the Year, which I think is kind of crazy because while people are saying this, while people are actively going like, I have Sal Stewart winning the Rookie of the Year. I could see him winning the Rookie of the Year. He's the favorite to win the Rookie of the Year. It still feels like the pressure isn't on him. Like when Connor Griffin comes up for the Pirates, regardless of how they're playing, he's got a lot of pressure. Roman Anthony last year, when he came up, there was a lot of Paul Skeens when he came up for the Pirates a few years ago. A lot of pressure. Elly De La Cruz when he came up. There's a lot of pressure on that player to perform. Sal Stewart, who I'm high on, he's obviously got a great bat. He's going to get a lot of opportunities to drive in runs. He's going to hit in the middle of the Reds order, and he's going to play a lot. So that's why you think that he could be the Rookie of the Year. That being said, he's not a crux on the team, right? Like I keep talking about, can I imagine the Reds having a good year without Matt McLain being good? No, I can't. Can I imagine the Reds being really good without Elly De La Cruz being good? No, I can't. I can see a world in which Sal Stewart isn't living up to the hype, isn't a great player, and the Reds are still pretty good. Yeah. So, there is this talk about him, and I do buy into it. I do think he will be a really good hitter. I don't know if he's going to be like an all-star, but a pretty good bat in the middle of the Reds lineup and is certainly a benefit to the Reds lineup. But also it feels like you don't necessarily need him to, have an OPS over 800 and hit 25 home runs for him to live up to the hype. You just need him to be a good ball player and be a tough out. And he's going to do that. So it's kind of a weird juxtaposition where he is getting this praise, but there's not necessarily all of this weight on him. Am I reading that wrong? Do you feel the same way?
I would agree with that. I've been, again, we've talked to guys locally. We had Chris Welsh on. Everybody around the team says that this kid's the real deal with all the potential in the world. I was a little bit surprised to hear him get so much national recognition about potentially winning that award. But when you come up at the end of a season and you get a couple of knocks in the playoffs against the Dodgers, you're going to garner a lot of attention. And that certainly has been the case for Sal Stewart. There's going to be ebbs and flows with this thing, Reed. I mean, this is his first year in the big leagues. He has an opportunity to, we would assume, start on opening day. He's going to have weeks where he strikes out a bunch and doesn't get a hit. And he's going to have some weeks where he hits over 400 and hits 3 bombs in a single week. I think that's going to happen. I would encourage everybody to stay patient with him. I think you pointed it out great. You're in a spot where before you added Eugenio Suarez, maybe you needed more from Sal Stewart.
Correct. Yeah, that's a good point.
But now it's like, okay, we can let him be a rookie a little bit and let this bake a little bit with Sal Stewart. So I think if you had to pick one particular player who's benefiting the most from Eugenio Suarez, I would say it's Sal Stewart.
Yeah, no, I agree. And you that's a really, really good point about before Suarez was here, there would be a lot more pressure on, Sal Stewart, we need you to be a dude, right away. But because of that signing, you can go hey, we just need you to be a tough out. You just need to be, a net positive to this lineup, and this team can do some special things. So it's I'm not quite on Sal Stewart's and the Reed Mouse guys stable, but I'm close because he's got all the things. He lost a lot of weight, right?
Yep.
Yeah. So we'll see how that plays out. Well, yeah, we'll see. This Reds team has a lot of question marks, and hopefully there's a lot of exclamation points in a few months.
Another player that we haven't talked about much throughout the course of this show is Ke'Bryan Hayes. We would assume he's going to be at the hot corner for the game at 4:10 today. He's a guy that obviously has an incredible glove, plays great defense, but where is that bat going to be with a guy like Ke'Bryan Hayes, right? Is he in a situation where he can hang in there and bat like 250, or is he in a spot where he's just really hovering around that Mendoza line and not offering much offensively? I am still of the mind that he is going to impact winning and be a winning ball player for you, but at the end of the day, that defense has to be really, really sharp when you're talking about Ke'Bryan Hayes. He cannot afford to make any mistakes down there. He's got to continue to play at that Gold Glove caliber level. Any thoughts on Ke'Bryan Hayes here at this point, specifically offensively? I think we kind of know what he is at this point. I don't think he's going to shock you with going out there and batting for average and hitting a ton of home runs.
When you're the Reds, your mission should always be just to get as many good ball players as you possibly can. Like if you're creating a team, especially in a smaller market, your goal is how many good baseball players can we have? Ke'Bryan Hayes is a good baseball player.
Yeah.
And I fully understand why so many Reds fans were upset when they made the trade. Because it doesn't make sense, right? Like we're getting one of the worst hitters in the league, but because he is able to play defense at such a high level, he raises the floor of this team. And a team, mind you, that a big crux of their success is going to be run prevention. It's going to be the great arms that they have. It's going to be Elly De La Cruz out in the field. It's going to be Ke'Bryan Hayes at third base. So, yeah, I mean, Ke'Bryan Hayes is going to – I can't fathom a world in which he is a major thorn in the side of the Reds season. I just can't see it because of how high his floor is based off his defensive ability. And now he's playing in a better hitter's park. He's playing in a better lineup where there's not – like when Ke'Bryan Hayes came up in Pittsburgh, he was supposed to be that guy. He, at one point, was the favorite to win Rookie of the Year all the way back in 2021. So he had a lot of pressure on him. He doesn't have any pressure to perform, I think, in the lineup at a high level. You just tell him, like, hey, your game is play D. We get 10 home runs out of you. If we can get some big hits here and there, that's a net positive for this team.
Gino, big signing this offseason, hit lots of bombs. I think everybody's wondering, is he going to come back here and start playing like he did when he ended his tenure here in Cincinnati? But you look at his career as a Red overall, you go, you know what, great player, great locker room guy, great with the media, great with the fans, productive player. But that last couple of years here in town, it was not good at the plates. What are the expectations here in 1 year? Because if he goes out there and hits as many home runs as he did last year, unfortunately he's not going to be a Red next year, right? But can he potentially impact winning and help you get through the postseason? Expectations for Gino coming home.
Gino's going to be really good power bat. I mean, he's not going to hit 50 home runs. He might not even hit 40 home runs, but he's going to be a net positive to this lineup. He's going to put a big bop. He's going to have someone that other teams fear. Hey, we can't have runners on base when we get to Gino Suarez because he has the ability to clear them. Yep. So that's a big thing, and I think he's just going to be a really good player. I think we're ready.
Lastly, score prediction for you today.
Score prediction.
Yep.
I have Garrett Crochet on the mound versus Andrew Abbott.
He is.
I have the Reds scoring 4 and the Red Sox scoring 16. 16-4 is my final score prediction.
You know, it was a rough start to today, and then we had a really good show, I thought, Reed, and then you're going to end it like that with that just disgusting blue outfit on.
Never let them know. Never let them know what's next.
All right. Well, we appreciate everybody hanging out. Are the fellas standing by? Are they ready to take the baton here from us, Case?
I believe Trace is ready to come on for a little bit and say hi.
Okay,
So-
coming on with us?
Yes.
Okay, here we go. Trace Fowler, the boss. He's standing by. He's ready to go. Appreciate everybody that hung out throughout the first 2 hours of our coverage here at Chatterbox Sports. We got 2 more hours coming your way, and it is my pleasure to welcome in Trace Fowler.
I am thrilled to death to be on Chatterbox Cubs. I didn't know that we started this show. I didn't know that it was something that we wanted to do. I'm also very thankful to see that we're going to let Reed go and watch the JV game before actual opening day does start for Major League Baseball at 4:10. I like that they've taken the money grabs. They want to do the Netflix thing. They want to send teams over to Japan that they don't really care about. I don't know who did that last year. But anyways, I'm glad to see the Cubs with the JV. Nice little warm-up game before we get to the big dogs here at 4:10.
You know, you've gotten a lot of pressure over the years for saying Reed should be fired. You got to fire Reed. You got to fire Reed. I don't know if you were listening to the show earlier. I think this tweet is so great that I'm going to read it once more because I want to get your honest reaction from a tweet that I got on the internet today. It says, at Chatterbox Sports is a disgrace for allowing a Cubs fan to report on the Reds. At Reed Mouse Radio should be fired. You are a Reds-based company allowing a Cubs fan to report on the Reds while wearing Cubs gear. Effing disgrace. I'll never watch a Chatterbox Sports live show that has Reed Muse reporting on the Reds while actively being a Cubs fan. Disgrace. Hashtag Reds. Hashtag Major League Baseball.
I like that guy.
He's fired up.
I want to know who that guy is. In fact, I'll give him a free membership to Nutcutter Nation if I can. And I hope he tunes in here at 2:00 for Chatterbox Reds. I would say, Reed, I was just thinking, of all of the things that perhaps in your life that we could get a do-over on, if there was just a way we could go back to the West Side Little League and find a way in which we can get you on a different T-ball team, it would be very, very valuable for us in our company. But I gotta say, there are times where I'm like, why do we have Reed Mouse even doing anything on baseball? But he's maybe, and again, really, I'll probably give the baton to Nick, but you're one of the most knowledgeable baseball people there are at Chatterbox. Hopefully you could put your biases aside from time to time and give some decent insight. And I listened to some great insight that you provided there towards the end of the show. Like, if you're a small market team and you're the Reds, it's probably in their best interest to get as many good baseball players as they can. I thought that was maybe the most knowledgeable thing that I've heard maybe in the last year here at Chatterbox. But yeah, listen, whoever that person is, they're welcome to join later. I can't say that Reed's going to get fired. That's probably not going to happen. But if for a small little membership of $500, we can take him out to lunch, or out to lunch, and we can entertain the thought. But no, I'm just thankful that it's opening day. I'm sure that the rest of the crew and everybody else feels the same way. You can only talk about spring training and make it as meaningful as you can for so long, and we finally have made it to the day in which actually it starts to matter. So looking forward to it, and thanks for kind of carrying the load there for 2 hours of Reds talk. Well,
absolutely, and there's going to be 2 hours more. You got a tease for what's going to be happening on Chatterbox Reds for the next 2 hours?
Well, the tease is I don't know where this show goes. Sometimes, we stay on track and we hit the agenda items and we try to make sure we do the bottom line ticker there and we know exactly what we're going to talk about. And then there's things maybe that I say that perturb Nick Kirby, and he goes off the rails and says some things that he'd like to say, and it can go vice versa. We also have Greg Kuffner, Reds Daily, joining us as well here in just a moment. So we'll see where it goes. I don't know totally, but I do know that we're closer to actually having Major League Baseball.
All right. Well, fair enough. Do you have? I mean, I'm sure you guys are going to talk about it. Do you have a prediction if you're able to spoil on how today is going to go? Do you think the Reds get the best of Garrett Crochet?
If they get the best of Garrett Crochet, I'd be surprised. Okay. I will say if they score, you said 4 runs? Or did you say 6 runs? Okay.
4.
I will say if they scored 4 runs, they have a puncher's chance. And Crochet's had some struggles against the Reds. I don't know totally why, but he has. So maybe it's just with a thorn in. Maybe we're just the thorn in his side. I don't know. We'll find out today. But really good arm. Happens to be left-handed. I think it's cool to be able to see the Reds against a left-handed pitcher this early. That's an excellent arm, because in years past, it felt like that was the kryptonite. That and many other things, unfortunately, for the Reds offense. But it just seemed like left-handed pitching was I guess, for lack of a better term, a really difficult thing for the Reds to handle, and we'll see if they're capable of finding a way. And it's opening day. It's one of those things where it's like, just to be able to see baseball again is probably a big enough win for me. And as long as, I checked the roster here right before I got on, as long as Ian Jabot doesn't come in to try to close today's game, it'd probably be better than last year's.
Fair enough. All right, well, we got 2 hours of content. Stone, this is your show, so sign us off and transition it over to Reds.
Yeah, I appreciate everybody for tuning in over the course of the past 2 hours. Had a lot of fun with the boys, Casey McAllister and Reed Mouse. Appreciate our sponsors, QC Kinetix, 78 Cigars, and Sharefax Credit Union. The fun does not end here. The fellas are waiting, standing by, and they're ready to give you 2 more hours of the best Cincinnati Reds coverage you can find right here at Chatterbox Sports. Appreciate everyone as always, and fellas, take it away.
All right. If you are new to the program, welcome. I know there's many, many, many loyal OGs in here, and I just want to say really quickly before we jump on to Chatterbox Reds for the last 2 hours of our opening day stream, thank you. I have not been around a significant amount, been trying to do other things on the back end, and content has kind of taken a back seat on my end, but there's a lot of people that I want to thank here really quickly that have kind of kept the ship afloat. One is Stone. Stone has pretty much just picked up what was going to be an abandoned ship because we just didn't really have the ability to do it. And I really thank him for continuing to try to carry on a legacy program from our morning shows. And then from there, Nick Kirby has pretty much done what Nick Kirby's done since he's gotten here, and he's carried the load all off season and has continued to get us ready here as we approach opening day in just a few hours. So thank you to those two. And then, of course, obviously you have Casey Reed. And as I start mentioning more and more names, I'm going to forget someone inevitably. But I just want to say thank you to everybody that makes Chatterbox Sports go. We very much are still an incredibly small organization. There's going to be some new sponsors. And I just ask you, not that you would go out of your way and do something that you otherwise ordinarily wouldn't. But if there's an opportunity to support the people that support us, it'd be very, very meaningful for us to have you do that. So just keep that in mind as we move forward over the next month or two. We have a couple kind of prove it deals. And if those deals are successful, to be completely frank with you, it opens up a world of opportunity for us to go out and get more talent and really pour more and more resources into what I would call an independent organization that tries to cover Cincinnati sports the best we possibly can in an authentic way. So that's for that. I think we have Nick and maybe even Greg on standby here. We'll welcome them in as we do Chatterbox Reds for the next 2 hours. Fellas, we've made it. We've made it. And I know that I can't say this publicly, but I'm going to say it anyways. You guys do a great job of making spring training seem like it's a big deal and that, there's all these important things to follow and talk about. But ultimately, if people stay healthy, let's be honest, that's a pretty good thing. But if they don't, then there's a story. We'll see if Matt McLain and we'll see if Andrew Abbott's storylines hold up. One's, not the greatest, and one looks like he might be the next Barry Bonds. Just opening thoughts here. We'll start with you, Nick. We'll get into Greg in just a moment as we welcome him in here to Chatterbox Reds for the entirety of the season as well this year. But just opening thoughts. How you feeling here just 2 hours before we get going?
Well, first, I'm just happy to see some red on the screen. You had the blue Stone Shields overlay. You have Reed Mouse in full Cubs gear. Stone might have been a blue zip-up. I know he has other commitments, but, good God, it's opening day in Cincinnati. What the hell are we doing around here? Come on.
I don't know who runs the place, to be completely honest. It's not. Don't look at me. Don't look at me. I don't know who runs the place. I don't have plans. I'm the guy that doesn't take accountability. So I'm going to sit here and say I'm not sure what they're doing. But nonetheless, we got red on now. Look at this red.
Yeah, we brought it all. I got to start shouting. I do have kids that are going to nap soon. Shout out to my parents who are in town covering these animals on spring break. So we can do some Reds content. But no, I'm excited. Opening day's here. Excited to have Greg. Greg's been doing a really great job helping us with literally everything behind the scenes. Greg, my man, how we doing?
Yeah, fired up. I'm with you, Nick. Once I turned on the old YouTube show, I saw Reed rocking the Cubs gear, and I almost went and got every single Reds gear, shirt and shorts and hat. And I almost came on here and just made a mimic of it and put 37 Reds, different shirts on just because I needed to see some red. But nonetheless, we're all wearing some Reds gear. I'm fired up for opening day. It's always obviously one of the biggest days in Cincinnati. And let's just hope they come out with a victory. Let's hope the boys look good. And yeah, fired up to be here.
Well, let's face it, guys. Today's matchup, for those that are kind of what I would call, can I call a spade a spade? There's a lot of casuals. There's a lot of people that just love opening day in Cincinnati for the idea that you can get off work early, maybe. You can go down, you can enjoy some weather, you can be outside, you go to the ballpark, and, they show themselves pretty fast down there at Great American Ballpark. They leave around the 4th or 5th inning, but that's here nor there, and I'm not here to say that those people are wrong. But there's a lot of people like that might just be interested in the Reds here for the short term. I just want to put out a disclaimer for today, okay? This isn't me waving the white flag. By no means do I ever do that. We're going to compete, okay? But the reality is that we face a really, really good arm today. Okay, we've had fortunate success with him in the past. Some people like Travis Steele, shout out to Miami and their great run in the March Madness. He always wanted to say water's going to find its level. I'm not going to say that. That's Travis Steele saying. But we'll find out today if that's the case. I don't want to say that there's this sense that I have about, today doesn't matter, because they all matter, as we found out last year, and the fact that they won a tiebreaker to get them into the postseason off 162, and the way that we act on this show probably would be the last thing people would want to believe, is that, they all don't matter, because it'll be a random Tuesday in the middle of May, and I can guarantee you we're screaming and yelling about some pitching change that happened in the 7th inning. But my question to you guys is how much stock do you put in today, genuinely, with the arms that the Reds are going to find themselves facing? Are you going to get in yourself into a spot where you're just going to kind of, some would call it coping, that no matter what happens with the Reds offense today, you still feel good about it? Is that fair or not?
Yeah, I wouldn't put any stock in what the Reds offense does today. And I totally get what you were saying, and like I've agreed. Like, I mean, like the Reds are like, what were they, like plus 180 today or something like that. Like it's probably going to be one of the Reds' biggest. Reds are probably going to be one of their biggest underdogs on opening day in really a long time, probably since maybe Scott Feldman was the opening day starter. But there is another thought to this as well. They went glass half full here a little bit. I mean, would you rather face Garrett Crochet on opening day or in the middle of the season when he's rolling? I mean, he's probably not going to be as stretched out. He actually pitched on March 9th and then didn't pitch again until March 21st, trying to do some quick crack research on the fly, but I couldn't figure it out. But he gave up 6 runs in his last spring training start again. So he struggled like Abbott in spring training as well. So like that's like, I guess the glass half full thing is like, facing him now is better than when he's absolutely rolling, because he's one of the best pitchers on the planet. And he might be that today, but I think you have a better chance of him not being that today than versus later in the year.
All right, we have some breaking news. The Reds lineup card has been announced. I don't know if you want me to read it to you or if you have seen it, but
Kirby.
No,
I'm
he's
gonna
not
let.
in there.
I'm gonna let. I'm gonna
Kirby,
listen. I'm
you're
going to
gonna go
let.
off the
I'm going to
rails.
let Nick Kirby. I'm going to let Nick Kirby kind of go through this. So we're going to find the 5 stages of grief here in just a moment. But leading off, playing center field, is TJ Friedel in the 2-hole, as already previously mentioned by Terry Francona. Will be your second baseman, Matt McLain. Playing shortstop in the 3-hole is Elly De La Cruz. Sal Stewart backing up Elly De La Cruz, playing first base in the cleanup spot. Eugenio Suarez at DH, right behind Stewart. Spencer Steer will play left field. Tyler Stevenson will catch. Noel V. Marte will play right field. And Brian Hayes will round up the lineup, playing third base. And, of course, with your opening day starter, Andrew Abbott on the mound. Greg, you haven't talked a whole lot, but I just got to get – I'm going to get an instant reaction here from Nick, because I think we did a show last night. For those that are wondering, you can go back and watch that in its entirety if you'd like. But, there was this question mark as to why Dane Myers even exists if he doesn't play on opening day. So go ahead, Nick.
I don't know. I don't want to go off the rails on opening day, man. Like, I want to turn a new leaf, but come on. Like, I don't get it. Dane Myers 2 for 5 in his career off Garrett Crochet, one of the Reds' best hitters. I mean, I put out the numbers like last year against left-handed pitching. I mean, like, Dane Myers was the Reds' best outfielder by a mile against lefties. So I don't get it. I sure hope that putting this confidence in Noel V. Marte, putting him on their opening, maybe it pays off in the long run. I guess that's it. I hope that, not making sure TJ Friedel gets in the lineup makes him feel comfortable. I don't get it. I just don't understand why you acquire Dane Myers if you don't put him in the lineup on this day. It's nuts.
Yeah. Casey, you can throw it up there on the screen for those that might have just been joining it. Thoughts here as we put this up on the screen.
Yeah, I'll say I think I think it's crazy that Dane Myers isn't in the lineup. He's exactly what you got to hit lefties. And the only thing I'm somewhat hoping is that just because it's opening day, Terry Francona wanted to make sure his main guys were out there, like Marte and TJ Friedel. I said last night that I want Noel V. Marte to play a lot. I know he hasn't been great against lefties. TJ Friedel really hasn't been good against lefties either the last 2 years, and he really shouldn't be batting leadoff. But again, I'm hoping that just because it's opening day, Terry's like, we're going to roll with our guys and not going to platoon guys. I don't think that's the right decision, but that's what I'm hoping for, because it is crazy that the Reds acquired a guy that can play center field and hits lefties better than their current center fielder, and he's nowhere to be found when they're facing a lefty on opening day.
Yeah, I mean, let's face it. I think that this only exists, and I'm going to try to at least calm the nerves if there are any left over there in Nick Kirby's face, as he's looks like he's scouring the World Wide Web for more
Well,
arm.
I'll take you behind the scenes.
Go
here.
ahead.
I'll take you behind the scenes. I spent about 3 hours making this lineup graphic last night, making sure it looked good. And then, of course, the Reds release it at the time when we have our 2 social media people available on a stream right now. And the other one is at opening day today. So I'm trying to actually get that up on the internet.
That's fair. But so let me talk through
more
this
than
while,
just a normal scouler.
No, you're fine. Let me talk through this while you're doing that. Let's face it. I think that the reason that Myers is not in the lineup largely just because it is opening day. I don't think this is going to be something of the norm, and I think that it's fair, or at least there's an argument to be had that opening day is a little bit different, right? Like it whether it's the pregame festivities, whether you want to say that they're announcing the names and they run out there as if we're playing in a postseason game, because this is every single day or every single year the closest thing that Great American Ballpark has seen to a postseason game. The atmosphere, the pregame festivities, all of that. And I just feel like managers in and of themselves, more times than not, they want to a certain extent, reward players that have some sweat equity in the organization when it comes to that opportunity. And I'm not saying Myers doesn't deserve to be there. I'm not saying Myers doesn't give you the best chance to win today, to be clear. But I do think if you want to continue to sit here and say that Marte is one of your core guys that you want to try to build this thing around to get yourself in a spot where you have a chance to do anything meaningful, I would agree with that. I personally do agree with that. And I think, maybe it means nothing. Maybe there's nothing that comes from the idea that you reward Marte for being able to play out in right field and get his name called and be in the lineup. But there's something there. Like how much stock you want to put into that, that's up to you. But if it wasn't opening day and we are 2 weeks into the season and this was the lineup, I would be all in on the idea that this makes no sense at all. And it's absolutely ridiculous that you go out and you find guys to meet certain needs and then you don't use them in the needs in which you have right in front of you. So I don't know how much stock you're buying into that, Greg, but I definitely think from an opening day perspective, that's why this lineup exists. And it's only exists because it's opening day.
Yeah, no, I do agree with that. I think that's kind of why I said I left it open. I think Tito is an old school guy, and that's one of those things of like, this is the opening day lineup. We're going to roll with these guys. If it's a month from now and Dane Myers isn't still playing against lefties, it's a whole nother conversation. That's crazy. But I think you're spot on with kind of what you said with that. Hey, these are kind of the guys we're going to roll with. It's opening day. We're not going to, bench TJ Friedl. We're not going to bench Noe Marte. And that's kind of the mindset. So I think you're spot on with that for sure.
Yeah, I would add though, remember the Reds, made the playoffs, tied for the final wild card spot last year, one versus a tiebreaker to get in the playoffs. So every game matters. So again, I hope this trade-off pays off and gets you, the potential benefit down the road. But every game matters, and this is a team that doesn't have a large margin for error, certainly without Hunter Green for 2/3 of the season. So I don't know. I don't love it.
Let's get off to some hot takes then, because I'll sit here and say of all the things that everybody wants to talk about with this lineup and why Myers isn't in there, I actually would prefer him to take someone else's spot. And it doesn't mean that I don't think that there's a lot of value in TJ Friedl. There is. He's arguably maybe one of the better players on this team. I do think that there's some fool's gold with his left-handed performance over the past, his career, if you want to call it that. I think, as I've mentioned before, a lot of his numbers get shifted because he there for a long time was having the ability to have pulled bunt base hits against left-handed pitching. And I have a hard time believing that's going to continue to have success because the word's out on the street now that this is kind of what this guy does against left-handed pitching. So you need to be aware of this. Now, I would also admit that from a baseball perspective, a perfectly well-placed bunt, if you're able to perfectly execute it, is still incredibly hard to defend, but that's not easy to do. I would have been okay with Myers taking Friedl's position, but let's face it, Friedel is one of Tito's guys. I think Tito trusts Friedel. And I completely understand why. He's a gamer. He's a guy that goes out and grinds. Has some of the same characteristics that everybody loves about Spencer Steer, and I get those attributes and why you'd want to have them, or you'd want to reward them. But I want to say moving forward, I don't know if the conversation should be as much about getting Noelvi out of the lineup against left-handed pitching as much as I think that perhaps Friedel may rear its head at some point in getting him out of the lineup against left-handed pitching. And I want to remind everybody that, it doesn't mean that they're out for the entirety of the game. I mean, the left-handed arm could come out in the 5th inning, and then all of a sudden you play quite literally half the game, or just slightly less than half the game if you don't start in these situations when a left-handed is the starter. So I really at this point am not going to make too much of an emphasis on acting as if it's the world's worst decision. But I do get the concept that the margins, or if you want to call it the data, just doesn't trend in the right direction when you make the decisions that are being made when it comes to TJ Friedel and Noelvi being in there against left-handed pitching. Am I crazy to think that at some point, if Marte just has a little bit of success and Friedel were to struggle for, call it, the first 2 weeks against, left-handed pitching as much or as little as he sees, that move could be made? Or is it going to be one of those situations where, not to bring his name up on opening day, but I'm going to anyways, is it like a Santiago Espinal situation with Tito Friedel for the rest of the year, where Tito loves him? I mean, and he's just going to continue to believe in him. And Matt McLain, in a little bit of a way, last year, kind of got the same preferential treatment. Like, you can call it whatever you want, but Matt McLain was not very good for obvious reasons. I think he was hurt, and I'm not downplaying Matt McLain, but he got ample amount of opportunities, like almost seemed like it was endless, because Tito loved him. And that's where I'll leave it. How many of these guys are on the Tito love fest where it doesn't matter what they do?
I'll give TJ Friedel a little bit of some credit here. He did have a 330 on base percentage against lefties last year, for being fair. Now, he hit for absolutely zero power. So do you want to have that guy getting the most at bats on the team? I would say no. But he did at least get on base against lefties, where Noelvi Marte just did absolutely nothing against lefties last year. I think as the season goes on, I think that you'll see those two guys probably rotate off days against lefties. And it was just one of those situations where I'm not setting either one on opening day. Whatever. I guess that is what it is. But I think as the season goes on, you probably see those two guys. Maybe they also try to get Elly an off day. And there will also be injuries and stuff where these problems solve themselves as the year goes on. The bigger issue, and it's the same issue we talked about all year last year, is just when you bat Friedel first and Elly third, it just makes you so weak against left-handed pitching. And that's the bigger issue. I mean, there's a lot of pressure on Matt McLain and Sal Stewart hitting second and fourth to kind of carry the load, because Elly's even worse than TJ Friedel, at least to this point in his career against lefties, if we're being completely fair. So it's just like a guy like Garrett Crochet, a guy that's as talented as he is, who had a tough spring. It's like, all right, you're going to go face a guy that has no power against lefties as your first batter. Then Matt McLain, who had a great spring, but he's had a bad year last year. And then Elly De La Cruz, who hasn't hit lefties. I mean, like, it feels like you're letting the starting pitcher settle in. And how many times do we see our own starting pitchers, their toughest innings that first inning, and it feels like you're just kind of letting the other team off the hook? I just don't like the structure of the lineup.
Yeah, I think the interesting thing to me is that, Friedel, I think his OPS was 671 and 690 the last two seasons against left-handed pitching, which is just not good. And then he's also has not been good defensively lately, which Dane Myers is a pretty good center fielder. So it's almost two things that it'd be one thing I think you could convince me if, hey, Friedel's just a great defender still out there, and we want to, value defense. But it just doesn't make sense to me to put, like you said, Nick, of we're going against one of the best pitchers in baseball, and we're going to start you off with a guy who had a 680 OPS when you combined it over the last two seasons. I mean, but again, I think it was bad. I'm not trying to crush Tito. Like, I'm going to give him the benefit of the doubt this year. I'm probably a little more analytical than him for sure, but it's just that old school approach of, like, TJ Friedel's my leadoff guy, and that's where he's going to hit. It doesn't matter if it's a lefty. It doesn't matter if it's a Cy Young guy. It doesn't matter if it's a righty. It doesn't matter if it's the worst pitcher in the league. Like, TJ Friedel's my leadoff guy, and that's where he's going to hit. And again, I don't want to freak out about it for opening day, but it is one of those things that kind of drives me nuts. And Um, that's just, but I think that's just, we've seen it for a year. It'll be interesting what we see this year, but he's just kind of old school, I think, when it comes to, building the lineup a little bit compared to some of the stuff we saw with guys like, David Bell, or some of the thoughts that we think. And I'm not saying David Bell's perfect at all. I'm not saying that at all. But it just feels like Friedel is kind of like, that leadoff guy that makes sense in Terry Francona's kind of old school style of managing.
He's a perfect
Yeah,
number 9 hitter. He's the perfect
Yeah,
number 9
I was going to
hitter.
say, like, if anything, we could get upset about the fact that he's hitting leadoff with the starting pitcher. Like, it would make more sense if he hit towards the bottom of the lineup, and maybe even you put Spencer Steer in the leadoff spot, and you try to find somebody that has some success against left-handed pitching towards the top of the lineup, where, as you said, Nick, like, you could start to put some I guess game pressure on Crochet in the very first inning of the year, and in a sold out environment. Like, I don't want to overplay the dramatics of how many fans in a ballpark matter, because I don't think that would bode well for the Reds all too often in the year. So I'm not going to go out and say that it matters how many people are in the stands, but I'd like to think that if you're able to kind of drum up some base runners in the first inning, that it might have a little more meaningful impact than it would maybe in the 4th or 5th inning once, as you said, he gets settled in. Speaking of starters, we haven't talked about our starter, Andrew Abbott. This is a really interesting case that we find ourselves in. On one hand, you can get extremely excited what Matt McLain did in spring training. But I would say, if you are one of those folks that put a lot of stock into what Matt McLain did, well, I would argue that you have to put almost the same amount, if not more, stock into what happened with Andrew Abbott. I am going to side on the fence of Greg here. I don't know if I've heard your take, Nick, on kind of your thoughts of Andrew Abbott's spring. I think me and Greg are in the camp of, we're not out in the sense that that we're going to throw in the towel and think that Andrew Abbott's washed. But I'm not going to sit here and act like I'm completely fine with the way things went. I mean, you can only get hit for so long until you start to think that this thing's maybe an issue. And he didn't just get hit, Nick. Like, this guy, if his name wasn't Andrew Abbott, he'd be, maybe starting in Chattanooga the way things went. So your thoughts on, I guess, the spring, how much stock do you put into it? Your feeling as we head into opening day with the staff.
The most concerning thing about Andrew Abbott was you never know with these pitchers. Are they trying to work on something? Is it whatever? But Andrew Abbott, I think his comments were something like, "It's go time," and then his next 2 starts, he still gets rocked. Like, he kind of put himself in a bad spot with that comment. So again, I don't know, like, on a scale of 1 to 10, how concerned am I about Andrew Abbott based on his spring training stats? I don't know, a 3 or 4, but it's not a 0. It's not like a spring training doesn't matter at all. There's absolutely nothing. I'd probably put it in the 3 to 4 range, which is probably about as high of a range as I think you can probably get in terms of how much spring training can make me not feel great about a player, if that makes sense.
Yeah. Greg?
Yeah, I'm fully on board with that. I think my thing's exactly like Kirby said. Of the thing that alarmed me was that quote that he said, because we always say, if guys don't tell us, we can always make the presumption of, hey, he's working on things, he's throwing this pitch more than he would, he's doing this, doing that. But when you come out and tell us, hey, I'm done messing around, I'm gearing up for the season, and I think his next start he gave up like 11 runs or something, 8 runs or something like that. It was like, I was like, well, this is a little concerning. But he's one of those guys that even the numbers always say he's worse than he is, but that's hard to believe when it's been 3 years of this now. I'm giving him the benefit of the doubt. I wouldn't be surprised if he goes out and throws 5 innings and gives up 1 or 2 runs today. And it's just the other thing that's not talked about a ton is a lot of people say it's hard to throw out there in Arizona. It was like 4,000 degrees. I was just out there last week. It was literally like 110. It was so hot. And sometimes they just say like the breaking balls aren't breaking like they're supposed to, and it's just different. So maybe coming back where, the temperatures are normal and you're back on an actual major league mound, the motivation's obviously different. Like it is. That's another thing. It's hard to get motivated for these spring training games, especially when you're like the last week there, you're like, can we just start the season? So there's a million factors, but are we just making excuses for the guy, or are we, you just never know. You really just don't know. But the thing that definitely alarmed me was when he said, yeah, we're gonna start focusing on the season, and then he just got shelled. So that was when my concerns slightly went up.
Well, I also think, I don't know if you guys were able to catch this, but I think Derek Johnson even kind of had a message to Andrew for his final outing in spring training, which was, you at some point you got to stop. I'm paraphrasing here, but at some point you have to stop kind of worrying about what the outlook has been so far and just focus on what's in front of you. And I think that he fortunately had a little bit of a better, outing his very, very final time out there. And in regards to the weather, you mentioned kind of how tough it is to pitch in Arizona with the weather that it is. I'm not going to try to jinx this, but I don't know if there's been a more fortunate forecast for opening day and beyond in the first maybe 2 or 3 weeks in Cincinnati as I'm looking at right now on the weather apps. And people might think I'm crazy and say that doesn't mean nothing and blah, blah, blah. I'm telling you, there's a lot of guys that play Major League Baseball that if you ask them if they were able to just basically delay or not play any game below 50 degrees, they'd sign up for that in a heartbeat. You call it whatever you want. I remember Will Myers. Shout out to Will Myers. We'll see how many people we can get into this opening day this opening day show as random call outs. I remember Will Myers looked like he was ready to build an igloo out there in the outfield one day because he had a ski mask on, he had a toboggan, he had his hat sitting on top of the toboggan, and he had basically like a base layer and then a hoodie and then his jersey over top of that. So it makes it a lot more difficult in my mind to have some offensive success when you're in a spot where sometimes it happens in Cincinnati. It's freezing cold. That's not the case. And I'm excited for that for the reason that I think I would like for this offense, we have on the screen there, why to believe. I would like for this offense to get off to a really, really good start. Now, today, it's going to be probably tough sledding, as they say, for maybe the first 4 or 5, maybe 6 innings until we find ourselves in maybe a better spot. Maybe not. I mean, they could go out and find ways to score early, and we're going to think that we're World Series champs after the first day, and that's all good and well. But I would like for guys like Sal Stewart, I'd like for guys like Matt McLain to get off to good starts because I think it's important for them from a mentality standpoint to get off and think that they belong. I think Sal Stewart already has that innately because he's as I said on last night's show, I think he's legitimately just a dog. Like that guy I think that guy literally thinks that he's going to be in Cooperstown. And you know what? I love that. Do I think it's relatively naive? Maybe, but you know what? I don't care. Like all of the best athletes in the world have unbelievably irrational thoughts on how good they are. And you know what? That's might be what makes them so good. So Sal Stewart, would be nice to see him get off to a good start. And I think as great as the spring has went for Matt McLain, maybe I'm nuts, but I do worry that if he struggles for the first 2 weeks in basically what we'll call the regular season, that wouldn't creep a little bit into the mind of him. And I do think baseball is a lot mental. I think it's more mental than people want to give it credit for. And if you haven't noticed or seen that through certain players and the way that they play at certain times of the year versus others, then I just don't think you've watched baseball a very long time. So maybe I'm putting too much stock in the starts of those 2 guys specifically. Doesn't mean I don't care about anybody else or anything like that. But I think if there's X factors on this team and there's a reason to believe as to why, some, whether it's Fangraphs or someone else has them at 78 wins and why maybe Reds fans think they could win 90. I'm sure on all of the media stations today, the Reds are going to win 92 games or something crazy. But I believe wholeheartedly that if those 2 guys have great years, that it's going to be hard for this team not to have, what I would call a chance to win in the postseason. And that obviously means you have to get to the postseason to win, to be clear. So thoughts on that or anything else from your perspective here as we move forward from an offensive standpoint? Go ahead, Nick.
I was going to let Greg go ahead.
Sorry. Okay, great. Well, you're pointing, I think, was like. Go ahead,
I'll
Greg.
just say this. I'll say if here's what I'm imagining. I'm with you on Sal Stewart. I mean, that guy, he's electric, and it feels like for a kid, he has so much confidence. And he's already talking about, he thinks he can win National League Rookie of the Year. Like you said, he thinks he can be a Cooperstown. But if Sal Stewart, someone gets on base and Sal Stewart hits a home run in the first inning, he may flip his bat to the 500 level in Great American Ballpark. He may do somersaults around the bases. So that would be absolutely electric to see. because he's just one of those. I remember that it was the first game he played last year, and he hit that single over the shortstop's head, and he came around, and then he scored, came around at home, and he got everyone fired up. Like that's the energy that that's the reason everybody had so much fun with the 2023 team, because that team played with that energy, and it felt like they kind of lacked that a little last year, even though they did end up going to the postseason. But that would be electric. I'm rooting for that. Somebody get on base. Sal Stewart hit a home run off Garrett Crochet, and he'll do like cartwheels around the bases, and he might get plunked the next time up.
He might.
Sal's definitely one of like the players that can. I'll go ahead and throw one of my classic things out here. Can move the needle this season for the Reds. Guys like Sal Stewart, I think Connor Phillips in the bullpen would be one that can actually like really change the trajectory of this season in some ways as much as a reliever could. If I was like having two players to kind of put my eye on the most, it probably is those two. But ultimately, a lot of times for the most part, like we said, a lot of it comes down to Elly. I mean, is Elly the Elly we saw from April through June, or is he the full season Elly? Because if he's the full season Elly, it's about a 4-win player. It's hard to see this team getting into the playoffs. It really is that simple. If he's the guy that could be a 7-8 win player, yeah, you don't have to squint too hard to see this team in the playoffs.
It would be very encouraging to see if Ellie's capable of getting. I don't think he'll ever, and not to sound pessimistic, I don't know if he'll ever get back to the way in which he ran in 2023 when he first came up, right? Like that was just unbelievable, reckless abandon. Gets on base, and you're like, you just know he's stealing. It's like 13-year-old baseball when the catchers can't throw the ball to second, and you're like, well, that kid's stealing. That's what it's going to look like with when Elly got on. I don't know if it'll ever get back to that, but I definitely feel like it took such a major step back from what we were accustomed to seeing from him to then what we saw last year. And obviously, not to sound like a conspiracy theorist, but it's just like I don't really know what to believe and how much the injury was prevalent or not. I don't know if that's just good PR speak by the Reds organization to try to make it seem as if his down year wasn't really his fault and he's just a young player and that's what young players do. And we're definitely not going to come out to the public and just say, yeah, I mean, he struggled a little bit. So what? So I definitely like the angle. And if he, and again, I don't make it sound like I don't think he was hurt. I think that there was something nagging him. The ultimate question is how much of that was an impact on his actual play. It would be a refreshing start to see if Elly was capable of getting back to running the bases or stealing some bases, because I think that really does change the dynamic of the offense completely. And I would hope at some point too, he could maybe move up, maybe a slot or maybe 2 slots in the lineup that allows him to where if he does get on base and he does steal, it's relatively meaningful because you have nobody out, maybe and a guy on second base versus 2 outs. And it feels like maybe there's a guy on second base. So whether that happens or not, I don't know. But there's no doubt that it could be an electric factory if Elly returns to maybe to the form of what we thought we had seen in 2023. And then Sal Stewart plays well, and then Eugenio Suarez does what he does. Like this team can be incredibly fun. And in fact, I would argue that they're going to be one of the most kind of enjoyable brands of baseball in the sport if they play relatively well, because as we know, if you aren't winning, it doesn't matter how great of guys you got. It's not going to be all that joyful. But for all the things, and I seen it in our Discord, and I seen people talking about the World Baseball Classic and how, and I think it's absolutely sacrilegious and ridiculous if you didn't root for the United States to win because other teams were having more fun. I get it. I'm an American first. I don't really care if our team was boring or not. I want us to win, but that's here nor there. As much as people love what the DR did and as much as they love what Venezuela was about and how they played the game, I'll be honest, I think that very much will be in line with how this team could be if things go even remotely well. So that's another reason to believe is that I think you got a lot of energetic, fun players and guys that don't just feel like they're there because they have to be there. Kind of how Candelario maybe had felt at times, perhaps. Kind of how other, I don't want to get on a rail here of too many other guys that were disappointing. I don't think we have any Anthony Rendones on the team, perhaps. We'll see as the season goes on. But anyways, I'm rambling at this point. I just wanted to get it out there and say that I think maybe one of the most underrated things that this team will have is fun energy.
Yeah, Sal Stewart
Yeah,
definitely brings a lot of that. Sorry. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, he definitely brings obviously Eugenio Suarez too. I mean, when he's going, he's about as fun of a player to watch. So I think they can add that. It'll be interesting to see, the base pass. Elly did not steal a whole lot in spring training. He actually stole more bases last year. He had 6 stolen bases in 2025 spring training, only 3 this. And then obviously last year, he only stole 2 more bases than he stole all of 2023, and he only played 60-something games. So I don't know about Elly with running. We'll have to see on that. Matt McLain, I think, does have maybe a little bit more stolen base credit than maybe, or ability than we give him credit. He could maybe steal some bases. But yeah, I think the Reds should try to be more aggressive on the bases. I don't understand why they got away. There was, though, baseball as a whole. There's kind of been a shift in that where, like, when they changed the base path rules, it was like, okay, we got to do it. And then it seemed like baseball across the board scaled back a little bit, and to the point where they're now talking about they're experimenting in the minor leagues this year, moving the bases in even in second base and even further to try to create even more stolen bases. So I don't know. There might be a little bit more to that that kind of meets the eye. But yeah, I mean, when you have a player like Elly, no matter where the bases is, it feels like he needs to steal more.
yeah, I think that's part of what was so frustrating last year. And obviously, we didn't know he was hurt at the time, but it felt like he just wasn't running at all. Obviously, he had no power. He hit 1 home run within like 40 days at one point. And what's interesting, that's one of the most interesting things to me heading into the season is how much will Elly run. Um, he he didn't run much in spring training, but I don't really see the point of running a lot in spring training. Like that, just keep your legs fresh, and you don't need to go out there and steal 20 stolen bases in spring training. But I hope he runs a lot. I hope we're talking about Elly's up there with 50, 60 stolen bases. Vegas thinks he's going to run a lot. I'll tell you that. Vegas, I think he's the leader to lead the league in stolen bases. Vegas is usually pretty right. So maybe Vegas knows something that we don't, but I would love to see it look more like it did in 2023 and 2024 than it did last season, because it just feels like, I mean, we all remember the Brewers series, and like Trace said, like when he's running, it puts so much pressure on the other team to be perfect. I mean, when he stole second and came around to third and home, like that was one of the most electric plays, and that's that fun we're talking about. But it also just puts so much pressure on the other team to be perfect, and baseball's hard. Like it's not easy to be perfect. So when you can get guys in scoring position, because Elly De La Cruz is fast, like the Reds should take advantage of it, as opposed to him getting on first and just standing there. Like certainly there's a risk. I know Tito had the quote of, it's not that I don't want to run, I just want to run and be safe. It's like, well, yeah, no kidding. Everyone wants to run and be safe, but you got to take some risks to get the reward, So I hope Elly's running early and often, because I think that is a huge part of his game, and that's part of why he's so good.
Yeah, I mean, situational awareness when you should run makes a lot of sense, right? Like, I'm not here to suggest that I'm asking for these guys to steal every single time they get on base. And the thing that maybe was the most damning was that last year, it's like, if you're not going to run, then you have to be able to hit for power, and if you're not going to hit for power, then you have to run. So one of the two things has to happen, and I can already tell you, based off of watching long enough, that a lot of these guys in the lineup probably aren't going to provide enough power to where you shouldn't be running. So that was maybe the reason for the most of the frustration last year. The biggest storyline, or the question that I have with Elly is, when you get older, let's face it, and he's not like he's old yet, but when you get older, it's a lot more wear and tear on the body to do what you did when you were younger. And there's not many base stealers that have come up through the game that have stolen for their entire career. Yes, there are some. I get it. I'm not here to suggest there aren't, but you can look through the archives at a plethora of players that started out their career stealing 20, 30 bags, and that just slowly dwindled over time. My question was more or less, or I guess the question that can't be answered is, was last year just because he was hurt, or was last year because there was this philosophy change in leadership, coupled with the fact that maybe he's getting another year older, and that just made it for the recipe that we found out. I hope you're right. I hope that he leads the league in stolen bases, because if that's the case, I think you can put to bed both of those narratives, and I think they're both bad. Neither one of those narratives are good.
Yeah, maybe it's not really fair to say the whole philosophy changed, just because if you look at the stolen bases per month, he actually had 13 in March and April last year. Sorry, he didn't have more than 7 in another month the whole rest of the year. I mean, it was 4, 5, 7, 3, 5 the rest of the months of the season. So he was stealing a lot earlier. It was 13 for 16. It's not like he had, some terrible numbers where he was getting caught a lot. But in the second half of the season, he only had 12 stolen bases. He was still very efficient, though. He was 12 for 14 in the second half. So I don't know. I feel like the quad injury, if memory serves me correct, the first time it came up was at the end of April. And then I think it got worse as the year went on. If I'm remembering right, I don't know. So much has happened. But it literally might just have been the quad. But there's also this other factor that we probably don't talk about, probably no one wants to talk about, is what is Scott Boras telling Elly? I mean, Scott Boras telling Elly, hey, you should probably go for 30 stolen bases. That's a good number to lower, to limit the risk, while also still giving you enough value. I would be shocked if Scott Boras is literally telling Elly how much you should steal or not.
I would be shocked if that was the case, but I would say that I'm not gonna put my life on the line and saying that it doesn't happen. I could be wrong. I mean, I think the Scott Boras thing always rears its head, like, oh, this guy's a Scott Boras agent, you're never gonna be able to sign him, blah blah blah. And I get why, because that over the years has showed that that's to be true. But I mean, Elly plays the game, in my opinion, with such just joy that I have a hard time believing. It's almost like, you go tell a 5-year-old that they're not allowed to, go grab the ice cream in the corner of the room, and then you leave for like 5 minutes and they're kind of like looking around like, like, wait, am I allowed to go over there? And then all of a sudden they just eventually go over there anyways. I'm just saying, like, I have a hard time believing that Elly, like, Elly, you're going to steal 30 bags this year. Then all of a sudden, he's ripping bags and he's halfway through through the middle of May, and he's on pace to be the league leader in stolen bases, and he's on, might steal 45 bags. I don't know. I have a hard time believing he's gonna pull back the reins, but we'll find out. That's why we sit here and we get to watch the games. For those that are wondering, if you haven't already, you can follow all of our social channels at Chatterbox Sports. We're on Facebook as well. I like to post today a very good Facebook post that was made today on where you can watch the Reds on cable. And I thought that was very, very poetic and perfect. So the Reds did strike an agreement with basically most of the cable providers in town. So for those that are wondering where you can watch the game, that's the one thing. I don't want to say Major League Baseball gets a lot of things right, because, it would sound like I'm a homer. But the one thing that is a little bit of a bugaboo of mine is you can't watch baseball. It's impossible to find. Well, with all due respect, you just go to reds.tv and you can watch it there all year long if you'd like to watch it. But they also have it pretty much for every other cable provider. You just have to find it. So for those that are wondering, opening day though is, if I remember right, and I should probably know this before I put it on the airwaves, but it's still broadcasted locally, free. And then from there, you're gonna have to find a spot to watch your games on the cable. So I tell you what, last night I think you guys asked, what's the most exciting thing that you're looking forward to, and I don't know what I can't even remember what answer I gave, but I will say I woke up today and I was like, you know what, gone to the days of VPNs, gone to the days of having to sit here and find a way to be able to watch games on my computer. I can just get on here. I can log into the MLB.com, MLB.tv, and I can watch the Reds. And I don't have to worry about blackouts for me personally. I know they probably still exist for other people, but I am excited for that. I can't tell you how excited I am to be able to maybe, just maybe, be on the same stream length that YouTube would be on. Because I've always been about 25 to 30 seconds behind in my world of being able to watch the Reds.
I gotta go sign up for my MLB free TV on T-Mobile. I forgot to do that, so I'm not ready to roll here today. But yeah, no, it'll be nice. The MLB app is significantly ahead of like any cable providers. I've definitely found that out over the years, so we'll be a little closer. the chat, they can maybe only pause for a few seconds this
Right.
year. We'll see though. I don't want to give technology too much credit because that tends to backfire on us.
You never do know. Greg, I know you have to kind of run here at some point. Any overarching thoughts here on opening day that maybe perhaps you want to make sure that you say before the game start? That way you can say you said it before they started.
No, I'll leave you with a prediction. I'm going to go with good vibes. I didn't answer earlier about about the offense. I wouldn't put too much stock in the offense today. Garrett Crochet is just unbelievable. But with that being said, I'm not about to come on opening day Chatterbox Reds and tell everybody that the Reds are going to lose. So I'm going to say Reds win 4-2, and I'm going to stick with my South Stewart home run prediction because I want to see somersaults around the bases and him get in the dugout and start screaming. And then we'll get to see what the home run celebration is this year, because we don't know what that is. They don't run that out in spring training. They had the fun Viking helmet. Then they ran underneath the dugout, which was idiotic and everybody hated. And then last year they had the money grab. So I'm sure they have another one lined up for this year. So I'll say Reds 4, Boston Red Sox 2, and then we'll see what the year, how the year unfolds.
Fair enough. All right. Well, I also do hope for the Sal Stewart home run, because I do think that perhaps if anybody rips up the unwritten rules of baseball better than anybody, it's going to be Sal Stewart. I don't think that guy's worried about hurting anybody's feelings at any point in any baseball game at all. And you know what? I'm here for it. Be interested to see how much he's utilized in the field. Something we haven't really talked about at length yet is kind of what happens at first base if things don't go defensively, maybe the way that we all hope that they will. But I guess we'll let those chips fall where they may until we start to make a mountain out of a molehill, perhaps, is what some would say. Sitting here trying to do some hosting on the fly. I don't know if we have anybody waiting in the balance. I do know Greg has to run. So Greg, appreciate him coming on. Looks like he already jumped off. So we'll go to the 2 box if Casey's capable of doing it. And he is. So shout out to Casey for producing the show. Nick, here we are. We find ourselves yet again doing this. And I feel like every single year, it's always kind of at some point for me been a step up. Oddly enough, I do think the only time where I haven't felt more optimistic than the previous year was last year. So maybe, just maybe, the way you actually feel on opening day, you can't put a lot of stock into it anyways. But I am excited this season more so than maybe the previous seasons, because you can say whatever you want about baseball, and there are times where perhaps, if you don't know the game at all and you just start watching it can become boring, especially if you're watching a team that can't produce offensively. But there's nothing better than watching offensive firepower. There's nothing better in sports than watching, at a game in which you're at, in a team that you love, having scoring chance after scoring chance after scoring chance. Obviously, that wasn't the case a whole lot last year. At least it didn't feel like it as we watched all 162. I feel like maybe the biggest thing as we head into this year that I'm kind of maybe excited about is the fact that we have some real legitimate offensive firepower.
Yeah, it's just like, it's certainly a much deeper lineup. As much as I want Dane Myers in the lineup, like I still look at up and down this lineup. Like Tyler Stevenson's batting 7th. I mean, this is a guy we had batting 3rd
exactly.
for a lot of shows
First
that
time
we've done
on the show.
Yeah. So, he's batting 7th. Marte's batting 8th. I mean, it's a much deeper lineup. How good is it? I don't really know. I think there's a lot of players that are kind of at like almost a breaking point of their big league careers. Let's go up and down the list. Obviously, Tyler Stevenson is playing for a contract this year. Matt McLain, I mean, if he has a bad year, he's probably a platoon player next year, right? And I think he knows that. Sal Stewart's obviously kind of fighting for his big league life still. I feel as confident in him as anyone, but he's got a lot to prove. Even Eugenio Suarez, I mean, he's 34. If he has a bad year, he's not a starter next year. I mean, really, Elly De La Cruz is probably the only player in this lineup that, if he's atrocious this season, still has a starting job next year. And so like I guess there's a lot of hungry players up and down the lineup, but there's a lot of guys that they're really fighting for their big league life. But I do like the depth. Like today's nice because if the Red Sox bring in a lefty, like you have Will Benson sitting on the bench that obviously we know he can hit a home run. You have Dane Myers sitting on the bench if you go left, right, left, and at the end of the game. So you're not, you're not pinch hitting, Santiago Espinal, Jose Trevino late in the game. Like you have like legitimate pinch hitting options. And Nathaniel Lowe, we haven't talked about him, who I'm really excited about. Like, I think he could be a real weapon off the bench.
Yeah, and I think there are opportunities this year, maybe more so than previous years, where you're excited or you're happy that whoever has to maybe play a backup role or whoever has to fill in for a guy that's maybe has a banged up, call it, body part that they're out. They're not. The Reds do this better than anybody. They're not on the IL, but they'll be back. They're day to day, but then all of a sudden they go a week. It's like a week long, and then all of a sudden, they still haven't played. Hopefully, we've put those days behind us, but my guess is that we haven't. I'm hopeful that we put guys in and we don't feel like there's a drastic drop off. Certainly, there's a few players. I'm not going to get into who those are. That if they were to unfortunately find themselves on the IL, it would be really, really hard to replace. And I think many of you that are listening to the show can find out and tell who those guys are. But it wouldn't shock me here's the crazy part. It wouldn't shock me in the slightest that if you told me that a couple guys that would have the most impactful moments late into this season are guys that are going to play in Louisville to start the year off. It wouldn't shock me in the slightest. I think Bleday has proven that he's kind of capable of being the guy that got him drafted at the very top of the MLB draft. Also was a guy that had a very, very good year not too far ago in the distance. There's a reason that the Reds do have him now, and he's not the everyday starting outfielder for the A's. But I'd also say that and I know people that haven't paid attention, but Rhys Hines has continued to improve, in my opinion. I do understand why there's apprehension there for many people, and I do understand when we bring up the names of Will Benson and Rhys Hines and Blake Dunn. I get why you don't want to hear it, because you're just like, those are quadruple A players. They're not good enough to play in the big leagues. And the reality is that there's some truth in that. But at the same time, like, if we're going to act as if guys can't develop and they can't get any better, then we're I'm going to say it out loud. We're cooked as an organization for the most part in the current landscape that is Major League Baseball. If you're incapable of making guys that you have in your system that are quadruple A players better, or they're incapable of getting better to a point where they can actually contribute to the Major League roster, then it's going to be really hard for this franchise to compete. It just is. So Rhys Hines, unbelievable spring. JJ Bleday, really, really, really good spring. Those guys deserve to be on the opening day roster. They do. The reason that they aren't is because there are guys that had a little bit more higher pedigree, in my opinion, and they had also good enough springs to where you can't just kick them out. Benson had a good enough spring that you could argue there's no reason that he should be over Bleday, even though Bleday maybe had a little bit of a better spring. Nathaniel Lowe, in my opinion, is an insurance opportunity, if you want to call it that, at first base. Because I'm not going to sit here and say that I don't believe in Sal Stewart, Nick. But let's face it, he has not proven himself at the major league level yet. Also hasn't proven that he can play first base at a major league level yet. I also don't think that they really wanted to run Spencer Steer out there at first base yet again for an entirety of a season, because if that's the case, then it's going to be really hard to find yourself, in my opinion, in a position that you can use Spencer Steer in a way in which makes him very valuable to a major league team. So that's why I think Lowe exists. You can correct me if I'm wrong, but I think Lowe is there for the most part. I get the concept and the talk that you want these guys to get at bats at AAA and you want their development and all these things. And I do think that there's some merit to that. But I think that there's more merit to the fact that Lowe's floor is significantly higher than everybody else's. He also is at a position and can play a position that might have a need that defensively guys that we thought could do it can't do it. Am I crazy for thinking that?
Yeah, I think if Lowe didn't exist, I don't think we'd care about JJ Bleday's ability to get everyday at bats at AAA. I think we'd just put him on the roster and say, hey, like, we're trying to win. This guy isn't our prospect. He's a guy we picked up off the scrap heap. I think it's better for JJ Bleday to go down to AAA and get everyday at bats than to just sit and rot on the bench. But yeah, I mean, like it's not just Sal Stewart, but I mean, if there's an injury, I mean, like Brian Hayes gets hurt a lot. If Brian Hayes gets hurt, Eugenio Suarez, we assume, is going to play third base every day. So there's your DH spot that's wide open now, and he gets slot in right there. So it's an insurance policy. He's a guy that just kind of fell in the Reds' lap. I can't believe the Reds were able to pick this guy. I can't believe the White Sox and the Rockies exist, and like Nate Lowe found his way to Cincinnati. I am really excited about him. He's just not a guy you're going to be able to pick up in June if an injury happens. Like he's not going to be sitting around. So yeah, I really like him. But this the whole overarching thing is there's so many options. Like if someone doesn't perform, like I'm team pull the plug quick, and I'm usually the patient guy. I'm not talking like, Matt McLain pull the plug quick, but my guy Will Benson. If Benson looks terrible for 3 weeks, send him down, bring up Reese Hines. Noelve Marte, if he looks terrible, like I think you're in a spot where you have enough guys that you can shuffle them in and out, and I think that competition is good for most players. Like most players that helps them. So there's just a lot of options. It's really it's really more of, I think, a collective unit than individual star power outside of Elly De La Cruz. It's that hopefully you're not having like look at some of the lineups last year. Some of the players that played in left field. I mean, there were some bad baseball players that had no business. Now, I'm not going to say here on opening day that's no possibility of that happening because we see how a season can unfold, but you're significantly better prepared for that with just guys that have a lot of different options and guys that are going out to AAA that should be on a big league roster right now.
I completely agree. And I also would say that there's an opportunity for the Reds defensively to put in an outfield late into baseball games that they were incapable of having at the at most points of last year that I would consider a very, very good defensive outfield. I think that Myers is a guy that most Reds fans haven't seen, and I completely understand why, because you're not watching many Marlins games, and I didn't watch many of them either. And the amount of games that are on
I watched
television
a lot in September when they played the Mets.
That is true. Shout out to the Marlins for getting the job done for us on game 162. But what I was going to say is there's not that many games that are available to watch on in spring training for whatever reason. And I think people will be maybe pleasantly surprised with, how good of a player Dane Myers is capable of being. And you could shift over TJ Friedel into one of the corner outfield spots. Benson's obviously very capable of being a good, in my opinion, a corner outfield spot. So it'll be interesting to see what Tito does with the options that he has at his disposal that I genuinely don't think that he really had last year. Brian Hayes, interesting guy to talk about. Certainly one in which I think maybe some of the fan base feels that like his spot isn't very like secure because you have a guy like Eugenio Suarez kind of waiting in the wings if he struggles. I have a hard time believing, and maybe I'm wrong, that they would go out and spend the resources that they spent on Brian Hayes and not try to live and die with him for a vast majority of the season. He is probably, in my opinion, one of the most optimistic viewpoints you could have because I don't think it could get a whole lot worse offensively for him. I really don't. He's going to play a full year now in Great American Ballpark. He's had some success with the Reds offensively. Yes, when I say success, we're talking about two different wavelengths here. I'm not talking about a guy that's even going to be above average from a league perspective. I need him to be just below league average. If he's capable of doing what I think he is, I think he will be around just below league average from a hitting perspective, if not league average. And if he is league average, I hope people realize how big of an impact that would be for this team. Like he will be one of the biggest leap forward types of position players that we would have from last year to this year. Yes, we got a little bit of taste of what Brian Hayes can do in the field last year. And as you said on last night's show, he single-handedly won a few baseball games last year defensively if you remember the situation in the game and the plays that he made. He saved runs after time in 2 different games that I can distinctly remember, and those are just in the course of the few months that we had him. It wasn't like he gave us all 162 and I could pick out 2. Brian Hayes is the most surefire thing that the Reds have of all of the players that they have in one position group. He just is. Whether you like that or you don't, that's what it is. He defensively is going to give you the goods. You're not going to miss that. There's not one other player. I'm talking about every single player from a pitching perspective and a position perspective that you can point to and you can say, you know what? You're going to get this out of this guy because he's proved it. Not a single one of them. And he could do that. You can point at Brian Hayes and say, you know what? I'd be willing to bet basically everything that I own that he's going to be one of the top defenders in this league at his position. And as far as people saying, well, you know, what happens if he struggles? We can move, Eugenio Suarez to third, and we can shift this guy over to first. And then it becomes like just a domino effect of all these guys moving. And it's like, oh, we could put Matt McLain at third base and put Sal Stewart at second. And then we could put, maybe somebody like Steer or Nathaniel Lowe or whoever else at first. No, I'm not doing that. I'm really not. We have one guy on this team that is legitimately one of the best players at his position in all of Major League Baseball at one thing specific. And yes, I get it's not sexy. I get he's not hitting 30 home runs and he's making these unbelievably offensive production standpoints that make you feel good. But he does things that help your team win in a major way. And I am going to live and die by Brian Hayes, largely because they invested too much in him, Nick. They put a lot of stock in him to just say, oh, he's not hitting well 2 months into the season. Let's start rearranging the deck chairs. Am I crazy for thinking that?
No, I'm a huge Brian believer. I think people just don't value defense enough. You look back at that 2021 team. I think the defense really let them down. But I think back to the 2012 Reds. I think the team won 97 games. I think a lot of people forget they had some really bad offensive players in that lineup. I mean, Drew Stubbs had a 65 WRC plus, played every day in center field. Zach Cozart had an 83 WRC plus, playing every day at shortstop. Handing an 88 WRC plus behind the plate, 112 games. I mean, defense can win. And the biggest thing is, like, what is the trade-off? Like, what are you really adding if you take Brian Hayes out of the lineup? Are you putting a huge bat in the lineup? Probably not. I mean, you're putting a guy maybe you like that's better than Brian, but is that going to outweigh his glove? I don't think so. I think he makes Elly better. I think he makes it easier for Elly. I think his habits at third base are good for Elly. I just think there's so many positives that he brings. And yes, it's an investment, but it's not crazy. Like, I think Brian Hayes would easily get maybe almost twice as much on the open market for this year if he was a free agent. So yeah, I'm excited about Brian. I think, I think his addition was good for the Reds. The Reds' numbers at the end of last year, if you look at the outs above average per month, their best month was like in September. The Mets were terrible in September. Everyone talks about the pitching, which I think the pitching was the big thing, but I think the defense played a factor too. And yeah, I'm excited about Brian. I think he needs a long leash. I'm more concerned about his health than his ability to be a productive player.
Yeah, I don't want to switch position groups too quickly. I would say that maybe the one name that we have not brought up on this show that perhaps in previous seasons his name has been synonymous with, well, X factor, or he's a very, very important piece to this baseball team. The reality is that, as I've said since we started this show till probably I don't do the show anymore until maybe I die, is I think the most important thing that a baseball team can have is a lot of good middle players. And that's the catcher, the shortstop, the second baseman, and the center fielder. If you have really good players at those positions, it's really hard to have a bad baseball team. Tyler Stevenson's a guy that probably is a little more of a hot rod topic than it used to be in the past. I think there for a minute he was beloved by pretty much the entirety of the fan base because he'd come up and he looked like a legitimate bona fide hitting catcher Then all of a sudden you kind of have some injury situations, and he's here, he's not here, and then you kind of had the defensive metrics look the way that they looked, and he really wasn't putting out the same offensive firepower that he had in the past. And now we find ourselves in a position where maybe, just maybe, if he's capable of staying healthy, and that's a big if now, I think, in my opinion, with Tyler Stevenson and maybe all catchers. I don't know if that's totally fair, to be completely honest about Stevenson, because I think that's just a really demanding position in and of itself. But I do think that for a team, and for as much as we talk about this team, Stevenson's probably slept on maybe a little too much in what the impact that he's capable of making for this team is. I will readily admit that I really have kind of sold a lot of stock. Haven't really recouped as much maybe stock as some others would like to believe. But your overall, I guess, thoughts on that position group in and of itself this year, if nothing else. Although I think we did think that about Luke Maley a little bit, but we have a competent backup, so maybe it's not as fearful of a position as we've had in years past.
If there's one player that Tyler Stevenson has the most motivation of any player on this entire roster going into this year. I mean, he is playing for so much money. I mean, as a free agent catcher, some of the contracts you see for catchers are crazy. Like, if he goes out and is a fringe all-star hitting catcher, like, he's going to get paid millions and millions and millions of dollars more. So he has a lot of motivation. I think the Reds last year, Trace, you might disagree with this take. I think the Reds got incredibly lucky with the production they got when Tyler Stevenson was out earlier in the year.
They did.
Like, Jose Trevino did his entire hitting production while Tyler Stevenson was out, and then was really bad after. But at least he was bad after, was only playing every couple games, as opposed to every other playing 2 out of every 3. And then Austin Wynns just had his career defining month. And so, yeah, I think the Reds got pretty lucky. I think the Reds got pretty lucky with that. I think the Reds got pretty lucky with their bullpen last year, that I think wasn't as good as the final ERA suggested. But yeah, I think those while they got lucky in those, Tyler Stevenson can make up for that luck, and I think the Reds bullpen depth this year can make up for that luck as well.
Yeah, it's a spot where you feel like, as a Reds fan that's in maybe the nitty gritty of the details of what the projections look like, and and you could put as much stock as you want into projections. I typically don't put a ton into them, because it feels like as if every single year you can always look back at somebody's and laugh completely, as if Fangraphs has the Pirates finishing second, and as a show that has actually given the Pirates their flowers for multiple years in a row, maybe this is the year where they're actually somewhat of a competent team. And who knows, because it seems like we've year after year said, well, the Pirates, man, we can sit here and talk about the division all you want, and you can sit there and talk about the Brewers, but I'm telling you, the Pirates are pretty good. And then lo and behold, we get to the All-Star break, and the Brewers have, they're on pace to win 90 games, and the Pirates are dead last yet again. Talk about luck. The Reds are going to need a little bit of luck, I think, in order to make the postseason. And what that luck looks like is right back to what you just mentioned. I personally, of all the things that maybe people are concerned about, and maybe I said last night, maybe it shouldn't be a shock, but I do think the bullpen's a little bit underwhelming, or at least on paper underwhelming. I guess I'd like to at least plead the fifth until I like to see some of these guys a little bit more, because if you told me, hey, what's Pierce Johnson look like, I can't really tell you. I'm not into the nitty gritty. I don't watch enough games to really know what he looks like. Brock Burke, you got obviously you have the names of Ashcraft, Santillan, and Pagan that we all know. Phillips came on strong last year. Sam Mole, I got to be frank, based off what I've seen in the past, he's a weird, interesting cat, because when he first came over, man, this guy looked like he was Arthur Rhodes. And then all of a sudden last year, he looked like he was me trying to get guys out in the fall league back in 2007, and couldn't get anybody out because they needed somebody to throw. So I don't know how you feel about the bullpen, but maybe just some guys that you feel like you're confident in, and maybe some guys that you're going to need some production from that you're not totally sure of.
Well, let's play a little game first. Let's say Andrew Abbott goes 5 innings today.
Sure.
The 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th. I'm going to say Connor Phillips is the first guy out. then
Okay.
Pierce Johnson, then Santillan, then Pagan. Maybe Mole gets in there to try to get one lefty out at some point if a need presents itself. I think they'll probably try to stay away from Brock Burke. I hope they stay away from Graham Ashcraft with a day off tomorrow. And I'm not completely out on Graham Ashcraft, but he's at the bottom of my totem pole right now.
Yeah, I'm not totally against that. It's a really interesting thing with with the way in which the bullpen lays out, because Ashcraft's a guy that at times, like, let's face it, Ashcraft, when he's throwing that 99-mile-an-hour cutter, he looks unhittable. And then all of a sudden he'll go out the next time and these guys are just lacing line drives off the left field wall. I'm like, this dude's throwing 99 miles an hour. That just shows you how good, obviously, major league hitters are. But I can't quite come to grips on how I feel about Ashcraft, because he just, every single time I see on the radar gun that it's 99, 100 miles an hour and it moves, I'm like, I don't see how that's hittable, but he does get hit. So then all the time we're back to square one. You mentioned not really maybe going to Brock Burke. What makes you, I guess, and again, I hand up saying that I don't know much about this guy yet.
He had a really, really bad spring.
What makes you think that he's just as good or better? He's not as good as Sam Mole. Like, Sam Mole to me is half
Sam
a
Mole
dozen
had a great
160.
Sam
Yeah,
Mole
that's
was maybe
fine.
the Reds'
But
best reliever in spring training.
yes,
I would
but
kind
you're
of.
so you are putting stock. Let me be clear. You are putting a good amount of stock in spring training results when it comes to relievers, but maybe not other position groups.
For fringe relievers, I like Brock Burke, Sam Mole. You're probably flipping a coin. Who's a better reliever? I'm going to take the guy that was great in spring training versus the guy that stunk on opening day if I have the choice. You're going to rely on both of them. They'll solve itself out of the course of the year. Same saying with Graham Ashcraft versus I don't know, Graham Ashcraft, I guess, versus Connor Phillips. I'm going to go with Connor Phillips, whose last 5 outings didn't walk a batter in spring training, didn't give up a run, looked really good. I'm going to give him the benefit of that right away. Now, Santillan and Pagan weren't great in spring training, but they were so good over the course of the year. I'm going to lean more on that. I don't know. Is that
fair? I guess I'm on the opposite viewpoint of you. Yeah, that's why you're optimistic. You're optimistic, Nick, and I am toxic Trace, because you're putting stock in the fact that Sam Mole has looked good in the spring, but you aren't putting stock in the fact that that maybe call it Santillan and Pagan look bad in the spring. You're just you're referring back to last year and how they performed. I'm referring back to last year and how they performed with Sam Mole. And I'm saying, okay, yeah, I'm glad he threw relatively well in spring training. So I'm going to go back to maybe Brock Burke. I think Brock Burke's probably better than Sam Mole, but I don't know. I'm not going to sit here and fight that fight. I can promise you. I do know one thing. I don't think we're not going to have a surprise if there's a closing situation this year. I don't think that's going to be the case. I would be completely shocked if Emilio Pagan isn't the closer until he proves otherwise. Speaking of closers, we have a closer that's going to come in here and try to finish out this show. Craig Sandlin, a part of Chatterbox Reds. I think it's just going to be a competition all year. It's going to be a competition all year on just how well you could do segues, and that's just what we're going to compete upon. Craig had some pretty good ones last night, so I was going to try to find a way to sneak one in here as we round out the back half of this show. We're going to finish at 2:00 for those that are watching currently. And for those that are new, if you haven't already, please hit the like button. I haven't done a good enough job today, and I haven't done a good enough job maybe ever of asking people to hit the like button. And why that matters, I don't know. I'm a grown man asking you to hit a like button on a computer screen. But the algorithm and people on the internet seem to think that that's important. So we would like for you to do that if you like our show. Craig, I guess I'll lead you into the show by saying welcome to opening day. It's finally here. You've been talking in spring training for quite some time. We've sat in here and had as many random different discussions on certain topics. Some may be useful, some maybe not. How do you feel? I know you got your Sweetest Swinging Baseball shirt on, but how do you feel?
I got my The Kid shirt on from Homage. I'm sure you guys already did that read, so we don't need to do that one again. But yeah, I'm excited. Look, I have told people throughout the course of this offseason, I've never been to opening day. And so I made a commitment in our little Chatterbox group chat earlier today. Next year, I'll be 40. Feels like a good time to go to my first opening day. I've been seeing some of the pictures come through of some of our interns that are there. Andrew Collinsworth is there today. And so I'm having a little FOMO for the first time in a long time about missing out on Reds opening day. I'm excited about it. I assume you guys already had the conversation about Marte versus Myers, so we don't need to go back into that, but I'm not surprised at all about that. I know Nick's.
You can take your.
There's no victory lap. There's no victory lap because it was never about what I thought should happen. It was about what I thought would happen, and I think that's the difference. Like I just the numbers certainly indicate that Myers would have made sense to have a start today, and I get that, and I'm not mad at you for thinking that Terry Francona is insane for not having him in the starting lineup, but nothing Terry Francona has done over the last year plus of being the Reds manager makes me think that he's anything other than an old school manager. Like he's not that kind of manager, I don't think.
There's just all these, positive comments during spring training. Everyone's like, "Oh, Terry sounds so different this spring. He sounds so different. He's learning."
Listen, I'm not going to sit here and say that Francona isn't going to make maybe what we would call the more analytical decisions as we progress through the year, just because he made the decision on opening day to start who he started. I think that we all, even you, Nick, can understand why maybe he would like to give Noelvi his flowers and allow him to play on opening day versus a guy like Myers, who quite literally probably doesn't even know what Riverfront Drive is. You know what I mean? Like, and I'm not saying he doesn't deserve to be in the lineup. No offense to Dane Myers, might be one of the best players that we have all year long. Maybe, who knows, winds up being the starting center fielder for your Cincinnati Reds. But I think it's reasonable heads could understand what's going on. And I would also say this, if I can defend Tito a little bit here, is the stuff that he does do, the stuff that people want to give him credit for, that say is relatively meaningful, is, and I know that most analytical folks hate this, it is the intangible things that perhaps you can't quantify. So if, and I'm just going to say this out loud, even though it's probably not reasonable to give him credit for it, but if Noelvi Marte has success in the front half of this year, no one's going to go back and be like, well, that's because Tito started him on opening day, gave him a bunch of confidence. Maybe somebody would, but you're not going to do that.
I will.
Right? Like that's not going to happen.
Craig's already got that in the tank.
But I'm just saying, like,
that was my whole thing the other night when
fair.
Nick and I were talking about it. It was, hey, I don't think Tito is going to go to Noelvi Marte and say, hey, man, just not good enough for opening day. That confidence plays into it 100%. Like it. And I don't think from Noelvi Marte's standpoint, I think he's just an up and down player. And I think if he starts this season hot, it's not going to be because he had the opening day start. But at the end of the day, he's still a very young player. He's still working his way through how to become a professional. We heard this spring about how Terry had to nudge him yet again, which, who knows what that means. But if we're still working through work ethic issues at this point in his career and giving him a little jab in the ribs, we might have bigger issues. So
he's for sure gonna hit a home run off Crochet today.
Yeah, and I think that would be a beautiful thing if he did. And I would also say too, there's a chance too, like, Nick, you want to make fun of me sometimes about some of the guys that I'm like, well, I'd rather, you're like, well, in 5 years you're gonna look back at that and think that's the most idiotic thing in the world. There's a realistic chance here in 5 years you look back and be like, hey, remember when you were maybe not tooth and nail, but you were really making a case for the fact that Dane Myers should be in the opening day lineup over Noelvi Marte, as he's the reigning, 4-time All-Star Major League Baseball player that he's possibly could be. No offense to Dane Myers, but the ceiling isn't nowhere near as close to what maybe Noelvi's is. But the defense matters. So, I'm not going to sit here and act like that's the one thing that perhaps Dane Myers does bring that nobody's going to talk about. I get the left-handed splits. I get the idea that he's he might be marginally better against left-handed pitching, but he's a significantly better outfielder. He's a significantly better defensive outfielder. And that's where maybe you can kind of get me on the bandwagon, right? It's like that's the part that hasn't really been discussed that people might be tuning into, looking really quickly on Baseball Reference and being like, okay, what are the splits these guys are talking about? And they're going to be like, well, these are relatively marginal. This guy's only hit 300 at-bats in his career against left-handed pitching, and this guy's only got, what you're telling me out of 1,000 times, Nick, he's only going to get on base 50 more times, and that's why you're going to do it. I get why you'd want that. But the bigger issue that I have in this whole thing is that he's a significantly better defensive outfielder, and that's one thing that we probably should come to grips with.
especially when you have Spencer Steer in left field. So you have Steer in left. We think Marte can be a good defensive right fielder, but he certainly has not shown it yet to this point.
Not
He's
yet.
been incredibly inconsistent there. So that's definitely a concern. It's interesting to see like what if the Reds are able to get a lead, what this defensive lineup looks like. I think people are I'll go ahead and get this one out of the way, Craig. I think there's a good chance Sal Stewart gets pulled out of the game in the 6th or 7th inning because Spencer Steer goes to first base. So that's another thing that it's going to be a tough pill to swallow when you take Sal Stewart's bat out of the lineup. But I think that's got a real possibility of happening as well.
You think they pull Sal Stewart, move Steer to first, and then put Dane Myers into like center field and move TJ Friedel over to left?
Or Benson, depending if Benson came in to get an at bat against
pinch hit or something.
A pitcher. Yeah.
I'm just going off my eyes, and this is where I'm going to get myself in trouble on opening day with half the fan base already. And I need people that maybe are in the analytical community. You can send me a message separately, or maybe Nick, you'll know this on the fly, and we don't have to do all that song and dance. But genuinely speaking, when I watch Spencer Steer play first base, I do think that he's a decent first baseman when the ball's hit to him and he has to move right or left perhaps, and he catches the ball. And yes, that's part of playing first base, and that's important. I personally don't think it's as nearly as important to have the catch radius that maybe some other guys would have, generally speaking, that might be a little bit bigger. And I also think the eye test, which isn't always the most realistic thing to use in the world, I don't think he's the best scooper, whatever term you'd like to use, receiver of the baseball at first base. I have a hard time believing, and I know that the Gold Glove first base, and it sounds crazy to say, and listen to how stupid this guy is. Am I crazy? Like, is there some analytical background that would be able to showcase receiving baseballs in a catch radius perspective, or have we not gotten there yet?
I don't know. The whole outs above average is like, it's good, but it's not like groundbreaking. I think that the bigger thing is like, how big is there really that big of a drop off to Sal Stewart? Like, I've seen nothing from Sal Stewart playing first base that makes me go, yeah, that guy's a liability at first base. There's some guys that are liabilities at first base, but Sal Stewart, I haven't seen it. So I don't really love him being taken out of the game, but that is something to watch. I absolutely think that's a real possibility if the Reds get a lead.
I think it definitely is.
I just can't wait for
value perspective that he's a good first baseman. I guess I'm asking you too, Craig. Like, do we think he's a good first baseman? Is Spencer Steer a good first baseman defensively? In retrospect, I get it from on paper they say he is, but
I think there's a stat somewhere. I don't remember who tracked it or whatever, but there is like a scoops stat, and I think that was a challenge for Spencer Steer last year, was like saving defensive errors. And you can talk about outs above average, and you can talk about defensive runs saved and all those things, but being the instigator that I am, I went through last year at one point, and I remember, and I pulled video of all 22 of Elly De La Cruz's errors at that point in the season. And if I remember correctly, 6 or 7 of them were balls that Spencer Steer or a normal first baseman probably could have or should have gotten that were not actually received by Spencer Steer. And so
not his fault either. Like, I want to say
that's anecdotal.
And saying it's not his fault. Like, I feel like at times the Reds ask so many guys on this roster to do things that they're not supposed to be doing that then get criticized. Like, even Santiago Espinal at times. Like, it's not realistic to be asking Santiago Espinal to hit in 2-hole for as long as he hit, and then also play a premium position every single day in the major leagues and expect to get the results that we all want. Like, that's just not realistic. I also think it's not really realistic to put, Noel V. Marte out in right field and expect it to go all that well. Same with Spencer Steer in left field, like at the very beginning of his career. So this isn't me saying, Steer is obviously very competent and capable of playing first base, but the $1 million question I'm going to have is if they decide to put him in late in game situations as a defensive replacement to a certain extent at first base, is what are you missing? Like, what are you gaining from that, or what are you leaving behind on the table, which is a big bat? Like, if Sal Stewart or even Lowe or whoever else, I don't know if Eugenio will ever find himself playing that position, but if they end up doing that, it's like the Dodgers game, last year, where it's like the 6th inning and we have a 1-run lead, and we're subbing out the only guy that's been relatively productive at the offensive plate in the 6th inning, and he already hit a home run that game. So not to rehash everything that happened in 2024, we're turning the leaf over here, or 2025, I should say, turning over a new leaf in 2026. But it'll be interesting to see how they handle late game situations, like Nick said. And he's got my blood boiling right now, thinking that maybe Sal Stewart's going to come out of the lineup in a 1-run baseball game because we want to make sure the defensive metrics look better when we're not totally sure in the 6th inning.
That's the tough part. And I have my thoughts. I don't know if there's like real stats around this, but what's more valuable in a game where in the 6th inning it's 1-0? Is it adding an insurance run, or is it having a better quality defense to try and save a run on the defensive side? I personally would rather add insurance runs than worry about trying to save that 1 run from the other side. But I also, the minute that we leave Sal Stewart into a game and then he commits an error that turns into a game tying error, we're going to roast him for that too. So the joy of our job is that there's very few scenarios where you're going to win as a manager, regardless of what decisions you make. We're going to roast you for them. So that's just the content business and who we are and what we have to do for views and clicks. But the truth of the matter is that in my eyes, I'd rather have those insurance runs than I'd have the that diving stop at first base, because the likelihood of them putting together 3-4 hits in a row in order to score that run versus you being able to hit one out of the ballpark, that's a much different scenario. And I'd rather hit one out of the ballpark.
Go ahead, Nick. Had something.
I first of all, I've said nothing for clicks on this, on the 90 minutes I've been on this show today. It's been all just full truth. Craig, we're throwing that out here, Craig. I think it would also be
hey, look, I haven't watched a minute before I jumped on. I was busy with work. I had other things going on.
This is a truthful show. It would also be a different conversation if, like, you had the Nasty Boys in the bullpen, or you had Broxton, Marshall, Chapman. Like, I like Pierce Johnson, I like Tony Santillan, I like Emilio Pagan, but it's not a sure thing either. Like, if you have a 1-run lead, I think you kind of have to be, at least from a manager perspective, thinking there's a good chance the Red Sox tie this game up, and I'm probably going to need to maybe get that run back. I think that also plays into a fact. Now, if it's, it's very situational. Like, if it's the 8th inning and you want to pull Sal Stewart in the 9th, you have a 1-run lead, but it's Pagan going up against the bottom of the Red Sox lineup. Okay, yeah, maybe I can buy that. But if it's the 6th inning and you still have to go to the heart of the Red Sox order twice and you have a 1-run lead, I'm not banking that my bullpen's going to be able to hold that 1-run lead.
Yeah, it's all situational. It has to be, and that's why I think it's fun to be a baseball fan personally. It's very hard to sit here and forecast what's going to happen throughout a baseball game and what decisions you should make based off of just what's on a piece of paper. I think that certainly you can use analytics to your advantage more times than not in baseball, but I also think that there's something to be said about what Nick had mentioned, which is, what's the feel of your team? What's the feel of your bullpen? Do you trust the guys that you have on the back end? Who are you, basically up against in those later innings, and whether or not you feel like you need to have a replacement out in the field because you're lacking that much. That's really the question that none of us have the answers to at this point with Sal Stewart at first base. If we're going to continue down that logic path, is, how good defensively can he be? The same way that I think Spencer Steer probably was a little bit of a breath of fresh air and how well he was capable of playing first base. You could say the same case for maybe Sal Stewart. Maybe he's going to be a Gold Glove type caliber player at first base and all this gets put to bed. But, it's obviously something to talk about here on opening day before we get started. And we don't really totally know what all of this is going to look like. Perhaps the one thing that we haven't really spent a lot of time in the show discussing is, what does the starting rotation look like after Andrew Abbott? We obviously discussed his, Craig, for the fact that you haven't really maybe seen much of the show, but we did discuss Andrew Abbott, what the spring looked like, maybe the concerns that exist there, what today perhaps could look like for Andrew Abbott, and whether or not people are going to maybe go overboard depending on whichever way he starts. That's just the nature of the beast. If he throws the ball well, spring training doesn't matter. Nobody cares. He's still the great pitcher that he was. If he goes out and gives up a bunch of runs, I can guarantee you there's going to be a plethora of people that are saying, well, that's not shocking. Look what he did in spring. So you're going to be able to take that narrative whichever way you wish. However, after you get past Andrew Abbott, I'd make a tongue-in-cheek joke to like maybe a portion of the fan base, but there are baseball games that get played after today. They play on Friday, and then they play a lot a lot more games throughout the
They
summer.
they don't play on Friday.
I said they don't play on Friday, but they play a lot more games throughout the summer. I think I said that. Maybe I didn't.
I don't know.
If
man.
I didn't say it, that's on me. But I said they don't play Friday, but they play a lot more
already.
games the rest of the season. Anyways, I digress. The fact of the matter is, you have Singer, you have Burns, you have Louder, you have Williamson now. The real damning thing is that you do have your two best arms. No matter however way you want to spend this thing, your two best arms are not available to begin the year. One in which looks like he might not be available till mid-July, if not longer. But nonetheless, I guess your overarching thoughts, Craig, on just how you feel from a confidence perspective on the rest of the rotation after today.
Well, we talked about it last night a little bit. I mean, you look at the rotation, I think you've got to feel pretty good about it, even though you're missing maybe your two best arms here the first time or two through. I'm nervous about Abbott. I'm just going to be honest with you. Abbott did not struggle at all in spring training last year. And so for him to come out this year and to put up an 11+ ERA worries me. This is a guy that we've had concerns with in terms of maybe longevity or endurance throughout the course of a season. And so if he's not even going to be able to start the year on a high note, then certainly gives me a little pause and worry. I also am interested in, I guess it didn't really matter because ultimately Lodolo goes on the IL too, but they announced him as the opening day starter pretty early, despite the struggles that he was having. He certainly didn't earn this opportunity, to be honest. And I think you look at last year, and maybe that if you, I see Nick shaking his head, maybe he earned it last year, and maybe that's the thought.
Do you think? Do you think that there's a chance, Craig? Like, do you think there's a chance, though, really quickly, that similar to parenting, perhaps, if you have multiple kids, sometimes you accidentally maybe give too much favoritism towards one kid, and you realize, oh crap, I'm going to have to do something for the other one. Do you think maybe the fact that he didn't get a chance to get the ball in the postseason at all is the fact that they're like, you know what, we're going to throw him a bone here, and he's going to start on opening day?
Maybe, but at the same time, I want to set myself up to win as many ball games as I possibly can, and I want to set myself up, especially for a division matchup that's coming up with the Pirates, to have the best possible outcome for that as well. And so he's going to have to come back and face Paul Skeens in the third game of that next series, and I don't know that that's really that exciting to me either, right? So ultimately, there's a lot of different conversations that can happen, and this is a 162 game season. So to sit here and question who gets the ball on opening day versus any other day is maybe unnecessary. But at the same time, we're talking about a manager who is ceremonially starting Noelvi Marte in right field over Dane Myers. I mean, I guess ultimately it came down to nobody else was an option anyway. Like, you're probably not going to give Brady Singer the opening day start. And so once Hunter Green went down, ultimately Nick Lodolo went down too. But I would have thought that Nick Lodolo, at the point that they announced the opening day starter, had earned that opportunity, not only through his performance over the years, but also this spring.
I mean, Andrew Abbott was an all-star last year. Like, let's not forget
100%. Yeah.
Yeah, I think he earned it. I think Trace's point's completely valid. The whole miss in the playoffs. I think that was still the right call. Like, he would have been on 3 days rest in the playoffs, and I don't think Andrew Abbott's kind of pitcher. There's not many pitchers across baseball you want pitching on 3 days rest. So really, it was either Abbott or Lodolo was your two choices, and I don't know, flip a coin. I do think, though, it's very unfortunate that Abbott has to get lined up against Crochet and Skeens, but I do think the Pirates are a team that he matches up very well against. They have a ton of left-handed batters, so I like that matchup a lot, outside of him facing Skeens. But I think he has a really good chance, and I wanted a lefty to start opening day also because of facing the Pirates. So yeah, it's fine. Like, the way they lined it up, I have no issue with it. I love the pitchers that are going up against the Pirates. I love Williamson, Burns, and Abbott. Two lefties against that left-handed lineup, and then Chase Burns. And those games matter more. They matter more than what happens the next 3 days, for sure. Because there's a much better chance that you are competing with the Pirates for a playoff spot than a lot of other teams.
I seen the Pirates were floating out, or maybe it was just the media members from the Pirates were floating out the idea that Skeens could skip the start against the Reds, perhaps just to make sure that he threw in PNC when they basically came back. I don't know if that decision has been made. I'm trying to look it up on the fly. It doesn't seem like I can find anything, but that's something
There's
to
a lot
keep
of
in
teams
mind as
doing
well.
6-man rotations, or like kind of what the Reds were planning on doing.
Yeah, I mean, there's the opportunity, not to get everyone's hopes up, but there's the opportunity that they might push Skeens to basically the following day that allows him to throw in what would be, I believe, their home opener, which, I mean, let's face it, like that matters. It obviously matters. I mean, we look at the opening day lineup today, and I think that there's very much the fingerprints that it's opening day, and that's why we're doing what we're doing. There's a chance of all of the franchises, not to try to belittle the Pirates, because we've had just about the same amount of success that they've had, maybe even worse, so that since I've been alive and I've been watching the Reds baseball. So I'm not slighting the Pirates, but if there's any organization perhaps that would decide to make a decision just to try to make more money and or perhaps, you know, make themselves a little more of an opportunity to make things a little more lively around the ballpark on their home opener, it would be the Pittsburgh Pirates. So damned is the division rival or not, I don't know, but we'll see ultimately what happens. That's obviously later this week. We'll worry about today, but Nick, you're smiling there. You got something.
I'd be a big fan of them moving it back, but honestly, you know, my big brain thought, if I was the Pirates brass and I'm trying to make more money, you start him in Cincinnati, because then he gets to pitch on like a Tuesday night against the Padres, and you'll sell more tickets to that. You're already going to sell at opening day.
Yeah.
Hopefully there's no Pirates brass listening right now, and I just didn't give them my genius strategy.
Yeah, I'm with you there as well. So, and I'd also say
last
you can spin
year,
every narrative you want. Go ahead.
I was just gonna say, last year Andrew Abbott against the Pirates just faced him once. He gave up 2 hits and 1 run in 5 innings, and got the win.
That's
in that
a
game.
good match. That is a good matchup for him against the Pirates. That's probably one of the better matchups across baseball, just with how left-handed they are. I'm very happy about his second start more than his first start.
Yeah.
I would say, Craig, I'm very much looking forward to the fact that next year you get to enjoy opening day. Personally, I would say opening day is one of those things that you need to experience. I think it's probably insane. I think it'd be a fun poll to have. In fact, I think maybe we could make it a poll question here before we get off here, Casey, if you're capable of doing this. I'd like to know, if you had the option, would you rather get tickets to opening day? We'll say a pair, just to make it to where you can take someone with you. Or would you rather have 5? Would you rather have 5 tickets for the rest of the year? I'm curious of what the fan base and themselves feel. I personally would rather have 5 tickets to the rest of the year, or 5 games, not 5 tickets, 5 games to the rest of the year, largely because of the weather. Now, I will say, if you're going to give me 80 degrees and sunny, I might change my mind. But I've been to opening day far too many times where it's, you're freezing cold and you're bundled up and you're just like, man, I love baseball, but I'm not totally sure if this is really what baseball is supposed to be played in. Which ones are you taking?
I would take. I'm not the biggest opening day guyer around, but I think 5. It had to be like 10 to get me to consider
really
taking opening day. I mean, I think
All
number
right.
one, you could probably turn around and sell
any
the
5 games though. I mean, you could pick the 5 best games in
any
the rest
5.
Of the year. Yeah, it's not like you're subject to any 5. I would say the value from a ticket marketing standpoint is probably.
Oh, I thought you meant you were giving me 5 tickets to every game.
What? What?
Yeah, the way you phrased it, I thought it was 2 tickets to opening day or 5 tickets to every other game the rest of the year.
I'm sorry. If that's the case, that's the easiest question in the world. Then if you take an opening day, you're a lunatic. But no, to be clear, you get 2 tickets to 5 games. Any 5 games you want. Or are you going to go to opening day, which you haven't been to opening day, so it's kind of hard question for you.
Well, and I also think that there's value in opening day, even if you don't go to the game itself, it seems, between all the festivities that are going on around the stadium with the parade and hanging out on the banks. And there's plenty of ways to enjoy opening day without going to it. So I'd probably take the tickets to the 5 games and then still go hang out at the banks for opening day.
That's fair.
And then maybe I'll swing back around on Saturday and take my kid to kids opening day and use that as one of my games.
Love that. I'd also say that was a very good line that has been put out so far based off the fact that we have 27 votes here in the first minute, 28, and it is notched right at 50%, 50%, and is fluctuating 48, 52 as people start to vote. But we're 31 votes in. 31 votes in, and it's right there neck and neck at 50%. It does show you the value that people place on opening day, the fact that they would rather just go to one day in, quite frankly, March and Cincinnati, Ohio, which is not always beautiful, although it is today, over any 5. I mean, we're talking any 5 for the rest of the year, which is, I could pick out some pretty cool games that you can go watch in June and July in 70 to 80 degree weather. Guys like Shohei Ohtani and I don't know, likes of maybe even Aaron Judge from time to time that you could watch, but opening day is what it is in Cincinnati. And I am thankful, if nothing else, that we have a franchise that is genuinely, I'm not saying this facetiously or trying to be funny, like that we're known for something. Like we are known for something. And I think it's cool that we as a community and city has taken so much pride in opening day and what baseball means in our city, that it is nationally recognized that it means something more here than it does everywhere else. And I don't want to downplay what opening day is or means, just to be clear. I guess I'm just more of a weather snob than anything else, which is par for the course for me.
Yeah, real quick, Lou Bob just had a 10 pitch at bat against Paul Skeens. Paul Skeens just threw his 30th pitch of the first inning, and he's only recorded 1 out. The Mets have the bases loaded with Brett Beatty up to bat. So Paul Skeens struggling in his first outing. We should be thankful Nicholas didn't throw more.
Thank you, USA.
Yeah.
Brett Beatty just tripled, clearing the bases. Mets lead 4-2.
Maybe they'll give him a day off then. Maybe he'll throw 55, 60 pitches in 2 innings, and they're going to give him a day off, and then we don't have to.
Yeah, or he's only going to go 2 innings, and he'll be like, yeah, we can't let him go 7 days without pitching again.
That's also possible. Well, hopefully he can get out of it and they can find a way. All right, we have 15 minutes here before we march on and head off into what would be our pregame festivities for opening day. I guess we've really covered the gamut of almost really the entire roster in and of itself, but we haven't really talked about maybe the outlook or the opponent here. We're not much of I say we, I'm talking about maybe myself and Nick. Craig, I know that maybe you could chime in if you feel differently, but I don't know if we're much of a schedule watcher program anymore, because that's really got us in trouble in the past. And I really am a believer of it's more important when you play teams than who you play. We've seen it in the past with not only, the Reds. There are times where it looks like they're going to win 95 games, and there's times where it looks like, they might score 2 runs an entire week of baseball. As we look forward, your overarching thoughts here on the first series with the Red Sox. Nick, I know typically you get to do some nice fun previews, but just some things maybe stood out to the person that's going to start watching some baseball this weekend that they should be keeping in mind.
Well, I'll be much more prepared for road series this year than
understood.
All right. So I haven't done the full deep dive on the Boston Red Sox. It is interesting though when you look at this lineup. I mean, how many times across baseball you see 2 left-handed pitchers on the mound, and the leadoff and the number 3 hitters are both left-handed batters? I guess probably not going to see that a whole lot. I do believe that Duran and Roman Anthony hit lefties a little bit better than the other 2 lefties in the Reds lineup. But the Red Sox, I mean, are certainly a dangerous team when you're facing the top of their rotation, they're even more dangerous. They have a deep lineup as well. And Roman Anthony looks like the real deal, so it'll be important there. There maybe is a little bit of a breadth at the bottom of their lineup, so that might be like a big key, is just like making sure you get those outs there. But yeah, I mean they're going to be a tough matchup, but like I said earlier, I'd rather face Garrett Crochet on March 26th than June's 26th when he's rolling. I think he has a better chance, and it's a chance of maybe not being his best version of himself today than when he's rolling in the middle of the year.
The most beautiful thing, perhaps, that I've seen all day here on opening day is the fact that I pulled up the lineup card on X for the Red Sox. Game 1 is what their title was, and I'm just going to read the first 3 comments in poetic fashion. Comment number 1 is Game 1 and no Marcelo. Cora is a joke. What a clown. Number 2, LMAO, IKF starting this team is a joke already. There's the comment number 3, and this will be the final one. It says, there's genuinely no excuse for IKF to be starting over Monasterio. We'll keep it a kid show, but what are we doing?
We should do this every day. This is like great therapy reading other teams.
It's us, man. It's not just us. We're not just the only ones that are out here absolutely befuddled as to why our lineup looks the way it does. But yeah, you look up and down the lineup, and it is what it is. I mean,
they're having the opposite reaction. We're mad that they started Noelvi Marte, who can't hit left-handed pitching. They're mad that they didn't start Marcelo Mayer, who can't hit left-handed pitching. It's just one big happy family. Let's all just get along. Their lineup.
Not all the analytical guys in the Northeast.
Their lineup's dangerous. They don't have a single guy who hit under 240 in 2025. The Reds, on the other hand, are putting out a lineup that faces 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 guys who hit under 240 in 2025.
What is batting average, Craig? What is batting average?
Okay, whatever. Call it what you want to call it, but it's a dangerous lineup. Roman Anthony, Trevor Story, Jarren Duran, who many Reds fans want to see in the Reds C with his ball cap here in the near future. Contreras, Durbin, who they brought over from the Brewers. Wilyer Abreu, who, if I remember correctly, had a pretty nice World Baseball Classic. I mean, it's a tough lineup for sure. Andrew Abbott's going to have his work cut out for him. And we just got a Michael Rolfe super chat if we want to look at that real quick. Alert, Kirby has daylight on him while streaming. They're used to seeing you in the dark.
Yeah, he does. He's got a glow up back there. Look at the glow up on the set back there, up against the fireplace. I didn't even realize that.
Shout
out
to natural light. Natural light. What
a I mean, that's big league noticing right there. That is being on top of your game. It is true though. That thing is glowing up back there, Nick.
I tell you what, I stay corrected. I would look at the numbers here. Jarren Duran was terrible against lefties last year. He had a 61 WRC plus. Roman Anthony was actually pretty good. He had a 112. That was probably what I was remembering, as I remember he hit lefties very well. But they are missing Rob Refsnyder. It was the guy that we all wanted to be the Reds trade deadline acquisition, the guy that kills lefties. So their lineup maybe isn't as geared towards lefties as it is right-handed pitchers. They do have a lot of lefties in their lineup. So again, it's still a dangerous lineup, but I do think versus a left-handed pitcher, which is this is the only game the Reds are going to throw a left-handed pitcher, there are maybe some advantages there for Abbott.
Right. Real quick, Paul Skeens out of the game after recording just 2 outs through 37 pitches, 4 hits, 5 runs, all of them earned, 2 walks, 1 hit batter, 1 strikeout, and the strikeout was Carson Benj.
And I'm proud to be an American.
That's actually pretty good vocals there, Nick. I like that.
Have you not seen the video of Nick singing at his wedding? I can forward that your way if you want to see it.
Oh, easy. That's been buried on the dark web.
No, I can't say that I do. All right, we have some predictions here. We have some predictions here on the final topic of the rundown. We got 8 minutes here to spare before we head off into opening day. For those that are watching or just now tuning in, if you haven't already, please like the stream and subscribe to the channel. We'll be back here live in the 9th inning of today's opening day game to do what we always do for all 162, which is provide hopefully some fun, entertaining post-game thoughts, along with perhaps some analysis and second guessing and everything else that's fun to do after a post-game show. You can also get the podcast as well, which is a little bit of a different flavor than the show that you find yourself traditionally used to watching on YouTube, perhaps. You can get the podcast on all the different types of platforms. There's 500 of them now, but we think we're on almost all 500 of them. But, obviously your traditional Apple, Spotify, maybe even like the Amazon is making a run there in the podcast game. But nonetheless, if you haven't already as well, please leave us a review. We would very much appreciate as many nice positive reviews as we can as we continue to try to grow this show. And I would also say, as I've said before, from a partnership perspective, we do have a few partners here that are on with us for, I think, up until the All-Star break. And hopefully if those go well, then we can move forward. And I think, as I said before, it really would just give us some resources to be able to kind of put more back into the infrastructure and try to be able to do some really, really cool things here at Chatterbox. So as always, appreciate everybody's support. It means a lot to all of us. And I say it every single year, from where we started to where we are now. The day-to-day grind at times I know can be exhausting from your perspective, Nick and Craig, for kind of picking up all the pieces here as we run through. But it is rewarding to see the community that's been built and the amount of people that care about what we do and the amount of people that continue to support us. So thank you from all of us to you. We wouldn't be able to really do any of this if you didn't watch, and the amount of messages that we get telling us how appreciative you are that we're doing this every single game means a lot to us. It's a long season at times. At the beginning, it feels like you got a full tank, but certainly your messages, your positive reviews, the likes of the streams, your capability or your ability to tune in and night out allows us to kind of have the stamina, if you will, to make us be able to kind of do this all year long. So with that being said, Nick, Craig, we got some predictions to make. We'll leave the win total for last. I think that's probably the smartest and wisest thing to do. So we'll start off with maybe the most impactful player from the offensive side that we will say highest. We can't do batting average because Nick would have Nick would probably leave the show. So let's do WRC plus or OPS. You pick.
They're pretty much the same thing. So we'll do OPS to make it easier for people to track. Who has the highest OPS on the Reds?
Yes,
it's Elly. Sal would be 2.
All right, so you're gonna say Sal's number 2. I think we all will probably say Elly. Craig, would you say Elly?
Yeah.
All right, so then let's say secondary player then. My number 2.
It's Sal or one of the platoon players.
I think years ago I said the guy that was going to have the highest WAR total was going to be Will Benson, because I thought he was going to get slotted in to play everyday center field at some point, because I thought TJ Friedl was going to regress, and he didn't do that. So I am going to actually say another one that might make me look like an absolute buffoon, because he might not even have a starting position after the first month, and that is Marte. Craig,
I love that pick. I love that pick. I'll just go bold with it. I don't know if I actually believe this that much, but I think that if it happens, it bodes really well for the Reds. How about Tyler Stevenson with a breakout year and a contract year?
Okay. I was actually just going to suggest we do a sneaky one, and I was going to say Stevenson.
I think again, because it's a stat that doesn't require him to play every day, like WAR, and stuff like that. I think there's a chance where he could have a sneaky good year in a contract year, put himself in position to go out and earn $15 to $20 million a year next year. And I wouldn't be completely shocked by it. Like, I would be pleasantly surprised, but I could definitely see that happening. So I'll go out on a limb and just say Tyler Stevenson in a surprise runner-up position to Elly De La Cruz, and then Sal Stewart quickly behind in the third spot.
All right, I'll give you, since you stole mine, I'm going to give you a real surprise. Behind Elly, number 2 in OPS, Rhys Hines.
You're so high on Rhys Hines, man.
I believe. I love a player that comes up and everyone gets way too high on. Like, they just go over their skis, and I'm like, calm down, people. You're way too high on them. But then then after he struggles, they all just cast him aside. Those are the players Nick Kirby always gravitates towards. I love the second wind.
All right, I don't know what maybe the most appropriate stat would be. I'd rather do FIP personally if we did the relief pitcher, but I would ask, of all of the guys that are going to be relievers for the Cincinnati Reds, we could also do ERA to make maybe life a little bit easier, but I don't think that's as good of a stat, perhaps. But
I do.
So you tell me, you want to do WAR? Is that what you said?
Yeah, I would. I think
right.
WAR would probably be.
All right, highest WAR relief pitcher. I almost want to exclude Emilio Pagan because I think it's a little unfair. But I guess if we're all going to say Emilio Pagan just to try to be right, then I do want your secondary guy.
I'm not going to say Emilio Pagan.
Okay.
Yeah, you give me just who I think is the most likely. I think it's Pierce Johnson. I think he'll be kind of that rubber guy. I think he's been the most consistent. I think he has probably the highest probability, in my opinion. If the Reds bullpen is really good, it needs to be Connor Phillips, though.
Okay.
That was going to be my answer. Connor Phillips is my answer. I've already gone on the record thinking that Connor Phillips is actually going to work himself into like that number 2 closer role this year. I think Emilio Pagan probably holds it for a majority of the season, but I think there's going to be times where Connor Phillips is going to get save opportunities. I think he's going to be one of the go-to hold specialists, late inning appearances. So Connor Phillips is my guy for this year.
All right, just to be different, and yet again, here we are. I am going to say I'll say
Graham
Santiago.
Ashcraft bounce back.
I thought about saying Ashcraft, but I just that would be lying. That would be lying. I don't know if I can believe that. I do think Santiago has a chance to be that guy. But I just
Trace,
feel like that's
what if I told you that you had, I don't know how you want to consider Nick Martinez, but in 2025, the Reds' number 1 relief pitching WAR man was Graham Ashcraft.
Well, I think Graham Ashcraft has the capability of being a guy that is just the best reliever that we have. The issue is that every time I find myself believing in Graham Ashcraft, he showcases a reason as to why I shouldn't believe in him. And I can only do that so many times before I just eventually give up, you know? It's kind of feels like the high school dating scene with me and Graham Ashcraft. I'm all in. It's hotter than a flame, and then all of a sudden, 2 weeks later, just there's apathy. So I don't know. We'll see. Certainly need the help from everybody. I'm going to say Brock Burke is the guy that is going to be a sleeper for the bullpen, though. I really do.
Don't forget
Nick,
about
you're not
Caleb
high on
Ferguson,
Brock
too.
Burke, are you?
No, he didn't like his spring training results.
Yeah.
Caleb Ferguson also is a really good reliever that is starting the year on the IL, but he's not supposed to be out very long. I think he can be a really, really good reliever as a left-handed option for the Reds. So he shouldn't be back. He shouldn't be out very long.
Well, we shall find out. All right. Well, that leaves us with, I guess, maybe the only position group left, which is going to be the starting pitching. It's really difficult to ask a question when it comes to starting pitching, largely because I think that there's runaway candidates in each and every single category. If you try to basically break it down by a per innings pitch model, there's certainly going to be a one specific player that probably everyone would pick. If you try to do a longevity situation, well, we already knocked out not two, but one probably large candidate when it comes to that. I would just say maybe a little more of an opinionated ask, not so much of an analytical approach. But if you were to look back at the 2026 season, and from a starting pitching perspective, you are going to have to say this person was a pleasant surprise, or the Reds aren't going to be able to have a chance to make the postseason. Nick?
I mean, I don't know if it's necessarily a pleasant surprise because he was good last year, but I think he's got to come back and be effective. I think Nick Lodolo has to carry some of the weight until Hunter Green comes back. I just think Andrew Abbott, I feel confident he's going to be at least okay, but I don't think Andrew Abbott has another level. I'm sorry. Burns and Louder, they're going to be limited. Williamson's going to be limited. Brady Singer, I love Brady Singer, but he kind of is what he is. Nick Lodolo's got to kind of step in and be that top of the rotation arm for this team.
Craig?
Nick Lodolo is like the immediate thought. I think that's not to say that Nick is taking the easy way out, but that's the obvious answer, right? Is that Nick Lodolo has to step up. I'll just say it. I think Chase Burns has to be the guy that we think he is. And I think there's plenty of people in this fan base that still doubt that pick, still doubt his role. And I think that he's going to be given every opportunity to shut that part of the fan base up. And I think if we look back at the season at the end of the year and we talk about, who stepped up and who really helped the Reds reach that next level, I think it's going to be Chase Burns is going to have to step up and be that guy.
I would round it out by saying, as we wrap it up here, I think that the combination between Rhett Louder and Chase Burns has to be just as efficient or even more efficient than what Andrew Abbott was to this team last year. I hate to say this, but I have a very, very, very pretty strong belief that we're not going to get the same results that we got last year from a starting pitching perspective. That's what really held this team afloat for most of the year. I am hopeful that the offense will be able to kind of maybe burden some of the weight that they weren't capable of doing last year. So that'll help alleviate some of the stress from the starting pitching. But the reality is I do think that you're going to have the combination between Rhett Louder and Chase Burns has to be. They have no chance of being successful if one and or both of those guys don't combine to at least get you the same output production that you got from Andrew Abbott last year. And that's a really good pitcher. That's a really, really good pitcher. So it doesn't mean that I think that, that it's easily done. But I definitely feel like from an availability standpoint, we are at a situation where we are already on somewhat thin ice. And Brandon Williamson is a wild card. I'm not going to put a lot of stock into it, but I really do think that he's slept on pretty significantly from this fan base as we move forward here in 2026. Final win total for me, if you put me up against it, I really do think we're going to find ourselves in a situation where we win 83 games. Is that enough to get to the postseason? I don't think so, but I would ultimately say if you win 83 games, you had every chance in the world to win 88. You also have every chance in the world to win 78. So, and I know that's a cop-out answer because it's right in the middle of probably what all the predictions are. But I just can't get over the moon about the current landscape when I have Hunter Green out for, hopefully half the season. We'll see if it's not more. And then the fact that Lodolo has the blister situation that, I get it. I'm not trying to be negative, but I get that, he'll be back. And okay, well, this dude, he's had this problem his whole career, and it's not his fault, but that's just the way it is. And unless he's healthy and available, I really have a hard time believing that the staff is going to be able to hold up to the demands that it might be asked to have.
He can't help it that he has moist hands, Trace.
Yeah.
All right, losing.
Come back to that.
All right, losing Hunter Green hurts, obviously. Back when the Geno signing happened, I went a little crazy and said that the Reds were going to win like 87 games or something like that. You lose Hunter Green, you hope that the replacements kind of step up and replace, at least most of that. But 500, 81 wins.
All right.
Damn it, boys. It is opening day. And
Here
if
we
you
go.
think
This
I'm
is
not
where
going to
Nick
say the
wins.
Cincinnati Reds aren't going to win 90 games, you are out of your ever-loving mind. The team that we fell in love with in 2023 is still there. A lot of these guys have kind of gotten forgotten about. They've had some struggles as they try to grow into big league ball players. But this is the year it all comes together. This lineup, Matt McLain hit 7 home runs in spring training. He looks like the dude. He's so back. Elly is going to have a 7-8 win season. Sal Stewart's the real deal. This offense is going to absolutely shock Major League Baseball. They're going to be not just a decent offense, not just an offense that fills the gap thus in the pitching. They're going to be a plus for this team. This team wins 90-plus games. Book it.
And he already told us there's no clickbait on this show. No clickbait on this show.
He doesn't. He said it right when you came in. I haven't said a single thing. That you know what? 90 wins from Nick Kirby. Who would have thought otherwise? I really would have. I've never seen that. I would have never seen anything different coming. Craig, we knew what we were getting with Nick Kirby as the bright lights come on here, and he stays optimistic.
We got Craig saying the Reds are going to win 81 games. Are you kidding me? Like,
listen,
we
like to set the
Trace took my
expectations
number
low.
at 3. I had to adjust.
Yeah.
Well, you want me to just? I knew you would take care of that side, Nick. I didn't have to adjust up. I knew you had that taken care of.
And there's a really good chance that probably somewhere between what Nick said and Craig said will probably wind up true. We'll find out together. Opening day here in just a couple short hours. In fact, it is 2 hours right to this very minute. We are going to say so long for now, but we'll be back better than ever in the 9th inning, as always, for all 162, which happens to be today as well. From myself, Craig Sandlin, Nick Kirby, and everyone else at Chatterbox Sports. Thank you for watching our opening day extravaganza on Chatterbox Sports. We'll see you in just a few short hours.